Dr. Dottie Rogers, how are you?
All right, good afternoon, folks. It's 5:30, and respect to our time, I want to get started on time. It's great to see everyone. Welcome to our board meeting. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order, and then we'll go to 1.2, which is Pledge of Allegiance. And the Pledge of Allegiance will be led virtually by Ruthie Wolverton's third grade class at Manuel A. Salinas Creative Arts Elementary School. Can we please stand? All righty, outstanding job. Thank you very much to Ms. Wolverton's third grade class. We're going to move on to 1.3, approval of the agenda. I believe we have an item to pull. Oh, okay. It's been moved.
Second.
Yeah, we're gonna move in second.
Okay, it's moved in second.
It's been moved and by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Now we'll have discussion. Mr. Solon?
Thank you, Board President Dr. Wyatt. Staff are requesting that item 12.6, TBWBH, props and measures, be pulled. Staff would like some additional time to review this information and provide the board an opportunity to meet and confer with regards to this matter. We will schedule a date with the board members to do so.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other items to be pulled? All right, let's go ahead and vote on, oh, sorry, Mr. Tillman.
Was there a discussion or concern about the order in terms of how we're gonna do the presentation and where it's at? Is everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. I know that I had brought that up myself, so I appreciate you confirming
So we're
that.
going to reorder the agenda?
We are not.
Oh, we're going to proceed with public comment the way it is or before?
No, the public comments will be before we go into close.
Oh, okay. Is that what you said? I forgot my hearing aid.
That's okay. I'm right
Okay.
there with you, Dr.
Okay.
Flores.
Okay, right. Okay, thank you.
All righty, so we did have a discussion, and we had a motion and then a second. Let's go ahead and vote on the agenda. I know, I'm checking on them right now. And Ms. Ceballos is on her way. She is stuck in traffic. All right, well, the agenda does carry. We have a 4-0 vote, so fortunately, we can move on. We'll go ahead and move on to, oh, I'm sorry, we'll come back to Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina. She we'll give her a little bit of time there since she just walked through the door, so she is on time. But we'll move on to 2.1 as she settles herself, which is Black Honor Roll recognitions. Okay, the board, let me make sure I look down. Put on my glasses, excuse me. All right, the Board of Education would like to recognize the following students. J. Marquise Pitts, a third grader at Barton Elementary School. He is being recognized for receiving a perfect attendance award during the first semester of the 2021-2022 school year. And let me see who else we have on here. All right, Faith. And then we have sixth grader Amir. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Faith and Amir are not going to be here. So right now, we're just recognizing Mr. Marquise Pitts. So let's go ahead and recognize Mr. Marquise. Where are you at? Oh, if it's not a Mrs. or Mr. Mr. I'm just kidding. Mr. Pitts, come on up.
Thank you so much, Board, Superintendent, and Cabinet. We have a young man here, Jamarcus Pitts, and Mr. Pitts, his father. Jamarcus is over at Barton Elementary, fourth grader? Third grader, excuse me. Third grader over at Barton Elementary. And so, as you all know, a couple of weeks ago, we had our annual Black Honor Roll. And this young man Not only was he excellent all year, but I think more importantly, or just as importantly, he also, in 113 days of being enrolled, 0 absences whatsoever. So this young man has perfect attendance. That's right. Go ahead and do your dance. That's right. So now I put him on the spot. So we absolutely want to honor and recognize this young man, because at the ceremony, he was not able to get this award. And so we apologize, but we are so glad that you were able to come, and we want to give you this award, and we would love to get a picture with you. You want to hold this up? Picture.
That as well. The whole family can come.
Good job, Jamarcus. I do not like pronouncing names wrong, so Jamarcus, great job, and even stellar job on perfect attendance. That's something that we're really proud of when our kids are here every day. All righty, Ms. Razaz Medina, are you ready to inspire us? And we're going to head back to 1.4.
It will be fast and simple.
All right.
Honestly, it's more in the recognition of Women's History Month. It is important for us to really understand the struggles women have faced throughout the former years. And you would think 2022, there still has been challenges in both aspects of our personal health, as well as making sure that we receive equal pay and so forth. So I think there is a lot more to do with both the federal government and the state government, but I know here in the district we're excited to celebrate Women's History Month and congratulate all the women out there from young to wise. Just wanted to wish you the best. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Razaz Medina. Definitely important. And oh, sorry, Dr. Flores, I didn't see your light.
I would like to also thank you, Ms. Medina, for honoring women. And I've been reading this book. It's called Freedom's Daughters, the Unsung Heroines of the Civil Rights Movement from 1830 to 1970. Again, Freedom's Daughters. So it has been women who also have, chartered the path for all of us in terms of civil rights. So thank you.
All righty, Dr. Flores, and thank you again, Ms. Razaz Medina. Really appreciate that. We're going to move on. We did 2.1. We're going to move on to 2.2, resolution in recognition of Cesar A. Chavez. And I am going to continue with our acknowledging our Women's History Month. And Dr. Flores, would you like to read that for us?
Thank you very much. I come from a family of farm workers, immigrants from Mexico, my grandparents, and my parents and uncles and aunts who worked in the fields up and down the San Joaquin Valley to live. And so it's an honor to read this. Whereas Cesar Chavez, a Mexican-American labor leader in California, was a heroic figure of the 20th century who led a movement dedicated to improving the lives of farm workers. And whereas the Board of Education recognizes the contributions made by Cesar Chavez and named a middle school in honor of this great man, Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the San Bernardino City Unified School District hereby recognizes the many contributions and accomplishments of Cesar E. Chavez, encourages all district schools to conduct appropriate activities in observance of his birthday on March 31st.
So moved. Second.
All right, that's pretty fast. Who'd we have on that one?
I know I did, but I don't know who else did
Okay,
at the same
well,
time.
ladies first. So Ms. Rosales Medina motion and then Mr. Tillman seconded. All those, well, we got to go ahead and vote up on the screen. I was about to say aye, but we do it electronically. Thank you, Dr. Flores.
Thank you.
Did you have a comment as well?
I just wanted to say that our families have toiled in the fields, factories, for many decades and centuries and so forth. And, you know, for the farm workers in California to lead the way for, you know, fair pay and benefits was momentous. I was 18 years old and college student up in the Bay Area, and I actually organized boycotts in front of Safeway. And I wrote a letter to my mom and dad saying I might have to go to jail for standing up for our rights. And they brought my grandma the next weekend, and we had a family, a family forum where everybody said I should stop. And the last one to speak was my grandmother. She said, "Come here," and I'm going to say it in Spanish. She said, "The only one, la única que tiene huevos en esta familia es mi nieta. The only one that has any courage in this family is my granddaughter." I cleaned it up a little bit. And
Thank you, Dr. Flores.
and then
I appreciate
secondly, she said, "And if they throw her in jail, every one of you have to contribute to get her out. And next, come here because I want to bless you." And she blessed me. And luckily, I never went to jail. And almost, but not quite. And of course, we got our fair pay and our benefits. So it's important to stand up for our rights and what we believe in. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, and again, thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. And I believe that we did have the opportunity to vote on that, and did it come up already? Oh, Ms. Cunningham? All righty, and we have a nice 6-0 vote on that, and so we'll move on, get ready for our big presentation, 2.3 for our Framework for Excellence, and I just wanted to welcome Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Ceballos, good to see you, glad you're here. So everybody's here now, we have a full board, so, all right, I think, are you going to take that over right here?
Yes, I can open up. First of all, good evening, President Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, and members of the board and the community. This is an important moment for SBCUSD. I think tonight, one of the things you'll hear is about our plan, our framework for excellence for reimagining our approach toward education and educating our children who come to our schools. And this is something we've been working on for a while. You will hear about how we're looking forward and how we are looking forward and what the direction we're going, and then what we're doing today to prepare for the future. Very important. And I think one of the things you'll hear as well is that you'll hear why we're so passionate about this work and why it's important right now, why it's needed right now. And also you will also know why I'm so impressed with our leadership team of the district, right? There's been a lot of great work happening behind the scenes. You'll see some of them that are here tonight as well. But one of the things I wanted to focus on is just to remind you, though, that the plan that you will hear tonight is not my plan or Doc Irvin's plan. It's our plan. It's the plan of the community. It's our plan. It's the stakeholders' plan. And it comes from the voices of our community. As you know, we did the listening learning tour. So it comes from the voices of our community and has been thoroughly designed by the individuals within our district and our school district and our community. So that's very important. And so I really appreciate the opportunity this evening, but I also appreciate the opportunity to have contributed ideas to, for what I know that has worked in the past. So I've given my input into the plan, and I'm equally inspired by those ideas brought by our team as well. And so it's actually been a collaborative process, but we've had a lot of individuals involved, but I had an opportunity to give my thoughts. But again, I wanted to make sure that we heard from our stakeholders and allow our team to put that information together based on what they heard from our stakeholder. And periodically, they did ask me for my thoughts and input, and I was able to share those. So my hope is that this evening that, you hear from the many voices who are here. They've all been instrumental in developing this plan, and I think our Board of Education will be inspired and hopefully agree to support our work as we move the district forward, because I think we all have one common goal, which is how do we increase student achievement and always do what we think is always do what's best for kids. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Menares, our Deputy Superintendent, who will present our framework for excellence. And we are going to do it at a high level, and so I know that it may be a little long, but I think they're going to be going over it at a high level, and they're going to hit those slides. But we're going to have breaks built in to allow you time to ask any question, any clarifying questions, so we can make sure that the board has an opportunity to ask any clarifying questions. And again, our goal is to get support and guidance from this board as we go forward, so we can make sure this is the right direction for the district. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Menares.
Thank you, Mr. Urban. This microphone is very intrusive today. I don't know what is different today, so everyone just be ready. It's different. All right, well, good evening, Dr. Wyatt, Vice President Tillman, board, Mr. Irving, and community. The team with me, so I have a very dynamic team. We're very happy to be here to share with you and give you just a little, we're lifting up the hood of the SBCOSD car, and we're going to give you a little glimpse as to what's been happening in the engine this school year so far. The presentation does appear very long, but we want you to picture it as billboards. So we're driving by billboards, okay? So we're not going to spend a lot of time on each slide. That's why it seems so long. It's just little pictures of what's been going on. And so we're excited to share with you about a 30-foot look into the engine. We do have some members that are going to be joining us online too, and so I want to thank those who are here with us. So the next slide, please. Our outcomes tonight. So we want to just give you a glimpse at what we've been doing to prepare the district for future success. We're going to focus in a little bit on the strategic planning process. Then, as Mr. Irvin shared, we'll stop there, and Dr. Wyatt, you can facilitate questions at that point. Then we'll go into the district overarching goals. There are 5 goals. We'll do the first 2 goals and then pause there. And again, Dr. Wyatt, great time to jump in for questions. We'll finish with the last 3 goals. We'll pause there for questions. Then we'll go into our multi-tiered system of support service delivery model. Pause at that point, at the end of that, before I then come back for the next steps. So it kind of gives you an idea, Dr. Wyatt, on the sequence and board as well. And again, we are building what we're calling the SBCOSD Framework for Excellence Vision 2025. So this is really our plan for the next 3 school years moving forward. This year has been a lot of planning and a lot of gathering of information. No actual action that we're asking the board to take tonight, just a lot of information, and we want to make sure you have what you need. Next slide, please. And so why this, why now? Next slide really talks to, and we've mentioned this, but we want our community to be recognized as well. So the next slide, please. We, as a district and under your leadership as a board, had been moving very nicely along and really improving student achievement, and then COVID happened. And so the indicators that we saw growing have really taken us to kind of paused our scholars in their learning, not because they can't learn, because we know that they're brilliant, not because our educators haven't been working extremely hard, both in the classroom setting and our principals and our district staff. The circumstances that COVID provided, good, bad, or indifferent, did pause some of where our students were headed. And so it's a great opportunity to reimagine what we provide for our scholars and do things a little bit differently. Next slide, please. And so you've seen this data board, but we also want our community to see this. So this really speaks to how we were improving our outcomes for our scholars 18-19, 19-20, but then you see there's a pause, right? And you see that there's a drop. And we want to point out and just remind the community that in the school year 19-20, in between there, we actually didn't have testing during COVID. And then last school year, at the end of the year, we tested, but it was a different assessment that was used. Each district selected a different assessment. Throughout the state, we were not using CASP. So we can't even compare data. Right? It would be comparing what people will say apples to oranges. But what we can say is that for our scholars, they were not progressing. What the traction we were gaining has slowed. And so we want to be sure that we catch them back up and then accelerate that. Next slide gives another little glimpse into where we are currently. So this school year, board, you will recall that under the leadership of Ms. Applegate, we have started the NWA assessments, and they are a way to assess how our scholars are doing towards mastery of the standards. But at the beginning of the school year, we really check to see, you use them to see how students are, how they entered the grade level and where they were. And you can see that for the beginning of the school year, and I believe we took this assessment kind of end of August through September, about a fourth of our students were at grade level in language arts across the grade levels, and less than that in the math area, right? So math has been an area that as a district we have not accelerated like we want to, and we know that our students can, and so that's definitely something we need to hone in on and get better at. So as you listen to the presentation tonight, you'll hear evidence of where we're going to make that, to change that data outcome. You could also see the change in where our graduates are, or where they are, not the change, I apologize, where they are in terms of A through G completion, and meeting the UC requirements. Our College and Career Indicator Board, if you'll recall that. You'll get another presentation more, with much more detail on college and career, I believe, at our next board meeting. And then finally, our English learners. As a district, we have a phenomenal multilingual program, and our reclassification rates were extremely high. We were reclassifying over 20% of our scholars, but last school year, you can see that that dropped tremendously. Again, not because our children cannot learn. It's the circumstances of COVID have placed us where we're at. And so this is why. We need to do something different now. And this is the time to do it. In addition to the data that we're sharing in terms of student outcomes, the next slide reminds the board that Mr. Irvin has finished his listening and learning tour. And so you can see that he has met with and listened to lots of different groups and many stakeholders. And as he has shared multiple times, we're really poised for excellence, and we know that. We know that as a district. Under your leadership as a school board with the district administration, we know that we have the resources, we have the mindset, we have the desire to really do what is needed for our scholars, and our community is asking that of us, as they should be. And so this, again, is why we believe that this plan that we're going to share with you tonight is the direction that will meet all of these needs. So let's start with the strategic planning. Next slide. I want to see, do I have any of our, can we get any of the strategic planning people? So we have some members of a strategic planning team. I invited them to participate, to come to the meeting in person, but if they could not do that, to also log in. So they'll get that up there for you, but let me just talk a little bit that we started with the strategic planning process. We brought a team together. We actually have a parent here who will speak in a moment about the process. And when we did that, we met in January, we looked at what we already had as a district. So we reviewed the basics for excellence. We reviewed our community engagement plan, our vision and mission that was in that. And we said, what are the strengths here? What do we want to be sure we carry forward into our new strategic planning process? And then the themes that came out of that were things like we need to make things simpler, more concise, clear for people to understand. We need to look for ways to make it student-friendly, and we need to make sure that everybody kind of sees their fingerprint in that. Are we going to pause for a moment? Okay.
Yeah, excuse us, Dr. Menares,
No
and
problem.
thank you for, up to there. We just want to kind of stay in each section. I know you put breaks in there, but we did have a couple of questions on the first section. I know Mr. Tillman had pointed something out to me as well.
So on page 5, I'm looking at all these numbers, and I'm assuming that we're saying that because of the having to move to remote learning, that we're thinking that this is what caused a lot of the issues with the learning not being as great as it had been in the past, correct?
Absolutely.
Then on the last line where it says grade 11, you actually went from 16% to 31%, is that right?
Oh, I was like, do I want, we have Dr. Cleveland, brand new doctor. Not tomorrow morning. Oh, it's tomorrow morning. I'm projecting forward. Anyway, I'll let her answer that.
All right, what was the question again? 11th grade, as you go across. So in 2018-19, 42% reflects CASP. So that is the official SBAC test.
Are you with me on page
when you move,
at the very bottom? The 11th grade.
yes, so in 2021, we took the Renaissance STAR math test, which is a different level of rigor than the CASP, and it is a local assessment designed for us to track where our students are at. It is not necessarily aligned to CASP, so it's really not comparable data. It does show on STAR that our students would appear farther along than they were on the CASP the previous 2 years. The other thing you have to remember with our 11th grade data is that the students that you're looking at in that 2018-19 data are completely different than the students who took the 2021 STAR. So it could also be that those students came in that year much higher than the students in 2018-19. And so if we had taken CASP, would have scored significantly higher than the students in 18-19.
Right, so my question is, just so I'm clear on how we're measuring this, so you're saying that's not the same for the rest of the column? That they didn't have the two different tests?
No, it is the same. Everything in 2018-19 for all grades is the CASP, and then everything in the 2021 column that reflects ELA or math data is for Renaissance STAR, either reading or math, because that was our local assessment last year.
And I'm assuming that we didn't have results from the STAR for 2018, 2019?
No, because it wasn't something that we used district-wide.
Thank you.
And we may want to clarify for the board that the state gave us the option
Correct.
in 2021 to use a local indicator versus the CASP.
Yes,
that's why
and
the
we
district
chose
did
to
that.
use a local assessment to make it easier for our students to engage because we were in distance learning. Using the secure browser for CASP was a challenge for our families.
All right, Dr. Flores?
Yes, soon to be Dr. Cleveland tomorrow.
We hope.
That was also my concern, Mr. Tillman, was slide 5, because you cannot compare apples with oranges.
Correct.
And so that's not a really true figure of our kids. I mean, the fact that they went down or up is not a comparable indicator. And so I know you wanted to give us data, but it's not comparable, nor is it valid. What is valid is all the stuff above it in terms of our 4-year cohort graduation rate, our requirement, A through D requirements, our college and career ready, and our chronic absenteeism and attendance rates, because we use the same measures to calculate all of this. So those scores are valid.
Those are, and they do
Yeah.
reflect what is on the California
Right,
dashboard.
exactly. So, and like Dr. White said, we were allowed to give whatever measures locally we chose to.
Correct.
But this is not indicative of actually where our kids are. I mean, it's just something that we gave, and so we can't compare it, Mr. Tillman, or board members, to what was in the CASP, the state tests in 2018 to 2019. What we'll be able to do is this year, when they take the CASP, we'll be able to then compare from that time forward.
Yes, the CAS, this would be considered a new baseline year
Right.
for most districts in the state of
Right,
California.
right, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina?
And just to piggyback on that one, so in 2020, for this school year, 2021-22, Will we be doing both, CASP and STAR, just to kind of identify, or what are we going to do? Because since we're seeing the STAR in one line, how can we compare that to even, are we even growing or not? I'm just curious, is that something that we're going to do or no?
I think when we provided the STAR data in the fall, which is when the table was generated, it was really just to provide the board with an update as to where we landed in the spring on our local assessment. This year, we did adopt the NWEA, which is our new district-wide assessment system. We provided the fall data. The spring or the winter administration data will be provided to you shortly. We're disaggregating all of that, and that'll give you another update on where students are at. And then we will take CASP in April and May across our school sites. It does return to the original SBAC that we've seen previously, and it will be a new baseline year.
Well, then when we're doing the NWEA, is that we won't have any comparisons, though, to try to reflect in previous years. So we're basically similar situation as we are right now with the
We are in a
STAR.
very much a baseline year across the district for assessment.
Okay. And then another question would be with the 1920, is there a way to see how we were doing pre-closures and then post-closures? Is there two numbers that we could see or no? When you look at 2019-20, if you look at 90% graduation rate, I know that's hard to tell, but maybe by looking at the chronic absenteeism, trying to look at, is there anything that we could try to indicate when, before the closures happened, if we were actually doing fairly well? Because if you look at the previous year, I mean, we're nowhere where we were, where we needed to be, but we were definitely moving in the right direction.
Yes.
Slowly but surely. And so I just wanted to kind of notice or see if there was something that shows that we were continuing to move. Then the pandemic hit, then the closures came, and that's where the other percentage of decline came.
Yeah, and there are some additional data points that I can provide Mrs. Applegate, and she can provide you around the March data and earlier that year that you can take a look at. We have those numbers.
Yes, that would be helpful.
Any additional questions?
And also, Mrs., also on the next slide, where when we talked about the current state, the NWEA data, that's our current state. I think, Ms. Applegate, so you can bring clarity to that slide, please, because I think that would help. Or, oh, that's right, Michelle, you're up there. Dr. Cleveland now, tomorrow.
You guys are going to jinx me.
Right. But that's where we are right now. But again, I think what we're trying to do is just give the board a sense of where we are, where the data was at, just to give you some information. But again, that doesn't indicate where we, who we are as a district. It's just where we are right now. And then we're hopefully in this year, we'll get some good baseline data. So going forward, we'll have a good idea of what we need to do in terms of setting goals and so on. So again, this is just an opportunity to give the board where we were at that time. But again, there's no indication that we were not being successful or not. We're just saying that here's where the data was, but now this is where our current state is, and we're using that data currently to put systems and structures in place, because regardless of what happened in the past, we still need to get some baseline data to move forward.
Right, and I do appreciate the fact that at least there was something so we can see, and I think it was just the way it was presented that it kind of made some, a little bit confusing, but thank you so much.
Of course.
All right, Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt, President Wyatt. I did want to, let me first say this. I applaud this work, and we haven't even gone through the rest of it, but I do applaud the work that you all have done and what the superintendent has been working along with you all. When I look at page 5.2, that was one of the concerns that I had. I'm glad, too, that we did at least look for a benchmark, because otherwise, we wouldn't even have this data, so that's great. But I want to zero in on the chronic absenteeism, which was a problem prior and something that we definitely are looking at right now as we move forward with, ADA. That's a jump. That's a real jump, right? In the midst of COVID. And so I don't know if there's more or something particular. I know I'm looking for Dr. Rodriguez. Yes, when you all reached out, and is there something particularly contributing to that?
To the chronic absentee increase? Well, most definitely it was the distance learning, right? And a variety of reasons why certain students may not be logging in. They may have left our schools, but we couldn't find them, so we didn't drop them from our system. There's a variety of reasons why, and we are aware of them. What you'll hear in the presentation tonight is how our plan is to really work on the school environment and the systems at the school that then make it a more welcoming space where we have students really wanting to come to school, regardless of what's going on around them. And so you'll hear some of that. But yes, it's definitely an increase.
Right,
And
that's
definitely
good.
on our radar, and it has been on our radar,
Right, right.
as well as our principal's radar.
Well, that's good, and kudos to that. And then the last thing I just want to mention, because, we're always looking at really the A through G. It's great that they graduate, but we want to make sure that they have options when they do graduate. And I see a small little bump there, and I want to acknowledge that is definitely good, because I know that's the vision, so that they can have an option, and is my understanding that is a correct number based on the data that we usually compare it to.
Yes.
So that's a plus, and that's a kudo. Of course, it's not where we want to be, but it's a good start. Okay,
We will
thank
keep
you.
working. We will keep working. Yes, absolutely. I don't know if-
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Ms. Ceballos?
So thank you. Just really briefly, I guess for clarification purposes and, for the community, because it can get really confusing when we're talking about, previous years and also different systems that we've used to test students. But kind of going off of what Ms. Medina had said, I think it would be a good idea to bring back 17-18 along with 18-19 CASP, and then be able to see this year's 21-22 CASP, and then also 22-23. So 2 years prior the pandemic and then 2 years post-pandemic, because those two will be apples to apples. It'll be CASP to CASP. In addition to the Renaissance, so this is one of the areas that when I first came on board, I was really concerned about, because the district didn't have a district-wide assessment. So as somebody mentioned, not every school some utilized one assessment, district assessment, and others utilized maybe a different one. So it was harder to compare the data. So I'm really glad that we have since moved to a new assessment that is across the district, which is the NWEA. So we'll be able to have NWEA data for this year, fall and spring. So it'll be able to compare, 2 data points within the year, but then also next year we'll be able to have, again, another 2 data points to compare fall and spring. So I'm looking forward to that. Definitely, obviously, we're not comparing apples to apples here, but I do appreciate, because we do need to have a baseline. Where are we starting from? Where are we at? So that we can, have goals to reach, right? Because then if we don't have baseline data, then what are we working towards? So another point that I would like to also make, and I think we discussed it in one of our subcommittee policies, is there's definitely growth we see here for the 4-year cohort. You see requirements, UC and CSU, from 36 to 38. We also see, the career and college indicator from 34 to 36. I would be interested, and hopefully we can have that in the superintendent's goals as well, those metrics. And I think Dr. Esquivel can talk a little bit more about that. That's something that was brought in the subcommittee policy that we had on the A through G. I would be interested to set specific goals in terms of, okay, how much growth can we accomplish in 1 year, right? And set that very tangible, specific goal. If it's 1%, it's 1%. If it's 2%, it's 2%. But we need to make sure that we have clear goals so that we're able to see the growth year to year to year, right? So that's just some of my suggestions. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Dr. Flores?
When did we start the CASP? Do you know?
Goodness.
The CASP testing?
School year 14, 15? School year 14-15.
14, 15, along with what Ms. Ceballos was saying, I think we should go back to when we started and up to 2018 so we can see, because I do know we made progress, so that we can see the metrics up to that point. And then, of course, we are going to have the CASP. Are we going to have the CASP this year?
yes.
Yeah, right, in April, correct? Right.
April and May.
So then we'll have that data as baseline data, but we won't get that till the fall. Right, in September. But at least, that will be more valid data
Absolutely.
than having the Renaissance data as baseline. That was just my 2 cents.
Thank you, Dr. Flores.
All righty, thank you, Dr. Flores. And then, Ms. Rosales-Medina, go ahead, I'll go after you.
It was just to quickly respond to Ms. Ceballos with regards to the A through G. And I think as what Dr. Flores mentioned, maybe having that way, many who haven't been in the district for the last maybe 3 years won't be able to see where we're coming from. And I think it's important for, even with the A through Gs, when I started as the board, depending on, if it was Latino, African American, low income, many of our students were at between 11% to 17% or even 18% A through G completion rate. And so coming from there to where we're not last year or even before that, I mean, it's slow, but we were definitely making great gains. So I think when you present graphs like these or numbers, it would be good to kind of show where we came from. Thank you.
Ms. Medina.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales-Medina. And I'll just close on this one here. When we look at, apples and apples, when we want to look at comparative data, I like to look at what's current with comparable districts as well. And so just while you guys were talking, I did some research real fast to see where we stand on specifically 2 areas, chronic absenteeism and attendance rate. So in 2021, we were at 23.9% chronic absenteeism rate. We've seen that go up, but the state average was 27.4. So I want to include that we were still below the state average. And to look at some comparable districts, Stockton was at 39% chronic absenteeism, Oakland 33%, Thermalito, which is a low-income district, was at 46%, and then Elk Grove, which is known to have high attendance rates, was still at 26%. So we fell below all those districts still when we look at chronic absenteeism. So I think we really got to say, hey, even though we went in the wrong direction, we're still below our comparative districts in many different ways, which is not a bad indicator. You also look at attendance rate. We had 91.3, so we dropped to, negative 2.8 there. But one of our main comparable districts is Long Beach Unified. And Long Beach Unified went from 96% to 91%. So their attendance rate dropped to actually 91%, which is a little bit less than ours. So when you want to put things into, comparison and something that we can kind of make tangible for this year, we should look at other data from other districts, especially our comparable districts. And so I think we're actually, in that particular area, those 2 areas, we're doing okay. Give me a little bit more time and I'll look at graduation rates in A through G as well. But, I just want to compliment our staff and our students and our families, because in a couple of areas that are very difficult to, very difficult to motivate kids to go to school such a difficult time, we did all right. Actually, we did very well compared to other districts. Can we do better and will we do better? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But let's keep things in perspective as well.
Yeah, very
Our-
much. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I just want to remind my colleagues there's 44 pages. They have built-in breaks for us, and that was a very healthy question session with some great information. But let's go ahead and keep moving on with the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wyatt. And so, very much, Board, we appreciate your feedback, and the whole intent of that was to say we were doing really nicely going down the track, and the pandemic just slid us off a little bit. But as you say, our students, our families, our staff were resilient. We are SBCUSD strong, right? And so we will keep doing that. So let's talk a little bit about the strategic planning process. I shared that, we did a review of our past documents and all the work that's been put in there. We said, what are the most important things we need to carry forward? And then more importantly, or just as important, what do we want to improve upon? And things like, let's make it more concise. Let's make our vision and our mission statement more of like an elevator speech. Let's have things that people can kind of rattle off real quickly. And then finally, let's make sure that everyone can see themselves in this work. And so that's what we worked on doing over quite a few meetings. We had a really large, next slide, strategic planning team, 68 people, so you can see the variety of people that were part of that. We included students in our second meeting and from there on, and whoa, that really just changed the whole dynamic of the conversation. It was really, really powerful to hear from our high school students. I want to thank again the members who are part of the strategic planning team that logged in virtually, that are here with us. We had a strategic planning team, and then we would take members from that and make a smaller steering committee where we worked through some more of the detail and took it back to the larger team. Still, as what I shared with you tonight, board, will still be shared with our Student Leadership Advisory Council in a couple of weeks, and we just took this to the superintendent's parent advisory last night and got some feedback on that too. Before I move on to show you the draft values, vision, and mission, I'd like to bring up Kathleen Valdez. She's a parent in our community. She's part of our CAC advisory board. Come up, Kathleen. And she really helped us work through this, and so we just wanted her to share a little bit on the process.
Hi, good evening.
Welcome.
As Dr. Menara said, I'm a member of the CAC, and am I too tall? Oh, okay. Is that better? Okay. So I was able to attend the strategic planning meetings as part of the team, which was really exciting. So in the first meeting, we were shown the previous values, vision, and mission statements of SBCUSD. And then we were able to discuss it like in breakout rooms. So that was pretty cool because then we were able to put in our input. And the following meetings, they were like she said, they were smaller. And then they took all that information, all that input from the parents, and there was staff members. There was also students, like she was saying. That's how we got to the values, vision, and mission that is going to be presented to you today. So, yeah, not too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you. All right, so again, we used past and we got to this present. So let's go to the next slide. And I want to share with you, board, so these are our values, right? This is what we're proposing to be the values for San Bernardino City Unified. And remember, values are about like what our schools feel like, what our district office staff or spaces of the district feel like, what guides us in our decision making and how we interact with each other. That's really the values, right? And how we behave with each other. And so we wanted it to be something that people could rattle off. So we came up with 3 I's: intentionality, inclusivity, and innovation. We recognize those are very broad statements, so then we put some descriptors underneath them. We want to, on intentionality, it's about being deliberate and consistently nurturing a student-centered learning environment. That's important, right? We are about children, and so we want to be intentional in our decisions and how we do that work and be deliberate in nurturing that. Inclusivity, this was really important to the steering or the team. We want to make sure that all people, and we chose people because when we say stakeholders, people don't know what that means, right? So we wanted to use language that anybody could understand. So inclusivity, welcoming all people in a learning environment where trust and kindness thrive. So trust and kindness was another really big value that we wanted to be sure we captured. And then finally, innovation. Because we know we've got this great opportunity coming, moving from a pandemic to an endemic, if you will, we want to be sure that we're innovative and we're reimagining education to spark curiosity. We really like that, spark curiosity and inspire success in school and life. So these are our values that we're proposing for the board. We still have vision and mission, and then we'll ask for feedback from you. We were really deliberate and intentional with language because we wanted to make sure that whatever we put in English translates correctly into Spanish. And so we brought in our translator at the very end, and we said, okay, Iris, this is what we want to say in English. What's the best word? And we went back and forth. So that was part of the development of the values. So values would describe, again, what we want our district to feel like, sound like, in decisions, when you visit our schools, and any of our district offices, and how we engage with each other. So we want to be intentional, inclusive, and innovative. Next slide goes to our vision. So remember that vision is future state. And we are building our framework for excellence 2025. So that's future, right? We're not there yet. But when we think about the future for our district, our vision, what we want it to be, or we're recommending, is that SBCUSD will be global leaders in teaching and learning, empowering each other to make the world a better place. So let me talk just a little bit about that. First and foremost, we want it to be beyond the state. We want to say in the future, we want to be one of those districts that throughout the world, people are looking to see what we're doing. So we're intentional about choosing that word of global leaders. It kind of encompasses what we had before about leading experts in human learning, but we wanted to call it out a bit more clearly. We wanted to be sure that we're global leaders about teaching and learning. And then, because this work takes a team, because we have to be partners, we want to be sure we're working with each other. And this last part about make the world a better place, that literally came from one of our high school students. That's exactly what he said. Education is about giving us as students tools so that we can make the world a better place. And some of us, not all of us, really liked that, but enough of us said that's very inspirational. That is something to aspire to. So that is the vision that we are recommending for as we move forward, a vision that you can recite in the elevator when you're saying you're a board member, maybe not word for word, but clear, fast enough. And we believe even our young children could understand that and recite that. And then finally, mission. So mission is how we're going to get to that vision. So our future state is global leaders in teaching and learning, empowering each other. Our mission is to be an educational community of continuous improvement, embracing the gifts and talents of all people so students will succeed in school and life. And so we wanted to be sure that people understand we are constantly going to be improving upon what we do so that we become that one of those global leaders. We know we're not there yet, but it is our responsibility to constantly improve upon what we do so that we do achieve that status, and valuing the assets, gifts, talents that each and every one of us here in this room have, those on in our web place, in the virtual space, most importantly, our scholars that come to our school every day. So we wanted to recognize the power of the diversity of the community and make that part of our vision so that the adults working together make sure that the students are succeed in school and life. So that's our draft values, vision, and mission. And so at this point, we'd like to get feedback from the board.
All righty, I think we'll be pretty lucky if we have no lights come on here. Oh, there we go, Dr. Flores. We will start with you.
Thank you. These are just comments that I'd like to ask you. How did you guys come up with these values?
So we started with, everything was done in a virtual space, right? So we started with the Jamboard, and we were in breakout rooms, and we said, what do you want to see? I don't recall the exact questions, but it was like see, hear, feel in our schools. Again, looking at what we've had and saying, what do we want to capture and move forward? Then we took them and we looked for themes. And then from there, we brought them back and said, did we capture it? And then we got either kind of thumbs up or don't forget this, and then we did that iteration back and forth.
Well, I really do appreciate it, and I like what you guys said, deliberately and consistently nurturing student-centered culture. That's real important. Welcoming all people in learning environment where trust and kindness thrive. I would add learning and teaching environment because it also includes teachers. And innovation, I'm for innovation. It's just we have to think out of the box and move forward. So that's my comment on values. And on vision, former Superintendent Torlakson talked about global California. So it's consistent with, looking at are aspiring to, be global in terms of our, in our education and how we look at, so that's, and here you did include teaching and learning. So that was, very important. So the vision is really incredible. Throughout my career, I've always looked at language. I mean, I'm a social psycholinguist, right? And so, so my one critique is the use of continuous improvement, because it's a deficit. It shows that there's some other language that we could use. I wasn't quite, I want to think about it. Could be aspiring, but positive language. Continuous improvement means, something's wrong with us. And I believe that we have collective genius. We have collective gifts. You look at our kids, at our teachers, at our employees, and so that's my honest, critique in terms of reconsidering the use of that phrase. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores.
And I think what we'll do, again, is our goal here today is get feedback, and then we'll take that feedback back to the committee or the strategic planning group, and then again allow them to consider whether or not they want to make those adjustments. I'm assuming because we have so many parents involved, I think it would be fair to take it back and just say, here's some feedback that we've gotten. But again, I think that's good feedback and something for us to think about, but I don't think it hurts to take it back to the strategic planning team to say, here's some additional feedback, because I know we gotten feedback not only from our board, but also from our parents yesterday as well.
And
I believe, if I remember correctly,
Yeah.
they had some additional feedback, so I think it doesn't hurt, because again, this is still a work in progress. It's not finalized yet, so we still got a lot of work to do, but I think those are good feedback. And again, we have some yesterday as well, Dr. Flores. So definitely we'll take all that feedback back to the group, and we'll continue to revise and rephrase as we need to until we get to a good place.
And thank you, Dr. Flores. And, I absolutely agree with you on the inclusivity piece. Good catch on that for the teaching and learning. Ms. Rosales Medina?
No, I definitely appreciate Dr. Flores kind of reading through it and really bringing her perspective with that word of changing words, aspiring. I know I've always, in previous years, been a little skeptical when we have, these type of meetings, because then it's always backwards mapping, having intentional language that you want to use and then backwards map it to where you kind of influence parents or community to try to shift the language to accept those. But I do appreciate, since I was part of the meeting, that we did hear parents' input and we did hear teachers' input. So I do appreciate that process. But I do also appreciate Dr. Flores' suggestion. And I know in previous times when we receive something from either the parents or the educators, they bring us suggestions, we tweak it, and we kind of just move from there. We haven't really done the process of going back again to the community or to the parents so they can maybe suggest other words or languages. But I guess this time we'll do that, but I know in previous times we never really did that. We either just make the changes here because now we looked at what they made the suggestions for. So I would consider aspiring to, community aspiring, embracing the gifts and talents. So I do appreciate these languages. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Flores?
And the reason I say this is because we have graduates from our district that are like incredible district. I mean, for example, our Viking in sports, right? Madison. He's the product of our schools. We have Bobby Houchin's son, Forrest Stewart, Dr. Forrest Stewart, who's a professor at Stanford and just got a Genius Award, a MacArthur Award. We have, our famous doctor, the one that always is talking,
Leonardi?
Talking to us about COVID, Leonardi. I mean, and there's even more. And so we are not second-class citizens. We have great talent and great gifts, and we have amazing teachers. Anyway, that's where that comes from.
Got
Thank
it.
you.
Certainly.
Thank you, Dr.
Words,
Flores.
words matter.
Yes, they do.
Oh, absolutely, and I appreciate you pointing that out. And so we'll continue, and I'll just point out the obvious. I really like how the presentations both in English and Spanish, and I'm practicing my Spanish as we go along, just so you know. If you see my lips moving, well, you can't. We have masks
No, we
on, but that's why. If you hear me mumbling.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, Board, for your feedback. Again, yeah, we've shared it with the superintendent's parent advisory. They gave us some feedback. We're sharing it with our scholars next week, and they'll definitely give us some feedback. We want to make sure that they can see themselves in this work. So we've got this strategic planning, and that's part of then what guides us into these goals, right? And the goals are much more concrete. The goals are actually what we're going to do each and every day so that vision, that mission the vision is what we will be aspiring to, and we want to see that happening. And so we shared these goals that we're going to share with you tonight and our community. We shared it already with our management team, and we got some feedback from them. They were very thankful for having the opportunity to review it. And when we say management, we say we're talking about every leader in the district. So whether you're a principal, a director, you work in our business office, it doesn't matter. You're leading the district in one way or another. We brought them into a virtual space, and we shared them all of this, and they gave us feedback. I think that there was a mention that they hadn't done something like this in quite a long time, so they were thankful for that. So some of their work is seen here. So again, you're going to get a little snapshot of the goal, and you're going to get a snapshot of the priorities. Next slide. We've got 5 overarching goals. You can see them here. We've worked very collaboratively to make sure that these goals are happening, and this is part of building our framework for excellence. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Applegate. She's going to start with our academic achievement.
Good evening, Board. As you know, we have a laser-like focus on improving academic outcomes for our students. And to do that, we want to make sure that we strengthen our systems. We have great systems, but we need to improve them and we need to strengthen them. And tonight you're going to hear from several of our directors who are knee-deep in the work, and they're going to give you a snippet of some of the wonderful initiatives and some of the strategies that we're employing to be able to move our students' academic achievement. So with that, I'd like to introduce our first director, Dr. Sudha Venkatesan, who will be talking to you about our curriculum alignment.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. Coming back to the pandemic, the academic focus from the district needs to respond to the changing needs of our students. Teachers need more time in the classroom, not only to focus on the current grade level standards, but also to address the unfinished learning as needed within the context of the grade level work. So our curriculum guide alignment work focuses on what is the most important to teach within the major curriculum domains at each grade level. It is important that teachers know that standards, they need to invest their maximum time and effort, and where they should teach only to awareness level to save time for the priorities. The realignment work explicitly gives permission to teachers to slow down and focus on content depth and not rush to complete teaching all standards. Additionally, this work will involve providing formative assessments periodically to assess learning and the progress students have made in their learning. This will help to provide appropriate supports to all learners. We have embarked on this work collaboratively with our teachers and continue to guide our recommendations and work with research and evidence-based strategies.
Good evening, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be able to share the collective work that is going on within our district and with our educators. As Dr. Venkatesan mentioned, we are working alongside of our educators to review the current curriculum guides and make recommendations and revisions. The teams of teachers are providing tremendous amounts of support and input so that these guides are streamlined, they're user-friendly, and they're purposeful and also inclusive of all learners. We are adding and enhancing supports to support our English learners, create supports for targeted instruction, and then also involve supports for enrichment. We have, as indicated on the slide, we have 2 teams that we're working with. We have the teacher leadership team and also the teacher advisory committee. And these teams really are a collective voice to make sure that our teachers are heard. And they're helping us not only do the work, but they're also helping us create a feedback loop to the sites so that they are giving feedback to the sites as to what is going on, but the sites are also giving feedback to the teachers to be able to enhance the work. So again, the teacher leadership team is centered around helping support standards alignment, instructional strategies, and assessments within the guides. The teacher advisory committee is they are representatives of every site to be able to give input to the teacher leadership team to, again, create these revisions, and then also be able to report back to the sites. This work is incredibly important. This work is going to provide extreme value to the work that has already existed, and we are very proud of what that outcome will be.
Good evening again, board. So Dr. Venkatasan and Ms. Coker were able to give you a little bit of an overview of the work that we're doing with our teachers, but part of our return to normalcy has been supporting our site leaders as well and building their capacity around this return to a new state of normalcy. And we have been doing that this year through our Administrators Leaders Institute, which we call ALI. This school year, we extended our learning in ALI from the teacher clarity work that we focused on last year straight into really recommitting the work that the district is doing with professional learning communities out at our school sites. We know that our greatest expertise and our greatest knowledge lies within our educators who are in our classrooms with our scholars each and every day. So the purpose of ALI this year has really been to revisit and build our site leaders' capacity around answering those 4 questions of professional learning communities. What do we want our students to know? How will we know if our students are learning what we want them to know? And then what are we going to be doing as a district and as school systems to respond when students aren't meeting mastery? And when they are, because we know we have students out there that also need enrichment. And so those last 2 questions are really going to be the primary focus of ALI as we head into the spring, helping our school sites in the development of their multi-tiered systems of supports, making sure that we're continuing to provide them with the highest quality instructional practices, interventions, and resources for both academic and socio-emotional needs. In addition, as we work this spring, we're going to be focusing on creating a new professional development cycle that really aligns all of the wonderful professional development going on across our divisions, represented by most of the directors that are here this evening. The cycle is going to include feedback from our educators in the classroom so that we know that whatever we're investing in and providing is what they need and that we're responsive to that as we move forward. Our intention and commitment is to support our sites and our educators in continuing to be exemplary learning environments for our scholars because our kids deserve our very best each and every day.
Thank you, team, for laying out our plans and educational services. And board, as you can see, we are strategically focused on making sure that we have the best outcomes for our students. And in doing so, we want to make sure that we have world-class professional development. But I think that Dr. Cleveland also hit something very important. Future Dr. Cleveland, I don't want to jinx her, but we are really committed to the multi-tiered system of support. Those are the 3 tiers of support that all of our students deserve. It's an additive approach in that all of our students get the best instruction in Tier 1. Then a certain percentage that may not be making it in Tier 1 will then get additional support in Tier 2 and then in Tier 3. And in order to be able to support our students as best we can, we are embarking on some initiatives and services as well. You see Universal Design for Learning, or UDL, that's at the root level. That starts at the planning level. We want our teachers to really have the knowledge of how to plan appropriately for all their students, whether it's a special ed student, an English learner, our African American students, whoever that student is. We want our teachers to have that toolbox ready to have the best plans for those students so that they can be successful. We also want to make sure that our teachers are embarking on universal access. That's a set aside time each and every day to do some very laser-like skill instruction. We know that we have some unfinished learning. We know that some students did not do well in distance learning. So we want to make sure that we really look at the data to find out exactly what the skill gaps are. And we're going to just be very precision-like when we go in there and we use universal access to make sure that we are advancing their learning. And then also we are embarking on learning centers, or learning labs as we call them now. But the concept is the same, is making sure that we have a set-aside time that does not disrupt core instruction, but that we're providing that additional help to students where they need it. So we want to be very intentional about training our staff to be able to be very effective in our learning labs, and we want to have the best materials that will accelerate learning. So we're very excited about making sure that these initiatives take off and that they're well implemented. So with that, I will go ahead and pass it over to Dr. Esquivel, and he'll give you an overview of college and career success.
Thank you, Ms. Applegate. And Ms. Rosales Medina, did you have a question on that section?
Yes, I did. One was, so when I look at even the comments, like district manager that made their quotes, certificated staff, we had SBT, I mean, none of their names are listed, of course, but certificated parent and student. And one of their comments was looking at more as a curriculum district-wide. And even when you look at what the district is trying to move in more in alignment, for some reason it reminds me of the No Child Left Behind and how unsuccessful it was because everyone had to be aligned. And so if you can explain what that will look like for accelerated learners, what that will look like for students who are falling behind. I know you mentioned the tiers, but what that will look like, because for me, when I see that kind of language, it just reminds me of the No Child Left Behind.
And you're talking probably specifically about reading first. And I think that many people that were involved in that back in the day, it was really a lockstep march to the same drum, and we're not talking about that at all. And I think the universal design for learning at the onset really helps our teachers look to see who their students are. And then they design their lessons around who their students are. And if that means that they have to have a different approach, they take a little bit longer, they go more in depth, they have more additive support through the multi-tiered system support, there's the flexibility to do that. If you look up Universal Design for Learning, one of the main things that it says is that it's flexible planning. And that's exactly why, because we have to take our learners into account. So we are starting with that initiative because we want to start at the root where teachers begin, and that's the planning.
And then will teachers be able to have maybe assistance or some support in the classroom? Because at the end of the day, we can have individuals, tell them what they need to do, teach them what they need to do, but they're going to need extra support when you're maneuvering all different aspects of grade levels within a classroom. So then what are some plans? And I think maybe I'll wait until the end of the presentation. It may come up.
Okay. And I
Maybe
can't
direct-
answer that
Okay.
for now, because I know that when when the team brought AB 86, there were supports in there through student interns, through educational assistants. I know Dr. Funches and his team have done a great job in hiring some of our retired teachers. We have also our resident or our guest teachers. So I know that even through elementary instruction, we've provided 2 guest teachers to every classroom. Is it K2, Ms. Coker? To every classroom K2, we provided a math and a reading guest teacher to help teachers in the classroom for that reason. So we already have some of those things in place. Of course, we would like to expand. As you know, we have some money for our paraprofessionals, so some of those hours were increased through that money as well. So we have some support systems, and we will definitely explore more.
Okay.
I'm going to be able to add to that I've already been in about 600 classrooms, and so I can say that a lot of I would say a large majority of our teachers, when I'm in the classroom, understand universal design for learning. A lot of understand universal access, small group instruction. So in those classrooms where teachers need the additional support, we will provide that support. But hopefully when we set up the learning labs, that's going to allow us opportunity as well. during that universal access time for those students who are struggling academically, for those students to go to that learning lab, but also provide an opportunity when they're not in universal access for those individuals to break into the classroom. So again, I want to make sure we don't get bogged down with comparing ourselves to NCLB, which was a long time ago. We're in a whole different world, and I think that we're going to continue to be creative. But this on the side of this pandemic will allow us to address the needs of our students based on the struggles that we've had academically during the pandemic. So I think that we're going to be in a good place.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Flores.
Ms. Applegate, when you speak about curriculum alignment guides, I'm understanding that they're aligned with the standards, but I want your reassurance that it's not prescriptive curriculum. Is it one size fit all curriculum, or what do you mean by that?
No, Dr. Flores, our curriculum guides are just that. They're guides for our teachers that have a scope and sequence that is suggested, and they have essential standards so that teachers know where the power standards are and where they need to really focus their instruction. And so it does have a pacing with it, but we are telling teachers, especially with UDL, that they have the flexibility to do what they need to do to meet the needs of their students.
They have an array of strategies that they can use.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a resource that has several links to different supports for our different populations of students, but it's not a prescriptive lesson or anything like that.
And I've been reading this book, Districts That Succeed, Breaking the Correlation Between Race, Poverty, and Achievement. And I was glad to hear that in the MTSS, that because that's research-based and it is supportive of that. I guess we haven't implemented it district-wide, but now we're going to scale it up.
Yes, this is our mission this year. We are making sure that we've already...
This coming year?
Yes, and we've already worked with our site leaders. They are right now in the process of identifying or doing a self-survey at their sites to see how ready they are to fully implement the multi-tiered systems of support, specifically with learning labs. And so they are going to be doing a self-assessment. We are visiting model sites, and so we are going to prepare them and help prepare them to do that.
Based on Dr. Karen Chenoweth's research, she states that districts that succeed allow managing time between principals and teachers because they need time to sit together with assessment data and behavioral data and attendance data and student work and whatever information they think can help them answer questions of how to help their students get better and smarter. And so are we providing that time and space so that teachers and principals learn to analyze the data?
Yes, Dr. Flores, we are. They do have their collaboration time, and sites even build in more time on their own. But I also want to reiterate what Michelle said about our ALI, our Administrative Leadership Institute. There we really couch everything under the umbrella of a professional learning community. And as you know, that is also research-based, and that is really the framework for how to work with your staff collaboratively.
So based on my experience in doing professional development with teachers, time is of essence. Teachers cannot work on tired time. They need to be allowed the space and time to think and to collaborate. Are we doing that in the PLCs?
Yes, that is what we are recommending to our sites. Many of our sites are doing their PLCs, and teachers are meeting on their own as well, on top of the regular PLC they do at the sites.
Because research also says that it's the site leader that organizes success and also establishes trust among teachers and themselves in terms of how we go about, providing leadership, right, in terms of how we work together for the benefit of our kids. And so the body of research that she cites is really important about how we as adults learn together and work together and move forward so that we can build effective teaching, learning environments, and it's just not about strategies. It's about how we deliberately move our kids forward. So, and plus, she says that every school site has different cultures, and how you develop those cultures is really, really, really key. And how you name and identify the issues and the problems, and how you strategically go about working together to solve the issues to be successful. And I think achievement is important, but also the values that we share with our kids, with our families, in terms of their social emotional growth as well. And just like this young man, was it Marcus? He didn't miss one day out of 113 days of school. I mean, how do we inculcate that kind of desire in our kids? So it's more than just achievement.
I completely agree.
The whole, I hate to say enchilada, but it's the whole thing, yeah.
Whole
right.
child, actually.
The whole child, yes.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Enchilada is good, too. You're going to make me hungry, Dr. Flores. All righty. Thank you, Dr. Flores.
Thank you, Ms. Applegate, for your leadership and your team also. Thank you very much.
Ms. Ceballos?
So I also want to ask for you or anybody else up there to be able to clarify for us, because I've also heard some of the similar concerns, and I'm glad we're having this conversation, clarifying that this is not like the No Child Left Behind, right? The alignment of curriculum that we're seeking. I also want you to talk a little bit about this notion or this idea that this would trump or truncate teacher creativity in the classroom. Can you expand a little bit more on that?
And we absolutely don't want to do anything of that sort. We absolutely encourage our teachers, of course, to still have the autonomy and creativity. But I think right now we're at such an urgent time where we really have to recapture learning, and we have to make sure that we're providing equitable experiences for all of our kids. And if you look at there, and I know that Dr. Flores knows this, there's a big body of research that shows that curricular alignment is a huge indicator that really helps with student success, because we want our teachers to feel confident and be clear as to what the priorities for teaching are, because we really have to maximize the time that we have our students. So we don't want to stifle their creativity, but we want to be as much support and as much help as we can be to clarify what are the priorities for standards, so that we can make sure that we maximize student learning. So that's the main thing. I think the difference is that we are not providing prescriptive lessons or things are, you have to be on this page and then tomorrow you're on this page. We're saying we need equitable experiences, because what's happening over at Kimbark should be happening over at Del Rosa, should be happening over at Lytle Creek. So we just want to make sure that everybody has a fair beginning playing field. And that's what the curriculum guides are all about.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarity. And I'm glad that you utilized maximizing. And what I'm hearing is that, this will allow for the pacing to kind of be slowed down a little bit, to really focus on those standards that we really need the students to absorb and understand. One of my, even with my own students at home, is that sometimes it's moving too quickly, right? And we got to go from lesson to lesson to lesson to lesson. And it's like, how much are they really absorbing? If we're having to change, okay, this week we're on this, and then next week we're on, this else. So I really like the fact that we get to spend a little bit more time really diving in and taking it home for the students, right? And so if I'm understanding correctly, which I hope I am, that's the case. And I mean, I have so much more to say, but like Dr. Wyatt said, we have so many pages here, but I'll kind of come back to my comments towards the end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
Thank you. And again, I won't belabor it either, because I think all of my questions were asked. And the biggest one was the time frame, and again, the alignment being equitable. And I think you answered that pretty good, so I'm not going to reiterate that. Thank you.
Folks, and I keep seeing these lights going on and off, and we should ask our questions at one time, not keep doing them like a conversation discourse going back between the board, because we really need to listen to the information that our staff are delivering. And I'm going to be real strict on these next sections and only go to the comment section when they develop the breaks in their presentation, because we have public comments coming up. It's almost 7 o'clock. And I want to be respectful to the presenters as well as the public, and I know to us as well. So please try to keep your questions at one time and comments at one time and keep them succinct. Thank you.
President White, can I just suggest that we just do one round of comments?
I agree.
For each time we stop? Because we don't, it'll take too long.
Yeah, I thank you.
One round
Mr.
of
Tillman.
comments.
But I'll let them finish and then we'll go. Dr.
Thank you.
Flores and then Ms. Rosas-Medina.
Mine is really short. I failed to mention that programs don't teach, teachers teach. Methods
Absolutely.
don't teach, teachers teach. And so they're professionals, and I just hope that we honor their professionalism. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Dr. Flores?
And I just wanted to mention, because we're touching upon academic achievement. I don't want to come back to, because then I'll probably not really remember exactly the words I was going to write unless I write fully extensive notes. So in this case, I do want to mention, only because it was mentioned with the accelerated achievement with revised curriculum guides. Now, here's my concern. How are we actually making those revisions? And I think this is where the concern comes into play, is that I'm actually hearing that there are standards being removed or being reduced. So then I'm curious, first of all, these are hearsays. So how are we considering the revisions? Who are a part of those revisions? Who was part of that committee? I'm not sure if it's a group of teachers. I'm assuming it should be a group of teachers versus administrators. So I'm wondering, how are we looking at those revisions?
So the revisions are being made by our teacher committees along with our personnel as well. And Ms. Coker spoke to the two teacher leadership, or the two committees, the teacher leadership committee and then also the teacher advisory committee. The teacher leadership committee are content experts. And I say experts because all of our teachers are experts, but these are teachers who have shown success in student achievement in their content areas. They've been working with the curriculum guides for a few years, are very familiar with them. And so they're really doing a great job of mapping the standards and what are the essential standards that students need to know. Not that they're not all important, but as you know, when we went to Common Core, the standards were already reduced to begin with. We don't have that wide range of standards we used to have. So we are just making adjustments and saying these are the most impactful. That doesn't mean we're going to forget about everything else, because when we used to have the old standards, it was overwhelming. But now they've already been cropped down when we went to Common Core. We're just identifying which are the most impactful to student learning for them to be able to master their grade level.
Yeah,
And so
I just like to find a way how either, and I know it's going to be a lot, trying to just ensure that what are they really removing or reducing or kind of less emphasizing versus those that are.
they're not removing, we are just highlighting and really focusing on some that are the most impactful to student learning. But the standards do spiral throughout the year. They spiral throughout the grade levels, just they vary in depth.
Okay, I just need to make sure that it's across the board of, who's doing it. Like I mentioned the last time, there's curriculum that, like for instance, Amazon, how the things that they're teaching, and nobody who's overseeing that. And I'm wondering, how is this going to be made sure that it's being taught correctly? Okay.
Emma, can I jump in there, please?
Of course.
So I just want to bring clarity to it. So when we did the teacher leadership teams, again, Anna talked about it very clearly and eloquently, that our teacher leadership team, ladies and gentlemen, they're our content experts. We put out our call to our principals and our teacher leaders on who are those top 10 to 12 teachers that we wanted to develop and work with the curriculum K through 12. And Mrs. Coker and I think Suda, they were all involved with that. So we have our teacher leaders. As I'm doing my visits and as I hit these 600 classrooms, I had an opportunity to meet with some of our teacher leaders and some of those teacher leadership teams to have a conversation with them about how they do their curriculum development. One of the things I noticed throughout the 600 classrooms was that if you go to Kimbark and you go across the way to another school, different set of standards. So one of the things we talked about as I'm talking with teachers during my visit is how do we get this alignment? And one of the things they talked about is identifying these key essential standards or power standards and the supporting standards. So Ms. Applegate and her team, they embarked on that conversation. They got they did a call out. I think Mrs. Amy Coker can answer that. I think, Amy, we got 12 to 13 teachers per grade level that were identified, that volunteered, that wanted to be involved with the development of a curriculum, looking at our current curriculum guides. And then the teacher leadership committees are 1 to 2 teacher reps from per site that actually reviews that curriculum and has an opportunity to take it back to the sites to get feedback. So teachers are involved throughout. Now, there will be times when you'll have individuals, because I know there was an email that was sent that I got from one individual teacher who didn't like the process. But again, we have to look at what's in the best interest of the entire district, what's in the best interest of all students. And we know there's going to be individuals who may not support the direction we're going. But again, we have to look at it, looking at our data, looking at our results, what is in our best interest going forward, what's in the best interest of kids. So in this case, we reached out to our teacher leadership team members, our teacher leaders, and those teacher advisory committees. So we have 144, I believe, Amy, on the teacher leadership team side, and I believe on the teacher advisory committees, I think we're at 72 or maybe more.
It's the other way around.
What's that?
It's the other way around.
The other way around. Right, the other way around. Yeah. So, but the bottom line is we have those individuals involved. And again, these recommendations not only came from the listening and learning tour, but also from my own personal observations from being on the ground, talking with teachers, sitting with teacher leadership teams, sitting with grade level teams, getting input and feedback to make sure that as we move forward with recommendations, what they were recommending going forward, I actually saw it, I hear it, I see it, and I'm on the ground with them as well. So this way as we move forward. And then again, Ms. Applegate is right, the standard spiral. So they're going to get those standards, but we have to identify key essential standards across the board, and those supporting standards, they'll determine what that looks like. But again, the teacher creativity in the classroom does not change. So I just want to be very clear, that's the direction that we're going, and we're going in that direction is based on all the feedback and input that we've gotten from our teacher leaders and from the listening learning tour.
And they've already given us quite a bit of feedback, and I would expect nothing less because they're, they're very much passionate about what they do. So we'll take their advice and we'll move forward.
All righty, Mr. Tillman.
Thank you, Mr. Urban. I really think it's critical for us to accept this presentation tonight as the superintendent and the team's first presentation to present it to us publicly, right? And you have people listening that weren't contacted in whatever ways you guys contact people, and that's okay. But the only way it's going to be successful is to legitimately take in the concerns that people have and then tweak it. So we have a lot better chance of success if we look at tonight as the first presentation of what the plan is, and then to take in the legitimate concerns that staff and the community have, and then find ways to say, okay, we're going to bring you in, and let's find a way to meet in the middle to ensure that we have buy-in to make this a success. Because if we don't get buy-in from the key stakeholders, this is not going to happen. Absolutely. And I think with all this work, Mr. Urban, you put into it, it benefits you and your team.
The team put in, right?
But you're the leader on this. That's not a we hired a superintendent to be the leader. It's not a bad thing. But I think it's key to make sure that you take in consideration the concerns that people have. And there's no way of faking that. If you fake it, I'm going to hear about it. So you have to consider the concerns that folks have, make the adjustments, and then move forward. But it has to be legitimate. And I've been around long enough to know it's a good thing about this district that we have passionate people, and we all have, I don't know the phrase that Mr. Urban says about something good about, what do you always say? Want to be good about kids or what's best for students, whatever. But we all want what's best for students, right? But they all want to do it in a different way, and that's not a bad thing. But if we're going to be successful, we have to make sure we're respectful of everyone, bring it in, and then move forward. And I think we can do that.
Absolutely, Mr. Tillman. Dr. Venkatesan can attest to the fact that our secondary people have already been giving us quite a bit of feedback. And I've already talked to Mr. Irvin about some of the changes that they may want. And again, I would expect nothing less. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Applegate, and Dr. Esquivel, thank you for being patient. And folks, team, let us know when you're ready for questions. Thank you.
Good evening, board, community. I am honored to come up and share our second overarching goal centered around college and career success. And this goal truly does build and honor the great work and growth that the district has seen over the past few years. It also acknowledges that we as a district, through the leadership of our board and superintendent, care about every individual child, their hopes, dreams, and aspirations. And so when we think about college and career, we think about relevance. And so this goal is truly centered around building and aligning systems, TK through 12, working backwards from 12th grade so that every student has access and equitable opportunities when it comes to the programs that we offer district-wide. They include K-12 signature STEAM programs, CTE pathways at the high school, and taking advantage of the various opportunities that we offer through our extended day programs on every single campus. To go through the priorities that stem from this goal, we have Dr. Venkatesan and Mr. Acosta.
Thank you, Dr. Escobar. So as part of the first part of the college and career improvement efforts, that is to increase the percentage of A through G success, we are implementing a digitized 4-year plan for all students district-wide. That means the class schedules will be on everything. You're going to hear more about it in the next presentation when we are going to bring that sample plan to you. But this will ensure that monitoring and making sure that all the students are getting the necessary classes that are needed, and everything else that they have to do to get them ready for college and career is an action for every student.
Good evening. In keeping with the college and career supports, we're going to ramp up the supports for college and career so students could be successful next year. This is going to be done in a number of ways. This is not an exhaustive list, so don't be alarmed. I'm going to name a few big ticket items that will render good results, especially with our high schools, starting with our ninth grade mathematics. It's not a secret that ninth grade is kind of the drop-off point when students get to high school, and if they don't succeed in that grade, then it's a very tough road to continue. Can you hear me? Okay. So that's our first one. Our second one is we're going to completely restructure the ELD, the English Language Development for our English learners. As you know, that's a federal program and a mandate that we have to do. And that's going to be in two ways. That's going to be by first changing the curriculum to compress the acquisition of language for our students, and then also ensure that every student has that class that needs to have it. Thirdly, our A through G credit recovery efforts will continue. That's been one of our chief reasons that we've improved our A through G, so we'll continue doing that. And then lastly, we are gonna double down on increasing the opportunities for dual enrollment for our students. As you know, that began in 14-15, and we started with just like one class at each school, and now every high school has multiple classes up to upwards of 8 or 9 a year offered besides middle college. So we want to create more opportunities for students to be able to take those courses, and in doing so, complete college courses while they're in high school. Those are the big items. Thank you.
And lastly, as we think about the gold and silver certified pathways that we have across our high schools, we are eager to begin this work earlier. We're eager to build off of the success and think about how we engage our elementary and middle school youth so that they have the foundation and truly the relevance to think about how they best transition and accelerate into high school sooner. So our third priority will be to, again, look at our current STEAM programming and offerings across our elementary and middle schools and think about how we might expand, extend, and work throughout our next generation science curricula, as well as our multiple departments, and build out, again, relevance through STEAM programming across the board. Our goal here is that students, again, transition into high school having a very clear plan and pathway. A pathway in mind that, again, has been seeded earlier throughout their TK-12 experience in SBCUSD. And if that pathway includes a 2-year college, a 4-year college or university, or a pathway that goes directly into the workforce, working directly in the community, filling an innovative, high demand, high wage industry, then that is really the mark of the work centered around college and career. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Escobar. Dr. Rodriguez?
Good evening, Board. I'd like to also, as we move on and look and focus on our goals, part of the work that we've done as we're going through and coming out of a pandemic is really focusing on social emotional learning. And as that we looked at, and I think many of you had discussed, looking at the whole child. You know, the mantra that we have in student services is that we know every student by name and need. And so the work that we do collectively is to create a culture where students are going to thrive and that we're able to meet their needs. The work is not done by one, but done by many. And so I'd like to introduce Colleen Williams, one of our directors, and Dr. Marlene Baikundova, who will share with you the work that we have in store.
Good evening. So as you know, social emotional learning is the precursor, the preventative model to mental health concerns. And so we're very excited to see the types of services, supports, and innovation that's happening around social emotional learning here in our district. So we launched a SEL, or social emotional learning curriculum, this year for the first time, which was facilitated through professional development to all of our classroom teachers, our administrators, our counselors, as well as some of our support staff as well. And within that, we also utilized a SEL-aligned bully prevention curriculum aligned to the SEL curriculum to help mitigate some of the bullying concerns that we have. And then offered also an adult SEL program, continue to offer an adult SEL program, because we know that the healthier that all of our adults are and our staff are in the learning environments, the more wonderful the place is for our students to learn. And then integrating SEL into the academic arena is our next realm, is really looking at the instructional practices that our teachers are using, as well as the curriculum and all of those amazing examples and models of SEL right there in the curriculum that they're learning in their academics. And then we have facilitated the SEL through our climate and culture mechanism, all of the systems, structures, and practices within our climate and culture multi-tiered system of support. So really excited to hear that our academic arena is using the same process and protocol. So I'll have Dr. Baikundova talk a little bit about the climate and culture.
Thank you, Colleen. One other way we want to strengthen our social emotional learning and wellness in our district is to use the CASEL guide. And if you don't know, CASEL stands for Collaborative for Educational Social Emotional Learning. And that is essentially an outline for how we can integrate social emotional learning in a very intentional and collaborative way in our district in everything that we do, especially in the academic experience for our students. And so one of the things we really want to do in our district is to take the SEL social emotional learning components and really integrate them into our existing PBIS and restorative practices that we already have in our district. And then we plan on doing this work really through the MTSS model. And if you understand the MTSS model, you know that all kids will get to benefit from this work because all kids are included in that model. And finally, we will be able to build the capacity of the school sites for this work through the MTSS delivery model. And thank you so much, Colleen.
So talking about a little bit of the other balance of social emotional is definitely about wellness. Wellness incorporates a whole multitude of things, but some of that is also SEL. So we know that there is a large interest in wellness supports and wellness centers or school-based health centers in our district. Very exciting work. There's a multitude of resources and supports and services that can be included in those wellness centers. So we do have a wellness advisory committee made up of various stakeholders from staff members, principals, teachers, classified staff, families. Some of our community partners are involved as well. And really looking at identifying what are the services and supports that our community here in San Bernardino needs and wants in their wellness centers and their school-based health centers, and then really identifying the services and supports at all 3 levels. What services and supports are needed at our elementary schools, our middle schools, and our high schools to better serve our students and their families. So we are hoping to have those results by the later this spring, so we know what the target is and moving those forward and making sure that we match our community partners, our district staff with those services and supports across our district so that we can remove all of those health and wellness barriers so our students can succeed. And I'm handing it back to Dr. Rodriguez. Thank you.
I want to thank Mrs. Williams and Dr. Baikandova for their hard work. They've really championed wellness as well as creating environments where students will thrive. That has been their legacy in all the work that they've done. And we really appreciate that integration between what we do in student services and how we can incorporate that with what happens in classrooms through ed services. Our next goal that we're going to discuss is family engagement. We've heard very loudly, very resoundingly, the importance of having families be part of the educational process. Many of you on the board have been champions for our parents, and so we want to make sure that they are not only invited, but empowered. And so the work around what we do with family engagement has been very diligent through our newer director of Dr. I want to congratulate her publicly, Dr. Beatriz Gonzalez, who's really worked tirelessly to get more families involved. And from her own personal experience of coming from a family that had challenges and herself coming up having challenges, has really made it a labor of love to be able to incorporate the family voice in the work that we do. Beatriz.
Good evening, everyone, and I'm here to talk about the 3-year plan for family engagement. Well, it says family and community engagement up there, but the main goal of this plan is to build strong connections between school and home. So we're really working closely with site leaders, with parents, with all stakeholders of the community in order to create parent centers. And so the goal is that every site would have a fully established parent center at the end of this 3-year plan, and this parent center would be run by parents, right? And so based on their needs, based on, just specifically what the site is looking for. So the goal is that these parent centers would host workshops, that the parents would get together for their advisory meetings, and so everything, again, based on site needs. And so we were looking at different computer classes, we were looking at CVET, but everything would be taken to the site. And a lot of the research that we've looked at has determined that the greatest impact is going to be at the site. So we really want to make sure that whatever it is that we're doing is centered at the site. So these centers, again, we're working with everyone we can possibly work with to make these centers possible for the parents. So they'll have a place that they can go to, a place that they are familiar with, that they can interact with, teachers, that they can interact with other community members, but again, a place to host the different activities and events that are needed at the community. So.
In addition, as we are trying to build these parent centers, we want to make sure that, again, parents are invited to the table and that their voice is heard genuinely, as well as whatever they're telling us, that we take it in mind and that we show by our actions that we listen. And so to that end, we've established a superintendent's parent advisory committee, and that has been going pretty strong. And so part of that is developing, and the reason for that is to develop systems and structures that are going to be embedded in our school culture and district culture, that parent voice matters. Also, it's important that our families know, and that our district personnel know, that our school sites know what's happening in the parent arena. And so part of our goal is also to establish a a calendar of all the events that are happening around our district so that we can make sure that we're hearing the voice and that we're going to them, that it's not all just one-sided, that they come to us. And then as we're looking at how do we incorporate more communication, as you all are aware, we have adopted Parent Square, but we know that we have families who have challenges. And so part of our work is to help them and help them to understand how to access those systems by providing training and resources so that our families are able to access the online system. Next slide.
So in order to make all of this possible, we want to make sure that we're developing a system where we're building the capacity of the parents. So we really are going to work on building their capacity and just making sure that the training is available for them. And so I have an amazing team. Each team, I've split it up so that they have 8 to 10 schools assigned to them. So they're going to be working individually at these sites to make sure that the parent centers are established, that the parents that are running the centers are trained. And so we're really going to focus on research that shows that training these parents is the best way to go. And so the parents are going to have the best training possible. They're going to do outreach. They're going to build relationships. They're going to help with the re-engagement of our students. They're going to help with chronic absenteeism. Anything and everything that school site needs, these parents are going to have the tools to be able to make an impact at the site. So we're really looking forward to that. And just, again, we're here to build a community of servant leaders, a community of parents that are out there making a huge impact, and again, ensuring that there's a bridge between school and home. So just really looking forward to that as well.
And with all of that, you know, we have dedicated many dollars to work with parents and help develop their skill set and leadership. And through this initiative and being able to hire our parent liaisons, one at every site, allows our parents to showcase the skills that they've learned. And so it becomes full circle. You know, not only are they parents in the district, they take advantage of the opportunities that we have for training and support. And then they can come back and teach other parents through a paid position. So we're really excited about being able to offer that initiative and programming for our parents. So our next slide will be presented by Mr. Sam Casey. Sam Precy, sorry.
That wasn't a bad thing, Dr. Rodriguez. So welcome, Mr. Precy.
Thank you. All right, good evening, board, Mr. Irvin, community. Appreciate being here this evening to talk to you about our health and safety goals. Over the last 2 years, we've all continued to adjust, pivot, and work through all the changes in guidance and regulations. We've done this with the focus of providing healthy, clean, and safe schools for students and for staff, which is critical in their educational success. We will also work to ensure that we improve the physical appearance of our schools, increasing pride and promoting positive behaviors with our students. Next slide, please. We have embarked on a district-wide custodial initiative, which will standardize custodial practices, establish uniform expectations, and provides for consistent delivery of service levels for all facilities. We started this work back in October, where we transitioned the oversight of the custodial staff to maintenance and operations. This will improve the quality of training, support, and will afford the district the ability to move resources as a school site needs arise. In addition, we are developing a custodial handbook, which will be a quick reference guide for our custodial staff relating to technical applications, custodial skills, quality standards, and safety protocols. This will be completed in June of this year. Next slide, please. As Eric has shared throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, San Bernardino City Unified School District has implemented effective health and safety programs that are aligned with the ever-changing and evolving guidance and requirements. The district will continue to share this information through multiple communication platforms such as Parent Square, website, letters to be taken home, surveys, and in public forums such as meetings like this. Our safety department will continue to work closely with our counterparts in county and state Department of Public Health and Office of Emergency Services. And we'll share this information with our cabinet staff, community, and you, the board, to determine the direction on how to keep our community safe. Next slide, please. In order to improve the maintenance and asset management of our schools, we've implemented a 5-star inspection process with quarterly evaluations. This process will ensure our schools are continually improving and will be performed up to 4 times a year so we can track a site's progress, learn where there are opportunities to improve our support, build on successes, and most importantly, recognize achievements. Through these initiatives, we will strengthen the operational and communication systems to provide a safer, healthier, and more welcoming educational learning environment for our students and staff. And at this point, I believe we're going to pause for any questions you may have regarding the social, emotional, learning and wellness, family engagement, and health and safety sections.
All right, Mr. Parisi, and thank you for that break. Real quick, we do have 2 lights on, so we'll start with Ms. Rosales Medina and then Dr. Flores. And Dr. Dowdy Rogers.
With looking at the parent engagement, this page 30, I noticed that it says establish superintendent parent advisory. I remember many years ago I was part of it back in 2011, I believe. So it was a small group of parents and we gave input. But I know that it was also the district who looked at the other parent advisory. Some were within, some weren't within. And so these are the DAC, the DAAC, and DLAC and CAC, which is currently, back then it wasn't as active, now we are. So I'm just making sure that, although I don't see them in here, and I know a few members may be incorporated, but the leadership, I want to make sure that they're also within bringing in input, because we can have, we need a variety of input from parents. So I just want to make sure that we also include their voices.
Thank you for that. Yes, we continue to operate our parent advisories through our DAAC, our DAC, as well as our CAC. So those still are in place. This committee is in addition to that. And these are representatives of all schools. And also the presidents of those various committees, those advisories, are also part of the superintendent's advisory. In addition, the superintendent meets with the presidents from the various advisory groups, again, to get more input, more connections with them so that their voices are heard.
Yeah, I meet with the chairs of each of the committees once a month. We have a regular meeting once a month. As well. So there's a total of the 5 committees, but the parent advisory committees, Beatrice, correct me if I'm wrong, but these are parents, and maybe Dr. Rodriguez knows this, but I believe those are parents who are not actively involved
Correct.
in any of those other committees. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there's, I believe, 72 plus 1 alternate, so a total of 144. And, but I do meet with the chairs of each of those advisory committees once a month. They show up regularly, and they're also part of the Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee. But again, the Parent Advisory Committee members, and I believe the other day, Dr. Wyatt, you attended, and I believe Mr. Biles, you attended as well. So we're trying to get as many voices as possible in the mix to give us feedback. So anything I'm missing on that?
No, sir.
So I guess it was just to make sure that, when we're looking at the family and community engagement as a whole, who's giving the input, who's making the recommendations? I don't know, is it where they speak to the superintendent comes up with his plan and then has you all, or is it where you're all coming together? Oh, I'm just trying to figure out how that looks like, what that looks like. So that way, when we look at the community engagement recommendations of what they would see, maybe they would love to see different programs, similar to what we would do with an LCAP and trying to get community input. I'm just curious to see what that looks like.
So what usually happens, and we've all been part of let's take DLAC, for example. DLAC has a purpose in the sense that it works to support English learners or multilingual learners in the district. The superintendent's advisory is a cross-section of parents throughout the district. So they all have different perspectives. And so when we meet with them, we ask for their opinion as far as what is it that they would like to see and what they would like to discuss. So from that, we then develop an agenda with the presidents of the chairs of the other committees. And then we develop, based on the feedback from the group, what it is that they want more information about. And so this past meeting, they wanted more information about cleanliness of schools, And so we brought in maintenance and operations to talk about the facilities and what was the plan of attack to make sure that things were in good repair. In addition to that, we also they had questions around COVID. And so we gave them information about what our COVID rates were, and then also previewing what may happen with the mask mandate.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted, and then also I did notice that what was missing, and I know I've advocated for this in the past, which is the GAC, and this is the gate, for the gate programs, it's the, I'm trying to remember if it was the PAC or the GAC back then, and that's one voice that's really missing, and that's the gifted and talented students.
Right.
What was it?
So to answer that, we are bringing in additional groups. So in one of our past meetings, it was asked to develop a Pacific Islander advisory group, and we've done that. We've also looked at having and starting a homeless and foster youth group, as well as for our gifted and talented students.
Okay.
And so we'll be incorporating those. Those are not necessarily official groups. We're starting to build them, so as they have more membership, we will continue to add them to the scope of and breadth of all of the parent advisory groups.
Okay, yeah, and that, like I said, those are really needed as well, because when you look at curriculum, that's, you're trying to look at having the same within the whole district. Many students, even with the gifted program, it's redundant work. And so how do we make sure that their voices are incorporated with these parent groups and making sure that they have their children's best interest as well? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales-Medina. Dr. Flores?
I have several questions. Dr. Rodriguez, since you're up there, I'm going to start with you. How are the 72 parents selected?
So we sent out a survey to the principals, and we asked the principals to select 2 people from their respective schools. We asked that these 2 people are involved at their respective campuses, but are not necessarily the representative to any advisory group, because we didn't want to have redundancy in voice.
But my next question is, how do these people interface with the PTO or the PTA of each school?
That is up to the principal, and as far as how they want to engage their PTO or PTA, that's not something that we have engaged with as an official group for the district.
As they are part of that, of each school, and they're interested in, doing work for their community and their children. So I'm wondering how this parent selection will interface with them. It's just a question I'm posing,
Sure.
that I'm raising, because I'm sure you want to build trust between them and not have people be envidiosos, because I guess envidiosos means envy among the parents, because they're all volunteers. And that brings me to the next concern that I have of paid liaisons, because we have many parents that volunteer. We're going to create envy. Who gets to be the paid parent liaison? And I don't think it's a good idea, because it's going to cause divisiveness and friction, because why are you paid and I'm not paid? And I've seen it in other districts, and it never works. So I'm just cautioning us, board, related to those issues. So, and then I want to thank the Ms. Williams, I was going to make you a doctor, and Dr. Bikendova, for all the work that you're doing with the wellness. It's really important, and just really appreciative of your efforts as well. So thank you. And then my next question is for Dr. Esquivel.
Can I first bring clarity to the question on the parent liaison? So I just want to bring clarity to that. So the parent liaison or parent advocate, that's obviously will be most likely contracted out. But yeah, there will be one at every school, and really I think we'll bring clarity to their role and responsibility. But I've seen it in the past, and over my experience, I haven't seen any issues with it. But the role of the parent liaison or the advocate, well, there's two roles. You got the superintendent parent advisory committee, and those are individuals who are liaisons at the school that don't have an official role at the school, and they play a role in providing and getting information back to the parents. And so if the board wants to attend any of the meetings, I know we had a couple of them attend, there's no issues with that. But on the parent advocate side, I want to be very clear there. Their role is really to be a parent advocate at the school, and Beatrice, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know if Beatrice is still here or not. Oh, there you are, Beatrice, if you could step up. I believe their role is to really be at that parent center, but to be a resource for parents and help parents navigate the system. So regardless if it's paid or not, their role is, I've never seen other parents be envy or upset because another parent is a role. Their job is, one of the things I've heard from parents is they need someone at the school site to help them navigate the system. So the parent liaison is really going to be contracted out with the one, because we have multiple outside vendors, outside contractors that work within our CAPS program, and they're going to help us obviously fill that role and help us, locate or select these parent advocates. So, I think from the district's perspective, our goal is to provide our parents with an opportunity when they go to a school site, when they have a difficulty navigating the system, whether it's at the school site, whether at the district level, there's an advocate at that site that provides that support in that role. So I don't really see it as being anything negative. I think it's a good thing. And I think, Beatrice, you can expand more on that. But I think our role as a district is to provide our parents with as much support as possible at our school sites. And I think a parent advocate is something that even our outside partners have come and spoken about that they would like to see as well. So I think that's very important. So, Beatrice, anything you want to add to that? Beatrice is like, well.
We're good. We're good.
Anything you want to add to that, though, on the advocate side?
I'm just here to support. I'm here to support, and we currently have parent liaisons right now that are the program facilitator. They're not actual parents. So again, we're looking to bridge and make that connection. So that's the goal. Whether they're paid, whether they're not, it's the bridge, and that's the focus. And we really want to make sure, again, based on research and based on just that they need someone that they can relate to at the school site. So whoever that is, we really want to move forward with that. Mm-hmm.
All right, Dr. Flores, is that it?
Okay. Dr. Esquivel, I have one question. How much will it cost to achieve a STEAM signature program at every school? You don't have to answer right now, but that's a burning question I have. Like, what are the models? What are the costs? And per school and total. So I don't know if you have costed that out or not. I mean, it's a formidable goal, but it takes money.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Duly noted, and we will come back with raw numbers. When we talk about STEAM academies, there are specific costs that are associated with building out, let's say, a makerspace, or ensuring that science labs are fitted with 21st century access. But there's also the general area that is already the base curricula.
Right. So there's there's a lot of costs, and then sustainability, because that's just to get it up and running. Like, what is it going to cost on a yearly basis to sustain it? And so I would like that as well. And I know they won't be all the same. And Mr. Tillman and I were at Hunt on Friday, and they showed us their STEAM lab. It was really great. And Ms. Kolig, the principal, pulled from many different resources to build that, and the kids love it. But also, there's a lot of issues, like, sustaining it, who's going to run it, et cetera. And anyway, so those are the questions that I have. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And if I may add, when it comes to STEAM, one of the appreciations that we're also trying to extend is the design thinking that comes with it. There is the 4 C's, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, that we're really centering, that actually is absolutely accessible without much cost, but it does fit in within a STEAM academy. So we're really trying to extend the definition beyond raw materials to really the idea of ensuring that kids are accessing rigorous, relevant pedagogical learning experiences.
Right, but I think that if we want signature programs, then what are the costs?
Right.
And the sustainability of them, so.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And then I have one question for Sam. I think it's great that we're going to develop a custodial handbook, and I hope that we are including our custodians to help us with the content and streamline it, because they have years of experience and they need to be involved in creating, the processes, the content, all of it. So I'm just hoping that you're going to include them.
Yeah, it's correct. We'll include them, and we're also going to be including our union partners as well.
Thank you, Dr. White.
Dr. Flores, Dr. Daddy Rogers.
I'm delayed again. Okay, here we go. I'm not sure who will answer these two questions that I have, and they're really quick. And again, I'm really enjoying this presentation. For the 4-year plan that's going to take place, and I know we've already started on that, how are we, or are we even including like the parent conversation so that the parent is aware exactly what that plan is? I'm happy that the student is going to know, but have we factored in where the parent will come in into that?
Yeah, so we are at the point where the team has prototyped the digital plan. We look forward to coming back to you at the next board meeting to provide you with a sample of what that looks like. Once we codify that, which we anticipate will be right around spring break, we look forward to the spring engaging in training and communication that includes working with all our advisory groups and really working across principals so that they engage their parents on to what and how they'll be able to access this digital plan through their Aries portal, which they already have access to.
Excellent. I think that'll be great.
Also, Dr. Rogers, I want to add to that, as you ask that question, we're hoping that this plan, and I know they're still working on the digitalized 4-year plan, will have an early warning system in place so that, and I know Dr. Esquivel can't answer that today probably, or Suda, but I do think that we talked about if a student does fail a class or is in danger of failing, we have to build it into the system to where a student is notified, the parents notified, so this way we don't get into that issue where students are not academically being successful. So I think that will be built into the system, so that will help not only increase our CCI and our A through G, but also we'll know that every student stays on A through G track at all times and no longer the traditional pathway, I believe, Suda, right? We won't have the traditional pathway anymore. It'll be A through G pathway. But I think, Mr. Esquivel, we're still talking about how to make sure there's an early warning system there, right? So the parents can be notified.
That's correct. And it will go along with the access points that kids will have with their counselors, but in real time, having an early warning system so that students' parents are engaged on the onset when there's time to intervene and support.
That's perfect. Great. And then this may be along the same lines because, I'm always going to bring up the dual enrollment. I think that's just so important because we only have one school kind of doing that, but we have so many students that could qualify. And making sure that we're working with our higher education partners as well. I know that they are aware that we're doing that, but I think some are not as aware as others. And I know, Dr. Rodriguez, you've been diligent with San Bernardino Valley College, but they're definitely wanting to hear how we can bridge that conversation and be a support as we talk about, funding needs and different things like that. This is what the money is all about. And so I'm glad to see that these are the innovative things that we want to do, but we do want to see how we can also work with our partners because oftentimes we can apply for funding together. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Ms. Ceballos?
And just to kind of piggyback off of some of the questions that Dr. Rogers had, I just hope, Dr. Esquivel, that we are keeping those parents in mind that may not be tech savvy when it comes to like incorporating, the parent aspect of it, of their 4-year plan, that we're really keeping in mind as we're moving forward developing that we are keeping those individuals in mind as well. Also, I wanted to speak. I don't have so many questions, more comments in regards to the parent engagement piece. I'm really happy to hear that we are expanding our parent voices, right? So we have, groups that are designated, by the state or whatnot for us to be able to have, like our, ELAC and CAC and so forth, but really making sure there's a lot of students and a lot of parents that, for instance, Latino parents that are first or second generation, they're not English speakers, right? So they wouldn't go into a DLAC group. And maybe they don't belong to SPED either, so they wouldn't be at the CAC. So we really want to make sure that we do have those spaces. And so I'm really pleased personally to hear that we are expanding some of those parent voices. In terms of the paid role, that's something that I appreciate Dr. Flores bringing. It's something that I hadn't really put much thought into. But as she was mentioning it, I was, going and thinking about it. I would definitely really like to have Mr. Irvin, you bring forward to us exactly what the role of, the parent liaison will be and look like and so forth. I personally don't think that, it could cause envy among parents, but anything really could, right? And that's really going to be up to us up here to really promote a culture where that doesn't happen. That's our job, right? And there are currently ways where envy does occur. Before I came on the board, it's not through payment necessarily, but it is through access, right? There are certain people out in the community that have more access to cabinet or to even board members, and that creates a level of hierarchy between those who have access and those who don't have access, and envy can come through there, and it's very prevalent out in the community, I assure you. But aside from that, I'm really glad to hear that we are expanding those parent voices, because it is really important. We are such a huge district that we need the more the better, right? So, and I'll reserve the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Mr. Tillman?
And I was going to ask this question later on when we come to the item that we have agendized for the, what is it? The revisions to the high school requirements. I'm assuming that those revisions are part of this plan? Is that why we're doing the revisions? So my real concern is this, and I'm going to give you a real-life hypothetical. I took in a nephew who was having trouble at his home in the LA area, and he was a senior year. So when he came to me, my only goal was and he wasn't excelling in school. So my goal was to make sure that he graduated from high school. So we went in and met with the counselor, found out where he was at, and then had an idea of what it was going to take for him to graduate from high school. He was nowhere near any type of A through G path. My question is, if we change the policy, would it be more difficult for him to graduate?
Looking at the language that SBCUSD currently has, changing the policy will only add a second year of foreign language. Everything else remains intact. And so,
here's the thing. I thought I read that you're going to go from requiring 20 units of language arts or something like that to 40 units. Did I read that wrong?
No, it's going from 10 credits of foreign language to 20. So it's an additional year of foreign language.
And you need that to graduate, or you need that to...
So the recommendation would be to have an additional second year, an additional year of foreign language to graduate.
So you're making my point.
Yeah.
So you're telling me that he would have had to have an additional year of foreign language to graduate?
Correct.
That would have made it more difficult.
Which would have him on the A through G access. So he would have accessed an A through G default schedule.
No, I'm not talking about that. It has to be clear. I'm telling you guys, my fear is, to me, it should be a positive incentive. Because here's the real concern. If you're going to start requiring this, the first challenge is to build capacity, right? First of all, you got to add the teachers, you got to add the expertise. I don't know how you're going to do that in a COVID environment. But the other part is, I don't think for those type of students who your only goal is for them to graduate, that you make it more difficult for them to graduate, because now they came from a district that didn't require this extra year of foreign language, and they're not going to a four-year school. So it doesn't benefit me to have less students graduate because we're making the standard higher. And I'm telling you what my real fear is. Our district used to require more units than anyone else to graduate. And they did it under the idea of excellence and being a higher standard and, you know, all that stuff. But you reduce the number of students that graduate in general. That's not a good thing. You know why? Because graduation from high school is too important. And so, and I don't think it's a good idea to put barriers in place that are going to reduce the number of students who are in tough situations. And trust me, in San Bernardino, we have a lot of students in tough situations. So I'm all for making sure that we allow folks and more folks to do A through G, but don't do it in a way where it's going to hurt kids that are barely getting by and barely trying to graduate. And I'm telling you guys, I'm not an expert in education. You guys are the experts, but you guys scare me if I'm the one that's asking the question, and if the answer comes back that, yeah, for your nephew, he may not have graduated because he would have had to take an extra year or 2 years of foreign language. That's a real concern.
Mr. Tillman, if I can add a couple points.
But I want you, Dr. Escobar, because I hear what Mr. Tillman is saying, and I think we've got to bring clarity to that, because we have to bring clarity for Mr. Tillman and the board on why it's important that we have and how it connects to the CCI and the A through G. And I think, Suda, I think it's important for us to explain that, because it is important for us to get the 2 years of a foreign language. But I'll let you guys explain that. So I'll reserve.
So in terms of revising, or the recommendation for the board to revise our graduation requirements, these requirements will take effect for the incoming ninth grade class only, the class of 2026. This will allow us to ramp up supports and resources and ensure that every student is successful. We find that the students who are dropping off and at risk of not graduating and not transferring to a 4-year are actually held behind because of math and ELA courses, not foreign language. Looking at our graduates, less than 2% of our students are not passing foreign language. And so when it comes to this additional year of foreign language, we actually find it's pretty attainable, just based on what we've seen our kids engage in and the outcomes that we've also looked at.
But why do you have to make a requirement, though?
Thank you, Dr. Escobar. So adding a foreign language requirement will ensure that the students who pursue the A through G pathway has a possibility of attaining it, number one. And for a typical case scenario that you mentioned, Mr. Tillman, we have two options available for them. So the biggest thing when we looked at changing the policy was, because we changed the policy, we are not going to create dropouts. We have to ensure that every student who is in San Bernardino has a path to graduation. So two options are, the continuation school graduation requirements have not changed.
And that's what I thought you was, but I'm telling you, I hear what you're saying, but you answered my question. So that student at the regular school would have had a less chance to graduate, and that's not a good thing.
No, not in the regular school. Like more, even now, when the students have
at Cajon High School.
But they usually, when they have excessive credits that they have to make up, right now the process is they move to the continuation schools and finish up those requirements.
But you making my point. He didn't. He graduated from Cajon High School. And my point is, if you would have made him have to take an extra foreign language, my job would have been a whole lot harder.
Mr.
I
Tillman, they're
understand.
saying now, though, Mr. Tillman, that we're putting systems in place to make sure every student within the district is on an A through G pathway.
Hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying. I have a student that transferred in from another district. Other districts aren't requiring that. You guys, I'm gonna tell you right now. I already know what my concern is, because when you make these changes, you make it under the guise that this is going to elevate everybody, but you don't see the people that you're hurting, and you will be hurting people. There is no reason for you to make the change to the requirement, because what you're really trying to do is say, we want to offer more people the ability to graduate with A through G, and I'm all for that. But I'm saying you have to do it in a way for the students who aren't going to be A through G to not be more challenged in graduating. This is not a good thing. It's not.
Another option also we have is the reduced graduation requirement. So there are 3 different pathways and options for graduating students, so they don't become dropouts.
President Wyatt, can I respond?
Well, I don't know, Dr. Phil. And Dr. Flores and Mrs. Biles, if you're going to comment on this particular section, that is 10.1. I want to stay on task here, okay? I really want to stay on task.
Wait till 10.1?
Please wait till 10.1.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Biles, you too? All right, okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tillman, thank you. We have 5 more slides, folks. Let's get through these, finish up the presentation, and we'll ask more questions then, so we can move on in the agenda. Thank you.
Good evening, Board. I want to start with 2 specific questions for our Board and our audience. And the first question is for you, or I'm going to ask you to think back and remember when you were in school. It could be grade school. It could be, I said grade school, huh? It could be elementary school. It could be middle school or high school. So think back about that time. And I want you to remember someone who impacted you during that time. It could have been a custodian. It could have been a clerk, a secretary, a teacher. Could have been anyone in our school system. Remember when you were in school, right? The reason I'm asking that, I want you to have that lens as I talk about people and how this system requires excellence from our people. And then as you think back about when you were in school, I want you also to get a picture of a current employee that you might know in this district, whether that be a principal, vice principal, custodian, specialist, someone in this district that you know and that you've worked alongside or you know does great work. And the reason I want that picture in our mind is because I want to talk briefly about being very intentional about allowing our employees to realize the collective capacity that they have to make a difference, no matter if you're a classroom teacher outside of the classroom. And I also want you to have that in your mind as I talk through these slides and the possibilities of allowing our staff, no matter what role that they serve in, to know the difference that they're making on a daily basis in the lives of our scholars. And so structuring to deliver results, as we think about meeting the demands of 21st century learning, college and career success, our scholars, social and emotional health and wellness, and the needs of our community, organizational structure and design must be aligned appropriately to meet those various needs. We heard a lot tonight. We heard a lot about lofty and ambitious goals. We need our people to have buy-in, to be on board, and to understand how they play a key role in what we're talking about. Next slide, please. Meeting the demands of 21st century learning and providing excellent educational opportunities for San Bernardino scholars requires the district to engage our workforce or our people in new and innovative ways around setting and meeting ambitious goals that impact all student groups, goals that engage our people, notice that word, in work that provides meaning and purpose. We did a little research from Gallup, right? Gallup contends that in order to achieve high levels of people or employee engagement, your people must understand how their purpose aligns with organizational vision. They should receive ongoing and relevant professional learning. They should receive consistent coaching to improve performance, And they must know that their individual strengths are valued and desired in order to meet the organization's vision. Just like that individual who impacted your life, and just like the individual that you have in your mind right now that works in the district, he or she must know and understand how important they are to this organizational vision. And this MTSS service delivery model, next slide please. This model of service delivery creates the conditions needed for high levels of employee engagement. And I want you to just imagine briefly instructional, operational, social, and emotional wellness team members working in concert with one another. That custodian that we talked about, or that specialist, or that nurse, knowing exactly how he or she is impacting the lives of our scholars on a daily basis. Imagine the deployment of support teams that serve our clusters of schools, helping those schools very intentionally to achieve their goals. And imagine augmenting our school staff teams to reach and reintegrate scholars into warm and welcoming environments. Scholars that may be not at school or out and about, recovering them. And then finally, last slide, what does this do, or this system do, that we'll discuss in the people assigned to this system, or the people involved in this system? Well, it recenters our focus on meeting the needs of all of our scholars. And not only meeting their needs, but it also simultaneously engages our employees in meaningful and purposeful work. And it engages our employees in relevant professional learning towards common goals. It's what we're looking for. And then finally, lends itself to a strong shared vision for San Bernardino City Unified School District. And we'll talk over the next few slides about people and how our people will do this work and meet the ambitious goals that we've talked about tonight. Thank you.
So board, this slide is nothing new. I know that you've seen it before, so we're going to talk a little bit about what is the structure of this multi-tiered system of support service delivery model. So as you know, we have divided up our district into 8 clusters. Our principals have already been used to working in clusters the last few years, so this is nothing new for them as well. But as you can see, each cluster is made up of elementary and middle schools, and there is one cluster in particular, Area 5, which is a cluster of high schools. Each cluster has a point person or a learning network director who helps to oversee the work and to work collaboratively with the site leaders in order to be able to help them and coach them and implement many of the initiatives and the teaching and learning improvements that we want to make. As you look at the different clusters, you can see that they have 2 teams. The blue is an academic support team, and the green is a team of student service and operational support supports. So I would like to go ahead and next slide, please, talk a little bit about what the academic support team looks like. And our academic support team is made up of these people in each cluster. You can see that they have an ELA, elementary and secondary specialist, a math, elementary and secondary specialist, our multilingual specialists, we have ed tech specialists, early literacy, our tech or IT people, the ones that do our troubleshooting, equity liaison, and STEAM specialists. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and ask Mr. Sullins to come up, and he'll explain to you a little bit more about the color coding and what is needed.
Thank you, Ms. Applegate, and good evening, board. So to accomplish this important work, we are looking at a phased approach over 2 years. So the slides that's before you now and the next slide, we've worked as a team to be deliberate in identifying existing resources and capacity to really support the needs of our students through these academic, student service, social, emotional, and operational supports. So as you look at the table here, you see several plotted positions in blue, and those are the positions, those are the existing resources that we have. But as we've gone through this process, we've identified areas where we have gaps, and that's identified by the yellow areas, and where we don't have existing staff to support the needed supports. So as we look at this, we will require additional staffing resources, which includes incorporating our community partners to establish those systems and structures to deliver those vital services to all of our schools. We will be providing the board with future information regarding funding for board consideration when positions and contracts are brought forth to the board for future consideration. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Rodriguez, who will take us home.
Next slide, please. So on the student services side, you'll see a lot more support outside of the academics. Again, we're looking at the whole child, not just the grades, but really looking how we can support students overall. So within this scope, you're going to see a liaison that's going to help our homeless and foster youth, a lead that would be in every cluster. You're going to see a CAP specialist looking to see how we can incorporate and build our after-school programs and before and after-school programs. You're going to see the FACE liaison, the Family and Community Engagement Liaison, that will be working and coordinating with our school sites. A lead nurse, as we mentioned, part of our goal is physical health as well. Looking at our climate and culture specialists, you heard from Mrs. Williams and Dr. Baikandova the importance of building community at our schools, where we're embracing and helping students to thrive through understanding as well as empathy, and those are very important traits that we need to build at our schools. Looking at a student recovery specialist who would work in tandem with an attendance specialist that is going to be able to, in real time, go to kids' houses and pick kids up, or at least be able to get resources when students are not in school. And so this structure helps us to be more responsive, again, in real time, where we're not waiting for a week to go by or a month to go by. It's within hours because the support is coordinated and works in tandem with the school site. You'll see on there as well the school parent advocate, as we're looking to see how we can build the systems and structures at our school sites. This particular person would work with our parents at each school to ensure that they have a voice and that there's one person that they can go to and trust that will help them to resolve any concerns that they may have. And then looking at our family and community, I'm sorry, not that one. The maintenance and operations, as we mentioned, our kids deserve to be in schools that look nice, that are in well repair. It's like Bellagio. It's a nice place. When campuses look good, kids feel like they're worth it. And so we need to make that investment to make sure that our campuses are clean and neat and in good repair. And then looking at our school resource officer and having one in every cluster, the purpose behind that is we want to make sure that our students have good relationships with law enforcement. We know in our community, which is has a very vast number of Latino and African American students, that there are concerns about how they integrate and how do they interact with law enforcement. Having a school police officer, a resource officer that's able to be proactive and be preventative with our students helps to build a community that is strong. And so with all of those people looking at how do we really connect families, and again, looking at the whole child approach, helps students to be successful in school. And then as we look at how we can continue to move forward, you'll see phase 2 where we're building in social work. We know that our students are coming from traumatic environments. We understand that. I live in San Bernardino. I see that when I go to the grocery store. When I go to Walmart, we see that. And so there's lots more resources that are required and are necessary to be able to help our families so that they can overcome the obstacles that they face. And so as you look at both of these, looking at the academic piece as well as the student services piece, again, we're looking at how do we support the whole child with the intent, the intentionality of helping kids to thrive and preparing them to change the world. Next slide, please. And with all that being said, I'm going to turn it back to Dr. Menares as she goes over our next steps.
So we're almost there, board. So what are the next steps? Where are we going from here? Well, so this year is this planning year. This is your first glance for you and our community to hear. We will be gathering feedback. Next slide gives a broad picture of what we're doing. So Mr. Urban is in the process of returning to the different groups that he met with for the listening and learning tour. That's called the State of the District, and he's letting them know about these goals and getting feedback from them. So that's happening. Simultaneously, we shared with you the strategic plan and the work that's going on there. We still have different people to meet with, as I shared, and then we plan on coming back to you, we think in May, to give you an update on the strategic planning work, and then a final return to the board at the beginning of June for the Framework for Excellence Vision 2025. So that's where we would ask for board consensus on what we bring forward in June. Simultaneously with the development of the Framework for Excellence, we need to really map out with the district teams what this work is going to look like in action. So we're going to be meeting starting next week to plan out the next 3 years and developing some action plans. Goals will stay the same, but priorities will change over the next 3 years. What do we want to do at the, if we're going to be that global, and we will be that global educational community leading teaching and learning, what do we need to do over the next 3 years, starting next year, to make that happen? So we're going to be working with our teams. That'll all be part of the Framework for Excellence. And then finally, the MTSS service delivery model, we've been continuing to build that out. You see a star on there. In March, we plan on coming back to you with more information about staffing needs. We gave you a first glance at what that looks like, but we'll come back with more detail on that. Our goal is to be able to launch the Framework for Excellence in June, first with our managers after school is out, then with our staff. And next year will really be about taking that framework and every school putting it into practice based off of their local context. So I heard a couple of board members say, every school is different, we recognize that. The Framework for Excellence will be literally a framework that then each school will say, what does this look like at our school with our staff, our scholars, our community, and then they'll carry it forward, and we will support the schools in doing that. So those are our next steps, and with that, I think we're ready for questions.
All right, well, thank you, Dr. Manadas and team. That was a very comprehensive presentation and a very detailed plan. Wouldn't have took that long if it wasn't, right? And I was thinking about this, and gosh, you guys have probably been working on this for about 7 months.
About 7 months.
Yeah, and I know I've been at a lot of the meetings, and I've seen the work that's been put into it, and the hundreds of people as well that have been involved, because people ask, well, who's involved? I've seen them at different meetings, how many folks have been putting into this plan. So again, I appreciate the comprehensive work in regards to it. I also want to make sure that we say it's a plan till 2025, so things don't happen overnight, but we definitely need to have a plan in place to make sure we move the dial in the areas that we need to. My only 2 observations, I'll try to make it quick. Obviously, we've heard a few times here about additional input that's been given from the board as well as other stakeholders, so maybe we can do a few revisions to this and again bring it back. I know we will. And then also, and I know this was not intentional, but I didn't hear a lot about our students with disabilities. But I did see inclusivity, which I'm sure that's what we meant there. So, I just want to make sure that our folks out there as well as our board knows that, our students with disabilities are a huge part of this plan, and that they're going to be inclusive as well into the plan, and just maybe some detail there, how we can share how our students there with disabilities are involved in this huge endeavor that we're moving forward with. So that's
Absolutely.
it. Thank you. All right, Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Thank you. And I just want to say a great presentation. Again, thank you, Superintendent Irvin, and to the cabinet and everybody that had a part of this. It has been a long journey. We've been hearing some of the information, but what I really admired and liked most is hearing the word collaboration, working together. And I think sometimes we do have to reiterate, come back, listen, and make sure that everybody's clear. But that's what's called working together, right? And so at the end of the day, we know that this work is definitely for our students. It was needed before, COVID. And the one thing about COVID allowed you all to pause in education and kind of do some reforming that would have ever happened. And so I'm very pleased at what I heard and want to look forward to, the actual lunch. You answered my question. That was the one question I had. looming is when the launch would take place, and so I appreciate that and what you'll be bringing back to us. And then finally, I just want to make a note, too, that I'd like us to also look into ASL as a foreign language option as well. I meant to mention that at our last board meeting, but I heard you all talking about some adjustments we're going to be making. And so if you guys can look into ASL, I think that would be great as well. So again, thank you for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Dr. Flores?
Yes. I hope that we really take into serious consideration community and parental forum to respond to this plan, that we organize that, and also our employees, the teachers and the administrators that are going to be embarking on this, and what their feedback is. It's really important. It can't be top down. It has to come also with their input. Secondly, I'd like to explore what research supports this structural design, and provide that for us. And thirdly, what's the budget for all of these staffing positions?
Thank you, Dr.
Those are
Flores.
my three main questions.
We'll bring that back
We
to the
can bring-
board.
yes.
In terms of the budget, that we've talked about it, this is all in our budget, has been in the budget since we've presented the budget to the board from day one. So that's not going to change in terms of the budget. It's in the budget, so we can bring that information back, but we've shared it with the board on multiple occasions.
Well,
But,
I haven't seen the delineation. I haven't seen the costing out.
Right.
I've seen
Is there an
gross
issue?
numbers, but I want to see not only that and the sustainability of it, and do we have the money for it, and what are the positions and so forth. So I would
So-
like to see all of the specificity of that.
So my question, I guess, is what is it? So I'm not sure where you're going with it, but there seems to always be, when I bring something forward, a lot of questions around it, but yet we still haven't gotten to the work. We've brought this information to the board on multiple occasions. We need to move forward with the work. The service delivery model is a system, so we're going to continue to always ask questions. We're never going to get to the work. And so I'm just trying to get clarity from the board up here, each board member. What direction are you expecting me to go as superintendent? Because it seems like we have these conversations over and over again, and yet we're still here 8 months later talking about the budget, the funding. But we've talked about the budget, we've talked about the funding. The board has asked for this information before. We brought that information forward. You asked for clarity, we brought that forward. So at some point, as superintendent, I have to make a decision on can we move forward, but I want to do that in collaboration with this board, right? It has to be a collaborative, shared decision-making culture, but yet I'm just feeling, and I'm just giving my own personal opinions, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it seems to me that every step of the way, there's all kinds of questions as just to hamper the progress. And I will say it's frustrating. I mean, that's my own personal opinion. It's kind of frustrating because it seems like maybe if there's no support for the plan, then I mean, I'd rather hear it now than later because, again, the staff, I've gotten input from the parents. They've asked for input from the parents' board. I've gone out to the parents for 3-4 months. They've asked for input from the staff. I've done that. They asked for input from classified. We've done that. Stakeholders, we've done that. You name it, we've asked for all that. So I've done everything this board has asked me to do in order to try to take the district to the highest level of professional excellence to do what's good for kids, because ultimately this is about what's good for kids. So, and I say that to say that I will always continue to be at the highest level of excellence, but my only question is, I just need to know from the board, what more do you want me to do? They've asked for this plan. Our team spent 7-8 months getting input on the plan. They presented the plan, but then there's more questions. We need more, we need more. So all I need to know from the board, if the board doesn't support the plan, I respect that. I have no issues with that. Then we can move in another direction and we'll have to go to plan B. If the board's going to support the plan, and Mr. Board President, I want to hear from each board member on what their thoughts are, because if they support it, and listen, if they don't support it, with all due respect, I understand that, and I will go with that. So I'm okay with that. And if they don't, that's okay. But at some point, we have to make a decision of what my role is as superintendent. And I'm sorry that I have to say that publicly, but sometimes I'm challenged with that. I've been in 600 classrooms, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm telling you what I've seen in 600 classrooms. And I will say this, we have outstanding educators in this district. We got great teachers out there. I have seen it. I have sat with them, and they agree that we can take it to the next level. All I need is an opportunity to say, allow us to move forward with this plan so we can get the work done. And and I'll be honest with you, if we put systems and structures in place and the district is not successful, then I should be held accountable. And if that means holding me accountable means they need to go in another direction, then I accept that responsibility. But my job is to make sure we put systems and structures in place, because ultimately this plan is the plan that the board approved. This is my goals. These are my goals. I didn't do anything differently. I took my goals and asked the people for input, and I had no role in telling people what to put in this plan. And Dr. Menard, you can attest to that. I didn't tell people what to put in this plan. I took the plan, I gave it to Dr. Menard, and said, do the strategic planning. Do the listening learning tour. Ginger led that. Ginger, you led that the entire time. I didn't do anything. I got the input from the people there. So all I ask from the board is, Mr. Board President, if they're going to support it, great. If they're not, I respect that. That'll allow me to think about what's the next steps. But all I'm saying is that the team came here today because they're waiting. They're asking, when can we get this work started for kids? That's all I'm asking. So if the board decides that this is not the direction you want to go, I'm okay with that. I'm not going to lose no sleep over that, because the bottom line is at this point in time, I just need to do the work. So, but I will say, though, I do appreciate, Mr. Tillman, that you brought up the conversation about data. You engaged that conversation today, and that is a conversation we should always be having. I appreciate that, because having those conversations around data today and teaching and learning, that's a good start. And I really appreciate that, because I thought that got the board having dialogue about where we are with the data and what we need to do to get better. So I appreciate that, and that's most important for me, because that's a conversation I think we should be having. So I appreciate the support on that conversation. But what I need to know from each board member, do you support the direction we're going, or do we continue to go in circles? And if not, I'm good with that, and I understand that, and I respect their decision. I'm just asking for board comments on whether or not they support the plan, starting with Dr. Rogers. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we
I'm
have
not the
board
board
comments.
president.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm not the
Irvin.
board
And
president.
yeah, no, we still have comments to go, and so I appreciate that, Mr. Irvin, and you know, your comments as well. But I will respect the folks that are ready to make comments, and the next person will be Ms. Rosales Medina.
And so then I want to go back to the report, page 41. When you look at the yellow ones, the yellow highlighted positions, and I think, was I correct or in hearing that there are new positions, the ones that are recommending for the yellow areas? Or is that not new positions?
So the yellow are either positions that are vacated and we have to fill them, or new positions.
Okay, so they are consistent of new positions.
It's a combination, right? So some could be budgeted already. But if you look on the side, team, correct me if I'm wrong. Is that accurate? Okay, so you look on the side, Ms. Medina, you see where it says need, and it actually has the number next to it. That's the literal number of positions that we need for that position. So on elementary ELA elementary, we need 3 program specialists.
Well, then I guess what I'm
some
trying
of
to-
those may be vacancies, though, and some may be a brand new position.
Okay, and so that's what I wanted to clarify, because I think when you see all the yellow markers, you know, and it's not fair, you know, maybe those are all, maybe 90% of them are vacant seats, and it's only 10% that are new positions. I mean, that would make it easier for those of us, at least for me personally. It's all about making sure that whatever we spend and whatever we do it within the classrooms. And so when I look at the yellow area, I guess I need more information, more clarity, which ones are vacant positions and which ones are new positions. So that way I kind of maneuver what the budget looks like. And I know the conversation with regards to budget has been mentioned, but it really hasn't been mentioned when it comes to what this really costs, and if we're an approval of that. So I'm not going to be in big favor of hiring a whole bunch of administrative positions, but let's just say, you say it may be 90% that they're currently vacant, and we only have to hire 10%. So
If you can bring that back to me, that would help out.
We will do that. Thank you. And do want to point out, because I don't know if it got lost a little bit, or just want to emphasize, so we did plan this in 2 phases, right? So we've got the top part, that's, well, you should see phase 1, 21, 22. There's not that many positions for this school year that we need to add. Most of them, as
Okay.
you can see, are down for phase 2.
Right,
So
yeah.
just to point that out. But yes, we will bring that information back.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. And then I guess with, and I, only because I heard about future contracts. Those future contracts, and that doesn't necessarily mean that it's also going to be approved. So I don't know yet. So we typically just look at what the budget looks like within our own, and then we can try to see if there's ways to contract out. But yes, thank you so much for trying to bring that information to me.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Rosales Medina. Mr. Tillman?
For those of you who's smelling the smoke, that's probably why not. There's some, I guess, a fire outside, so Chief Polino said there's smoke in the air outside. In case I know I smell it in here myself. That's why I went in there to check. You know, I know some people don't like it when I say I've been on the board for 27 years, but I think I'm just saying that to put it into perspective. It's not the first time that we've worked on changes and new plans in the district. Sometimes we were forced to when they did No Child Left Behind, and you had to do big changes. The key is to make sure you have buy-in from the people. And Mr. Irvin, if we want to have a chance of being successful, this should be the starting point. The people that have concerns, you all, and as board members, we can put them in contact with the team. You all talk to them, and then we move forward together. That's the only way it's going to work. It has to be a legitimate collaboration. It can't be, I said it's a collaboration, so it is. No, the people that you say you're collaborating with have to agree that you collaborated. And you know when when you get real buy-in, when something changes, you guys presented what you wanted, something in there changes because we heard what the people said, and we said we still can do our plan even with this change. That's what has to happen. And to be fair with the finance and the concern that the board had, that's a legit concern. Now, I heard from Mr. Sullins that the school services, he wrote it in our Friday update, said we might get an additional $69 million for some type of restricted funding. And some of that may be able to pay for this. But I have to say that I get the impression that when I ask Mr. Sullins for something, there's no money, and he starts writing papers with a whole bunch. I noticed tonight there's no red writing on here. If this was something I asked for, he'd have a whole bunch of red lines and talking about a whole bunch of deficits. Just to be fair. So it's not unreasonable for board members to say, on the one hand, you just told us we don't have any money, and now we have money for 84 new positions. Now, I costed out, if you did it on average a $50,000 position, that's about $4 million. If you do it for the full, about $100,000 on average per position, you're talking about $8 million. If we're truly going to get the other money, it's possible to do it. But I think it's only going to happen if we, after today, you listen to the folks that have concerns, factor it in, and then come back with an update on what you heard and what tweaks you made to the plan to move forward. And to be totally transparent, for the new positions that haven't been approved, you have to present those positions to the board.
Yes.
That's part of the process. And then the board approves them. That's not nothing new.
No.
That's part of it. So Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina, you're going to see what new positions there are, and we'll get an idea of where we're at in terms of funding. That's the way the process should work. So I hope we get to a point where we have those relationships, and Mr. Urban, the most important part is building those relationships and the rapport with the key people in the district. I think it's possible, but I will say without that, it's not going to happen. So I think the next step is taking that input. You guys agendize when you want to bring it back. I don't think it necessarily has to wait until May, but you do have to wait until you get that input. Right. And then suggest to us what those new changes are and talk later about what the positions are. Thank you.
Tillman, we will do that, and I do think that the funding is there, the budget is there. I know Mrs. Applegate and Harold knows where the funding is, so I think that I agree with you that we do want to get the feedback, we want to take the feedback, but at the same time, I think what we're saying from the district perspective is if we do that, let's get to a point to where we can get these systems and structures in place and get these positions in places where, and so so I agree with you that we do want to make sure we bring everything back. So we will make arrangements to come back at the next board meeting to show exactly where the funding is in the budget, where those dollars are at. And then I think we can also talk about which some of those positions are going to be contracted out, which ones. So we'll bring more clarity to that. And again, our goal is we want to work with the board. We want to work with our community. We want to work with all of our stakeholders to get to a place to where we can get this plan in place. And we know there's going to be some adjustments, so we're okay with that.
And Mr. Urban, I would suggest that you don't come back at the next board meeting in terms of.
Oh, no, I'm saying we'll come back when we can.
Thank you.
Once we have the information. Right
Thank you.
now, I'm not sure if it's at
There
the
you
next
go.
board meeting.
Thank you.
I want to bring clarity to that. We will come back when we think that we have the information that we need. And then again, I know Mr. Sullins is still trying to figure out those additional dollars that you just talked about, because I don't know where those are at yet. But those dollars. But we will come back within some time. But we just need some more time to take this input, take this feedback. But we're willing to work collaboratively with this board and our community to make it work.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tillman. Ms. Ceballos.
So thank you. I definitely agree. I think that the fact that we're having this conversation is a step forward in the right direction, right? As you know, the superintendent speaking and my colleagues are speaking, I'm sitting here and thinking, you know, I hear the concerns that we have, that we share, but I also hear the concerns that Mr. Irvin has. At some point, we do need to move forward, right? And I was hearing you, Mr. Tillman, you know, talking about legitimate collaboration, and I was sitting here thinking, what does that mean, right? No. I'm thinking here, what does that mean, legitimate collaboration? Because from what I've heard, you know, from the presenters and, you know, Mr. Irvin, we've reached out to parents, we've reached out to teachers, we have reached out to stakeholders. We have collaborated and collaborated and collaborated. I also heard you say key people in the district. You know, go to the key people in the district and, you know, get their concerns and make sure that you incorporate it. So I guess what I'm saying is there's like several things happening. As I hear the information, I would like to know who the key people in the district are that we need to have Mr. Irvin be speaking to specifically, because I'm hearing that we're collaborating. I mean, somebody else tell me something different. I'm not getting any emails where you know, maybe Mr. Tillman's getting emails, maybe other people. Share them with the rest of the board, because otherwise I'm left in the blind, you know, in the dark. I'm not sure what he's referring to. And so I want to be able to say, Mr. Tillman, you're correct. Let's, you know, Mr. Irvin, you're not speaking to, you know, this group of people or that. I don't have that information to be able to sit here and say, no, you're not collaborating, because what I've been hearing is collaboration. And so I really just personally would like to get to the point where we do move the work forward. And it's a big lift, obviously. You know, we have been presented before on the budget. We do have some money there, about, I want to say a good 20 million that was carried over from last LCAP that is sitting there, that has been allocated to some degree but has not been spent. And so we do have money, and we also have one-time money that's coming back. So I keep getting confused, and maybe we need to have, again, you know, maybe that's just the nature of it. Maybe we need to have you, Mr. Sullins, come back in, lay it out for us again, and you know, allow us the back and forth. Because I'm like ready, right? I'm on board. Let's go. Let's do this. For us that have students in the district, you know, I'm one of those. I don't have 10 years to spare. My son can't wait 5-10 years for the district to get it right. And I know that change and fast change is difficult, but our kids can't wait. You know, a lot of times I hear, you know, we're working on it. As a parent, I've heard we're working on it. And I'm like, when? Right, when? And so that's my sense, and personally, my sense of urgency as a parent. And so I would really like to know who those key people in the district are that Mr. Irvin needs to be speaking to in order for whatever needs to be flushed out, be flushed out.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Biles. Dr. Flores?
My colleagues have reiterated, I guess I was more direct with you, Mr. Irvin. I just wanted to know the budget and the specificity of the budget. No worries. And that was my comment. I think I triggered you. Oh, no, but as a board member, we as board members, we are responsible for all the budget. And so we have to have the appropriate data, the appropriate details so that we can make decisions. My questioning you does not mean that I do not support kids, that I do not support this plan. It's a very good structural plan to help our kids. I'm concerned with the costs and sustaining the costs, and that's really key. And this is the first time we've seen page 40, we've seen that, but the first time I see 41 and 42. That's the first time I see 41 and 42, all the different positions and colors and so forth. And even those are not specified because Dr. Monadas, you said some are vacant, some are not, some are contracted, but what's the cost, you know, and the ongoing cost. And so that was my question of what's the budget for all of these staffing positions. Secondly, you know, what Mr. Tillman and Ms. Rosales Medina also said, and Ms. Ceballos, you know, what is the feedback? Earlier, you said we want feedback, and we have to have buy-in. Nothing's going to work if people don't have buy-in. You can have the best plans possible, and if there's no buy-in, that it just goes down the drain. So I hope that we move forward and that we begin to bring all these details to light and the specificity of them and address the concerns that we all had. So as a governing body, we need to have all of these because we govern the whole district, all the kids, all the employees. We have to make major decisions, and it involves our children and our parents. And I want to support whatever we can to make, you know, our kids the best that they are. I spent 40 years of my life as a teacher educator to providing the best education for teachers that we possibly can. That's research-based and works. So that's what I'm interested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, and I believe I'm next. A little bit of reflection here. You know, we know this is a multi-year plan, and anybody that's done strategic planning knows that embedded within it is opportunity for reflection and evaluation, usually on a yearly basis, sometimes even more so. And that also is with stakeholder input. I think we've heard a lot about that, getting stakeholder input. So what a plan is today can change within a year as we reflect and we monitor for accountability and success towards our goals. You know, Ms. Irvin, you asked me a couple questions, and you know, number one, we hired you to do the job. I expect you to do the job, and I support you to do the job. So I expect us to move forward with this plan and get the job done, and that's where I'm at with this. Oops, sorry, Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Thank you. And we're back at the top of the rotation again. I want to weigh in because of what you asked, Superintendent Irvin. Absolutely, I'm in support of this plan. I have been in support of this plan. And the thing of it is, we have seen it multiple times. I want to say that we haven't, but we have. We've seen it in parts, and we've seen it, and we've seen it, and it's time for us to move forward. I've also seen that there is a budget that has been earmarked along with this very plan to move forward. Our students can't wait. I've heard that statement over and over again. They can't wait. We have individuals that are here, individuals watching, so on and so forth, that are willing to move this work forward in this district. And it would be selfish of us to hold it up because we're not the students that are sitting in these seats that need this support. It's a critical time. We've talked about wellness. We've talked about college and career. All of these crucial things that our students need right now, today, not tomorrow, and they can't wait. So I don't want to sound like I'm not clear. I want to be clear. Superintendent Irvin and staff, I am 100% in support. I know you will bring us back what we need. As a governance board, I know my job. I know my role, but it is not to do your job. It is to support you to do that job. And that's what I plan on continuing to do. And as you bring the things to me as 1/7 of this board, we will examine it, we will look at it, and we will provide the input needed. But it's time to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. And again, thank you, Dr. Menards and team, for a very comprehensive presentation, as we've said many times. And we're going to move forward with this agenda because we have a lot of patient folks out there in the audience. I'm tired too, Mr. Grady. I'll agree with you. And I do. Thank you. You're right.
Thank you.
And I'm not complaining. Let me tell you that right now. I appreciate the opportunity. No, I did. Yeah, I definitely thank the team. But we're going to go ahead and move forward with public comments. I will go ahead and read the little section on there. We have approximately 35 plus public comments, so I just want to let folks know that. We will probably be here a little while. So board members, if you need to use the restroom or something, I'm going to get us started, but we will continue to move forward because I don't want to take any more breaks because, like I said, we have a lot of people waiting for us.
Dr. White, can I say something before public comments? Only because I think a lot of the questions are going to be about the masking. Can I make a statement?
Yeah, go right ahead.
The governor came out today and said that as of, I think it's by March
12th,
that the recommendation is that you can reduce or get rid of the masking. So at some point, we're going to take action on that. I think that it's clear that we know that we're going to have to, that we're going to move forward with saying that the district probably will encourage masking, but allow people who don't want to wear masks to wear masks. But that has to be agendized at a future moment, right?
Well, Mr. Tillman, we're going to discuss that at COVID-19 pandemic updates.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But I'm just saying, I think it's what this general.
But I know we have a lot of folks here that, because I've received many emails today, a lot of messages. I tried to reply to every one of them, just so you know. You kept me real busy today, and that's okay. But we appreciate the input, and I will say this both ways, because folks are for masks, and folks say, I don't want to wear a mask, and I support both individuals. I support our choice to do so, but I want to reserve that for our COVID-19 pandemic update, and I want to get on with the public comments, and let's hear what people have to say. So we're going to move forward. Let me just read this real quick. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items not on the agenda when their subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. We will start with public comment number 1. Ms. LaToya Smith, come on up. Safety time change. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Board President, board members, Superintendent. My name is Latoya Smith. I'm here as a parent today. And it's regarding the discussion that the board had regarding the time change for the 22-23 school year. And there's a real concern that I have when I'm looking at the times that was selected. There was two options toward the end that basically would have made it so that elementary, middle, and high school would be getting out all between 1 to 4 minutes. And the option that you guys look like you're kind of going toward would have it so that the elementaries and high schools would get out at the same time. About 4-minute difference between that. Now, the problem that I have is that where we're at, we have Fairfax, Pacific, Anton, Bradley, all within 1.2 miles of each other. Fairfax is 0.2 miles of each other, which is a 1-minute drive. From Pacific to Anton, it's a 2-minute drive. And when I'm looking at the whole situation, unfortunately in 2018, we know that we had a student who was hit and killed on that street going to school. And that's like a parent's worst nightmare. So when we're looking at the whole situation and looking at now, not only are we getting the elementaries out at the same time, we're going to have a high school who has about 1,200 students in it out within 4 minutes of all the elementary schools. So that makes it so that we have the young drivers on the street, we have the people who are rushing on the street, and we have our babies and our kids who are walking home and our families. And so what I just wanted to do, just because I know you guys are in the mode of trying to figure this out, I understand that you guys have to make a decision, but can you make a decision, especially for elementary and high school, maybe just pushing it 15, 20 minutes? Because even with right now the current schedule, there's between a 25-minute to an hour difference between middle school, high school, and elementary coming out. And I don't know if that was because of maybe this situation. However, when we're looking at it, when I drop my daughter off in the morning, there's a ton of kids walking to school and parents. And so I'm asking for either you guys to ensure that there's going to be extra safety measures made for the 22-23 school year, where we make sure that we have people out there to help with our students to get to and from school, or that you guys make the decision to possibly push it about 15 to 20 minutes to allow so that we can have traffic get through like it's supposed to, and we're not worrying about our safety of our children. So I want to thank you guys for the opportunity tonight, and I hope you guys have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Smith. All right, we will move on to the next public speaker, Darlene Ward. Welcome.
All right, let me find my notes. Good evening. I know it's been a long night. My name is Darlene Ward. I'm an RN. I've been a nurse for about 11 years. Past 6 years, I've been in surgical services. I work very closely with infection control, proper PPE, donning and doffing of masks, goggles, any of that attire. So my statement is just a comment in regards to mask mandates. Given recent standards, the CDC last week gave updates in leaving it open-ended to have mask mandatory on the state, local level. As of yesterday, CDHP, as well as California governor, has lifted the mask mandates effective March 11th or 12th. As previously done with San Bernardino Unified School District, you have all been working closely with CDHP as well as CDC, in which mask mandates were then followed by previous guidelines. Now that they have changed, I would expect the school district to follow suit as previously don't and lift the mask mandates. For those of you who do not wish to follow the current regulating body standards, I would like to challenge you to a social experiment. With currently wearing your mask as yourself, do you touch your mask? Do you pull it down? Do you wear it when you put it on your chin? Do you touch your eyes? Do you touch your nose? Do you fix your glasses? Can you smell anything around you? Soap, perfume, those of you that are next to each other? If you do, which I've seen a lot of people have done tonight, you're cross-contaminating. If not here to judge, I'm not here to judge you guys, but being full-grown adults can't even don or doff mask appropriately, how do we expect our children to uphold that same standard? Wearing masks creates a false sense of safety when in actuality, it doesn't prevent COVID spread or contamination. So why subjugate our children to that with the benefits that aren't there? My question to you, or my comment to you guys is, given the recent liftings or whatever of the CDC, the CDHP, Governor Newsom, whatever, when are you guys acting on it? because other school districts have been lifting it already, and they have told us as parents. My son is 5, he's in kindergarten, and he has speech issues because he can't see people speak. I'm having difficulties teaching him how to read, and God knows I have been in a pandemic for the past 2 years, and I'm trying to give time to my son who will take care of your guys' family members as well. That's it.
All right, thank you, Ms. Warden. All right, our next public speaker is Melanie Flores. Welcome.
Hello, hi, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Melanie Flores. I have 3 kids in San Bernardino School District that attend Pacuma. I sent many of you guys an email earlier to all board members. I heard back from Scott, so thank you so much. I'm just gonna go ahead and read that out loud to you guys. I am asking you to please lift this mask mandate, not just for my children, but everyone's children. These kids and parents should have a choice, especially considering all neighboring districts are lifting their mask mandates beginning March 14th. The CDC and Newsom have both said they are now lifting the mask mandates for children in school. There is no reason San Bernardino School District should be any different. Riverside and Orange County school districts rates are the same, if not worse, than San Bernardino, and both have already lifted their mask mandates and informed the parents. Please put the children's needs at the forefront with your decision today. CDC has already announced that most children are asymptomatic or very low symptoms, so there's no reason to continue to force them with a mask and have them struggle to breathe in school. If this mandate is not lifted, I know that a lot of parents will have to turn out of the school district, even though we love the school that my children attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Appreciate that. All right, our next comment is, I just have Miss Melissa. I don't have a last name. Miss Melissa. All righty, Miss Melissa. I'll put my glasses on just to make sure. All righty, thank you though for submitting your public comments. Sorry you didn't get to. We took a little while. All righty, our next public comment is Miss Ashley Akala. Come on up, Miss Akala.
Good evening, President Wyatt,
Evening.
members of the board, and cabinet. I'm Ashley Vitas Alcala, president of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of the 3,000 members of SBTA. I come to you as I have many times before as a collaborating partner in the work to serve our students. In recent months, myself and others that I serve have grown concerned that our partnership with district leadership is faltering. I urge you to encourage your leadership to reach out and connect with us so we can help support the mountains we know we have ahead to move. For those who have been at our school sites, you know there are many great needs that our staff members, both classified, certificated, management, and non-management, are attempting to meet each and every day. We have to prioritize dollars that have been allocated to us to maximize resources and help our kids. Where should we focus these financial supports? Mental health, physical health, attendance, behavior, academics, and instruction. Where is our energy best suited in this time of challenge? Is it truly pulling teachers away from the instructional time and planning time for the urgent needs in the classroom to revise curriculum guides that have already been recently revised? Our guides are already designed as a living document that we want to assess and adapt on a regular cycle. They were built over time in collaborative teams with that intent in mind. However, why now? Why during this time period when the needs are so great at our sites, when we are understaffed and juggling massive amounts of tasks and items that are serving kids in the moment? Instead, we're considering pulling some of our brightest teachers to focus on fixing something that may not need to be fixed at this moment. Extensive, intentional, research-based work went into the development of our curriculum guides. This was a highly collaborative process that was completed over a multi-month period of time spanning several years. Even though it has been said that we are simply building upon what has been done, We know that that is not what is truly desired. We know that a state where a third grade classroom is on the same lesson on the same day is what has been referenced publicly. We are professional adults who have engaged in high levels of professional growth over time, and we should be consulted and valued and not in a rubber stamp manner. The intent of the curriculum guides is to promote professional autonomy in a rigorous and relevant system, one that allows teachers to identify individual needs of their students each year and make differentiated instructional design decisions for those students while maintaining fidelity to the learning progressions laid out within those guides. They were built on the Common Core standards. These standards were organized to streamline learning progressions into essential power standards with supporting standards that support and spiral. Eliminating them for the sake of simplicity waters down learning experiences and creates issues in vertical alignment. It's like pushing a problem down the road for another educator to tackle, which becomes more difficult as a student ages. We do not wish to return to models that we used during the previous 97 standards, because we know that does not bring out the best in our students or our teaching. It's been said that our superintendent has visited over 200 classrooms and talked to all these teachers about the curriculum guides. We would like to push back and say, where are these data points? Where did these conversations take place? It wasn't during the listening and learning tour, and many of us have had classroom visits, and that's definitely not a time to discuss curriculum. Removing more teachers to work at the district office is not what we need right now. The service delivery model is a wonderful theory, but we believe that it should be implemented using existing staff and resources, not used as a reason to move more people away from our students in our classrooms. A recent survey of NEA members states that out of those surveyed, 91% said pandemic-related stress is a serious problem for educators. And more than a half surveyed said they plan to leave the profession earlier than planned due to the pandemic. And this is regardless of how many years they've been teaching. We are on the precipice of a mass exodus in our profession. And I'm asking that we publicly return to a previous structure that allowed our district and our union to problem solve many times in the past. Our SBCUSD co-op has an extensive and structured history of providing a space for district leaders and union leaders to come together outside of negotiations to tackle problems, discuss issues, and most importantly, create solutions together. This is what our students deserve right now, and all adults need to be united to give them what we can each and every day. And that's what it truly means to put students first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alcorn. All right, our next public speaker, and apologize if I get your name wrong, is Tricia Dizan. If you're here, welcome.
Hi, I have a handout that I'd like to hand each one of you so you can follow along with me. Okay, before my time starts. Actually, oops. I give you one. Can you guys hear me okay?
If you could pull it down just a little bit.
Better?
There you go.
Okay. Parents are concerned CBS USD will move forward with its 12 through K students to be required to have the COVID-19 injection to attend public schools. Parents should have the right to make their personal choice of their right to make medical decisions for her, or their child or children. School Board member Danny Tillman motioned on January 18, 2022, on the agenda to approve a resolution to ask the state of California for the flexibility for families to have parental choice in COVID-19 injections, to make this an important decision based on their unique circumstances, and hereby ask that the state support the rights of families and students when it comes to medical, religious, and personal belief exemptions, and should allow exemptions to the COVID-19 injection for those who choose not to receive the COVID-19 injections. 100 school board members have signed a letter in opposition to the COVID vaccine mandates. I'll email you the letter, everybody, as well as other school boards. Specifically, you guys have before you the Ontario Montclair School District not only heard the parents of their district, but adopted Resolution 2021-22-50 filed February 3rd, 2022, that states as follows. Whereas on March 4, 2020, the Governor of California declared a state of emergency due to the outbreak and spread of COVID-19 virus, and whereas on October 1st, 2021, Governor Newsom issued a press release and additional information indicating that he is directing the California Department of Public Health to add COVID-19 vaccine to other vaccinations required for in-person school attendance following full approval by the FDA of COVID-19 vaccine effective the 1st of January 2022 or July 1st, 2022. Following full approval, the students in the following grades spans K through 6 and 7 through 12, whereas current law provides that 10 currently mandated vaccines are required prior to the student's first admission given to a school, subject to only narrow medical exemptions, and that additional vaccine, including COVID-19, may be required but be subject to broader medical and personal belief exemptions. Whereas Senator Richard Pan has proposed Assembly Bill 871, which would add COVID-19 vaccines to California's list of required inoculations for students attending K-12 school. And whereas Senator Scott Wiener had proposed Senate Bill 866, which would allow children 12 and older to consent to a vaccine approved by the United States FDA, which meets the recommendations for the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices of the Federal Center for Disease Control and Prevention without the consent of the parent or guardian of the minor. And whereas the board acknowledges that school board members are not the decision makers regarding health and safety orders and executive orders, and whereas parents have expressed their desire for exemptions to be in place for students who, due to their medical conditions, religious beliefs, or personal beliefs, are unable to or choose not to obtain the COVID-19 vaccine. And whereas the board expresses support for families to make their own medical decisions for their children and will not expedite implementation of the vaccine requirement unless and until one is imposed by the state or local health officials. Now it is here with the board, they're resolved with the board strongly urges the state of California and its elected officials and regulatory agencies to keep COVID-19 vaccine medical and personal belief exemptions in place for students. The board believes that in-person instruction is the best interest of the students, and students who are unvaccinated with approval exemption should be allowed to attend in school in person. The board respects personal beliefs of families, especially regarding personal medical decisions. You have before you an adoption of resolution that not only addresses the concerns of parents, but has enacted and adopted a resolution to the above medical mentioned demand of the CBUCUSD parents. You have a blueprint in your hands, and we expect that you show the same respect for parents of this district's concerns to mirror and enact that resolution.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Zahn, for your comment. Our next public speaker is Mr. Clayton Dizon. Mr. Clayton, are you here this evening? You had to leave? Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. You cannot do that. We did?
Yeah, we did. Well, yeah, we did.
Okay, do you have a prepared statement?
You have a statement?
Okay, come on up.
Yeah, we did for Leonardo.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay, can you hear me okay? My comment is regarding the group testing meeting held with Sandra Rodriguez and CSUSB staff held February 13th, where questions were asked from parents. I specifically had several questions which to date have not received a response to, and the district is set forward to move forward with group testing as of March 2nd, 2022. My questions were asked: how is the school going to test high school students from all 7 periods without disrupting student education? How is the school district going to accommodate for students who choose not to test to ensure their educational requirements are being met? If a student chooses to test off campus, receives a negative at-home test, can they return to school immediately? You are waiting 3 to 5 days to test students on campus after a COVID exposure. What if another student tests positive for COVID? And another student? How many times are you going to test? Okay, now I'm referencing the letter, your letter of February 16th, which states, okay, group testing means that when a person is found positive for COVID, all of the students in the same classroom will be scheduled for testing 3 to 5 days after exposure. If my child has opted out from school testing, are you going to send him or her home immediately or 3 to 5 days after exposure? Group tracing will initially be used in elementary schools, initially, when it is helpful and may be added in other situations. Initially be used in elementary schools. Why are my high school students receiving this letter? And may be added, where's the transparency? Okay, now I'm going to go to your 2017 resolution. Resolution of the Board of Education's commitment to the education of all children, making all campuses a safe zone for students and families. Whereas the San Bernardino City Unified School District Board of Education is committed to the success of all students, irrespective of their immigration status, ethnicity, race, religion, orientation, ability, or beliefs. Whereas educational has played a critical role in furthering acceptance and strengthening our society as a whole, treating all people with dignity and respect. It appears you're discriminating against my child because of his or her medical choice to be tested at home. Be it further resolved that the Board of Education declares that every district site is a safe place for all students, including those of diverse ethnic and religious traditions. My children don't feel safe. They are afraid they'll have to be subjected to invasive testing when they do not have any signs or symptoms of COVID. This is an invasive test. A child can get hurt from it. It is mentally and physically detrimental to children and causing severe and emotional damage to these children. The CDC has confirmed that nasal swabs have a toxic substance, sodium azide, and is going to one's system and causing health problems. Students who test negative will be able to remain at school. If your child is unable or not permitted to test at school, you will need to keep your child at home and follow current guideline quarantines. So this is not an option. Children who choose not to test on campus are being sent home. So if we don't comply, you're going to punish my child for not testing and restrict him or her from his or her education, which is your requirement. You made SBCSUD a safe zone for all students to ensure the district shall provide a public education regardless of a child's immigrant status. Does this not apply to medical choice? If not, then education is not a priority to you because you are restricting a student from the very thing that you resolved to do because of his or her own medical choice. Based on this information, your own correspondence, you are in contradiction of your 2017 resolution. If you do not have symptoms, there's no reason to be tested.
All right, thank you, Ms. Desan. Do we have a question or point of clarification, Ms. Medina?
Just a clarification, only because she read a letter that had a phrase from February regarding group testing. Can you mention where it came from? Does it say who the person is at the department? The letter from February, you just read a little phrase from it. Do you know who wrote that letter?
You know who wrote the letter.
No, I don't.
It's coming from the Office of the Superintendent.
So from the Office of the Superintendent, did it come from the top? On the top part, it'll say the title of the department.
San Bernardino City Unified School District.
No, the department, communications, I'm not sure. Does it say anything there?
No.
No? Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, would you like me to send you the copy, or you guys have it? We received it from you.
Yeah, I don't think I received a copy, that's why. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you very much. Next public comment. Looks like Ms. Negretti /Minor. Okay. All right, next public comment is Ms. Negretti. Welcome.
Good evening, school board members. Two things in mind. I know that I shared with you already the injury, and I shared with you the pictures. You saw that. And I asked that you set some money aside because I already put a public records request, and according to business services, nothing exists, which I know that the money was pulled. There has to be a contract. Every time that something happens in the school district, there is a contract. So during the summer, a few years back, when the district decided to put asphalt, the black asphalt, to try to elevate some of that, that was the cheapest thing you could put, and that's what's causing the injuries. So I'm asking you to direct staff to allocate funding to replace the asphalt and put cement, which is much safer to prevent further injuries from any other children. And you don't have that liability because, as he said, you make decisions for the kids, so stop being cheap when it comes to the kids. And when it comes to other positions that we need for something to make happen, I would really love to see what Mr. Irvin has in plan for our students. And when Del Marson came in, I already shared with you, he looked and we're top heavy. Like, we have too many assistant superintendents. We have an assistant chief of police that it's unneeded. So you can start cutting at the top and putting that money so it goes back into our students. So with that said, I want to move on to, we're still talking about masks, and I don't know if you have ever heard, we have school board members that are actually taking a stand. They're not waiting until March 11 to take a stand and do something. So I would love to share with you what he is, Joshua Hoover from Folsom, Cordova, and this is him.
It makes no sense that our state can lift the statewide mask mandate for every adult, but continue masking our children who are at the lowest risk. It makes no sense that my kids can go to the grocery store, the movie theater, their friend's house, and even this board meeting.
So I hope you listen to him. This is him. I'm not going to play the whole thing for you, but this is a school board member who's taking a stand. What are we waiting for? Is it just ESSER funding that's guiding your decisions? What are you doing? Because you literally put our kids with the money. And if we continue to need money, hopefully you're looking into all these programs. I know that, Danny, I appreciate it when you said, you know what, if I'm guilty of helping, if I've done anything illegal of helping kids, come after me. Dr. Flores, we looked into what happened at Lennox Unified. FLI, I haven't forgotten about it, but here we are, we have our superintendent who wants to move forward with something that sounds great for our students, and which are our children, the students that you serve. FLI got hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you were investigated in Lennox for what? Contracts to your friends. Every single one of you somehow is affiliated with one organization or another who works for you when you campaign. So if that is the motivation to continue to give contracts to your parents, to your friends or affiliates, then why don't we stop that across the board? Because if we're moving with the good plan that's going to put our kids where they need to be, we don't need those extra ones. Then nobody has been checking on them. I looked into the contracts. When some of those contracts are saying, we help 600 kids, we help 40 kids, have any of you walked in there unannounced? Dr. Rodriguez, you have been going to a few of them. Have you ever walked unannounced and seen that many kids? I don't think so. I walked to a few times, and I didn't see that happening. And if I look at a contract, the contracts back then, it was saying, to help with PBIS, everything else. So really the support didn't change, but the narrative of the contract changed so they can continue to come and get a contract over and over. Because now the new movement is what? Social and emotional, SEL. Really, the services didn't change. It's just the language. So cut the fat, cut at the top, cut some of the extra positions, and start funding the program that we would like to see that comes back, and it's going to help our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Negretti.
Next public comment speaker is Ms. Andrea Schindler.
Good evening, members of the Cabinet and Board. My name is Andrea Schindler, and I'm a concerned parent and teacher in the San Bernardino City Unified School District. Several months ago, I brought to you some concerns regarding our students and their social and emotional well-being. At the time, I brought data regarding children's mental health. To refresh your memory, I quoted a study that was published in the month prior, where the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and the Children's Hospital Association declared children's mental health challenges amid the COVID-19 pandemic a national emergency. They pointed to research from the CDC that found that between March and October 2020, the proportion of mental health-related emergency visits increased 24% for children from ages 5 to 11 and 31% for children ages 12 to 17. In the first 6 months of 2021, children's hospitals nationwide also reported self-injury and suicide cases in 5 to 17-year-olds, a shocking 45% increase. In the words of the Children's Hospital Association president, we are facing a significant national mental health crisis in our children and teens, which requires urgent action. The reason why I'm here tonight and calling your attention back to this issue is I think that we need to seriously consider these statistics and the implications that they have on our students. Considering that we're living in a world where just this past December, our own president released the statement, we are intent on not letting Omicron disrupt work and school for the vaccinated. You've done the right thing, and we'll get through this. For the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death for yourself, your families, and the hospitals that you will soon overwhelm. We even had famous celebrities promoting a candle that you could buy as gifts for your friends and family that said, if you're not vaccinated, get the F out of my house. I think we need to prepare ourselves for the bullying that will inevitably occur, if it hasn't already, when our students start emulating what the adults around them have been saying and doing for the last year and a half. Do we not think that the adults who have been modeling these views and misconceptions will not influence their children to treat their unvaccinated peers the same? If we're not proactive in teaching the truth about the virus and dispel the myths that have been propagandized for the last year and a half, I believe this will prove to have a devastating effect on our children. Additionally, discriminatory punishments such as masks for unvaccinated only or in-person learning for vaccinated only are only going to compound this issue. As repeated over and over again, vaccinated and unvaccinated can contract and spread the virus equally. So only masking the unvaccinated and sending them to distance learning is an act of segregation and denies them a first best instruction. This also sends a loud and clear message that the unvaccinated are somehow more virulent, more dangerous, and less desirable to be around. How can we not expect our children's peers to treat them differently if they're being singled out and treated differently? And what then? We send them home, isolating them from their friends and teachers? How does this help our children socially and emotionally, let alone academically? This board continuously speaks about the insufficient, and how insufficient distance learning was and the academic gaps that were created. This point was made in the last several board meetings, and I know in the last meeting that I attended, Mrs. Ceballos and Dr. Irvin were talking about how important it was that all campuses have these great schools and these equal learning opportunities. Well, how can we be looking at that if we're thinking about not allowing all of our scholars to remain in in-person learning? That denies those students of in-person learning. To remedy this, I'm asking this board to please consider amending the resolution that you passed in January. I'm thankful that you're advocating for exemptions. However, if the exemptions result in enforcing unvaccinated students to distance learning, then I think we've greatly missed our mark. I'm also asking that you spearhead educating our community about the truth of this virus. We cannot afford to continue spreading misinformation at the cost of misguiding parents and adding to the perception that vaccinated children are somehow superior and more deserving of educational opportunities. As you've heard already, there's many who are waiting to see if you're going to follow through with the vaccine mandates to decide if they're moving out of state, pulling their children out to homeschool, or those of us, like me, who can't afford to move or quit our jobs to homeschool, and therefore we will be picking up our battles legally. I can't express to you enough how important it is for us to hear you stand up for our children boldly, like so many other surrounding districts have done so already. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schindler. Our next public comment is Mr. Bill Kelly. Welcome.
Good evening, board members. Can you hear me okay?
Good evening.
My name's Bill Kelly. I work for a company called Juniper Networks. We're a technology company. My job at Juniper is I service school districts in Southern California, including San Bernardino. I'm calling actually about, or I'm here talking about an agenda item, item 12.7. Which is a consent agreement regarding an E-rate project. So the E-rate project is for a technology project. If you're not familiar with E-rate, it's a federally sponsored funding source that allows districts like San Bernardino to procure technology and have it funded by the federal government. As such, it's an important program. It's going to help pay for this very important initiative to refresh your entire network. It's something the district absolutely needs to do. As a federally funded program, though, it comes with certain rules and regulations. We've been working with your purchasing department over the last couple of days since the announcement was made for 12.7. And they've been very receptive and very communicative. In fact, I got the most recent email from them as recent as 4:37 this afternoon as I was commuting here. So our concern is, as a E-rate project, as a federally funded project, the rules can potentially, if not followed or if uncompliant with a response, you can lose the funding, or it can delay the project for as much as a year or even more. Or it could be protested, and you could have a problem, getting any funding on this project at all. So purchasing, again, was able to provide me a copy of what the intended award was going to be, the bid that's intended for award. It's by a company called Golden Star Technology, which is a very good company. However, the response that they prepared is not responsive, in our opinion. We've had a number of people look at it. It has a number of non-compliant issues in it. And it has a number of misstatements, I guess you'd say. So our concern is for the district. We want to make sure you get funded for this very important project, and what we're asking is that you delay the ratification or the award of this contract until you have time to read some of the technical items that have come up. I'm not going to go through technical items here, but I have them on a prepared document, and I'd like the permission to hand that to the board members. So as you get to item 12.7, you can review them. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kelly, thank you very much. Next public speaker will be Dr. Treasure Ortiz. Welcome.
Good evening, board. So in looking at this presentation that was presented tonight, it looks awesome. And there are a lot of components that I think will definitely move this district forward. But what I don't want us to do is what we do so often in this city is jump on something innovative when the foundation is completely broken. What are we doing about the kids who've been left behind? What are we doing about the fact that we have 30% of our third graders who are illiterate coming out of third grade? That we have kids who cannot speak English currently sitting in middle school classes. What about those kids? What about this pathway to careers when we have no jobs available to us to make sure that our graduates are going somewhere in this city after graduation? Our schools are under siege. It is like, in some of these areas, scenes out of The Lord of the Flies. There is no discipline. There are no consequences. The teachers are sitting by. Kids are being jumped in the middle of class. Kids are walking out of class. The infrastructure, either you're on a campus that looks like it's a prison, or it looks like it's out of 1942. You have parents who are vying for lotteries to get their children out of their neighborhood schools and into one of the other magnets. Why wouldn't we want to give our kids every opportunity possible to prosper? Why wouldn't we want a STEM program on every single campus? What is the cost? I'm going to ask you, Dr. Flores, to think about the cost when you ask them to tell you per campus, what is the cost of a child's life? Because a 15-year-old boy was shot and killed on our streets because his option is one of the 76 gangs available to him in this city alone. So what is the price of an education? Because what we know is that we value and we invest in what we care about. The teachers are tired. They're done. They've been in a pandemic too, learning on the fly about online distance learning, coming back into classrooms in a hybrid model, now being in a face-to-face interaction, looking not only at the safety of their students in a class of 30 plus, but also how they go home and relate to their own family and their own friends and their own children. We talk a lot about health and wellness and what it means to really heal from this, but what mechanisms are in place? What are we doing today? Not in a year with an evaluation and 2 years and 3 years. Where are the counselors on campus? Where is the healing that it's going to take to make any type of curriculum investment successful? Because ultimately, would we not want Doc Irvin to be the most successful he could be in the capacity? Why set goals if you're already undercutting the mission? We see it all too often. And it's watching 14 and 15 doctors sit down and meet with people. We cannot meet to meet. We do it, and we build beautiful binders full of beautiful policies and curriculums and what could be and should be, and then they sit on shelves for years and years and years because we're never truly ready to implement. And so I'm asking you guys tonight to consider all of it. Consider how to make what you see in this plan a reality, but also consider how to create the strongest foundation possible so this can come to fruition and not waste money. Invest where investments need. Why pay twice to do something when we could just do it right the first time? And that takes time and forethought and not politics. Don't set someone up to fail by undercutting the 55,000 students and their parents in this community, because that's what's happening. I believe you guys can do more than that, and I'm asking you to do it. In consideration, slow yeses, not fast nos. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ortiz. All righty. All right, our next public comment is Ms. Kimberly Calvin. Welcome.
Good evening, Dr. Wyatt.
Good evening.
Cabinet, board members, members of the community. We have heard so much here tonight, and it's a lot to digest. Mr. Ballas, I want to thank you for your urgency, because what we cannot do is continue to just be stagnant. I'd like for you all to look at slide number 6. On slide number 6, it states our current state and how we're doing. These numbers are devastating because they are 16% less than what they were prior to COVID. My only question is, how are we going to fix these numbers? What are we going to do? Because each and every day our scholars are dying of a lack of achievement, and I'm trying to figure out when and where are we going to state enough is enough. I've watched these numbers for 6 years, and I remember watching many plans roll out, And I don't recall the same amount of questioning at that point in time either. So these numbers right here are what we just need to look at and state. This is a sense of emergency that we just cannot continue to carry on and think that once we have hired someone to do this job, that it is our job then to tear this apart and still stand still while these numbers continue to decrease. We're looking for the increase for our scholars. I'm looking every day at middle school and primary school and high school scholars that are struggling. And I wonder, have we become so distant as we have motioned from classrooms to now in boardrooms? Because I'm telling you that we see it every single day. And then now we have other elements to add, like you've heard many parents and teachers here tonight talk about the mental health. Right now, I was just sitting on my phone looking at our site leads and mentors describing their own mental health from struggling to serve the scholars of our district every day because they are struggling. The behavior, the not wanting to sit and do homework, the drug use that is on at sixth graders that are utilizing drugs. You guys really have no idea what is actually going on in the district. So when we couple all of that with these test scores for 2021, we're dying here. And no longer am I even able to digest the delay. In going forward, you've got to decide some type of plan of what it is that we're going to do and then hold everybody accountable for how we're going to get there. Because our lives may be intact or your kids may go to a different school. But for those of us who have kids and grandchildren in this district, and even those of us that are just village parents, we can no longer accept this. The plan must go forward. Then hold everybody accountable. If the numbers and the data and whatever else does not add up, then we address that at that particular time. But to continue to just go over it and over it, I'm over that. Because every day, come visit, I urge you. Come visit, come sit down, come tutor. I urge you, doors wide open. Come take a look for yourself. Help us all to identify what and how we move the mark. Because our children right now are what is most important to me, and I know they are to you. But together, we just cannot any longer stand still and just pick apart the project, pick apart the plan, move forward. Adjust where we need to when we need to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Our next public comment speaker is April Branson. Welcome. A little bit lower, please.
Can you hear me now?
There we go. There it is.
There we go. Hello again.
Hello.
I'm sure you guys are tired of hearing me talk, but I'm going to keep coming because that's what our job is as parents. I spent all day researching which school districts around us have already sent out letters stating that masks will be a choice. Pretty much every school district but ours. Yucaipa, Chino, Upland, Chaffee, Placentia, Brea, all before lunchtime today had a letter stating what the governor said and stating that they are now letting the parents decide. So my question is, why have we not received that? Why have we not got that? I've been coming since the very beginning of the school year talking to you guys about these masks, and I know you guys are probably tired of hearing it, but every single time I've come or spoke to anyone, I've had private meetings with several of you outside of this, my answer that I received was, we are following the state guidelines. It's out of our hands. We have to follow the state guidelines. Well, now, here's your chance to say, you know, yeah, we're standing behind our word, because the state guidelines are saying it should be an option. And I'm curious as to why you guys have not followed that yet. It should have already happened, like the other school districts. You know, you can't really avoid that responsibility and pass it off anymore, that it's not yours. I feel like our children are just becoming like political pawns. You guys want to make the right decisions to make people happy, and you're not doing what you are supposed to do. I would like to say, too, on top of that, my children have medical exemptions. My 2 younger children, they do not wear masks. This is not going to change that in any sort of way. I am here because I was a teacher for 15 years. I care about children. I care about my kids' peers, and I'm fighting for all of them. I could easily just stay at my house tonight and get out of this fight, because it's not going to change my kids. You guys need to be doing that. You guys need to be fighting for what is right, giving parents their rights back, doing what's right. I mean, based on pictures that I've seen circulating about with board members out and about at awards ceremonies with no masks, that tells me everything I need to know. You guys know these masks do not do anything. They don't work, and it should be someone's choice to wear one. So I don't understand why we have not gotten that. And it was earlier you said, we will get to that at some point. What is some point?
Hold on, 10 point.
Huh?
10 point. Where's it at on here?
So
8.1.
does that mean tonight you guys will be giving us a decision?
8.1, we're going to discuss it.
But are you going to give us a decision?
We're going to discuss. I can't discuss it now.
No, okay. Hold on, I have notes here. 1 second. Yeah. Tonight was also the State of the Union address. No masks, nobody. Super Bowl. I know you all saw the famous picture of Gavin Newsom at Super Bowl. No masks. But our kids the very next day are in classrooms with masks on all day. It is absolutely absurd. And I don't see any way to back that. And I don't hear any argument backing it other than that's what the state said. That's what we have to do. And now it really is up to you. You've been saying it's out of your hands. It no longer is. It is in your hands, and the parents want a decision. Not 2 weeks from now, not a month from now. We want to join all the other school districts in doing what is right for these children. So I am asking you and urging you to please act now. The parents, as you can see, are coming more and more and more. And the only reason there's not more of us here is because we don't get to talk until 8 or 9 o'clock. We've been sitting here so late that my 12-year-old is trying to put my 2 younger siblings to bed. There's no reason that we should be sitting here this long to try to be involved in this process. And we would have a lot more parents here if that was not the case. We were supposed to speak at 7. We didn't start speaking until, after 8 o'clock? I mean, there's no excuse for that. You want parents involved, correct? Do we want parents involved? Yes. So then we need to make it easier for parents to get involved. So I'm asking you guys to please, please make a decision as soon as possible, since all the other school districts already have one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Branson. Our next public speaker is Kelly Basocco. Basocco? Welcome. Go ahead. Say it for me when you get up here, so I want to make sure.
My glasses. It's Kelly Basocco.
Basocco, gotcha.
And it's okay.
Welcome.
It's on my spelling list for the first week every year.
Long O's twice.
Yes. And the schwa. Okay. So I've been doing some research lately on oh, by the way, thank you for all being here and for, opening up this mic as you do. So I've been doing some research lately on discrimination, and I'm not done yet. I just kind of got started on it, looking at it, trying to figure out what it really is. What are the laws and rules and regulations around discrimination? I want to make sure I'm not doing that, and I don't think I am. I don't want to make sure that nobody's doing that to me. And I've found that there's a couple of different discriminations. There's direct discrimination, and then there's indirect discrimination. An act of direct discrimination would be the obvious harassment or subjugation of a person based on their religion, sex, political views, and etc. Indirect discrimination happens more subtly. It happens when policies or practices are put in place that isolate a whole group of people. For instance, if a job description says that based on the needs of the job, no headwear can be worn, then it indirectly isolates a whole group of people who need to wear head garments as a practice of their religious faith. That's indirect. And it can happen. So, SB 871 discriminates against unvaccinated people, staff, students alike, by removing the religious exemption. Now, I was so encouraged at our last time that I was here, and I heard you guys speak your hearts about hoping that Gavin Newsom is going to fling wide the doors of exemptions. And it doesn't look like that's what's going on, because SB 871 specifically strips away the exemptions. And this, to me, is discrimination. It just can't happen. It's direct discrimination. SB 866 allows kids to get vaccinated without parental approval, kids that are 12 years and over. How does this support all this good stuff that I've heard tonight about the family engagement work that our district is just dying to do? So how are we going to stand and say, we want family engagement, but when it comes to letting your 12-year-old make their own medical decision, parents, you don't even have to be told about it. Tell me how that's going to fly with our parents. I just think it's ludicrous. It's not something that our district can stand for. So this bill, it strips parents of their rights to parent their children and hands them over to the state for parenting, or tells 12-year-olds that they can parent themselves. And we know how that happens. We all know what those results end up to be. We have to stand against these bills that strip parents of their parental rights and that discriminate against people who are unvaccinated. There are many reasons why people are not vaccinated, as we've discussed at many meetings. These bills seek to override religious and medical reasons, which are guaranteed under the California Fair Employment and Housing Act. It's illegal for any employer to discriminate based because of race. I'm going to hold my fingers up and I'm going to tell you how many that apply to me. So when it comes to this vaccine, I can't be discriminated based on my religious creed, color, national origin, ancestry, physical disability, mental disability, medical condition, genetic information, marital status, sex, gender identity, gender expression, age, sexual orientation, or military or veteran status. I fall into at least 3 of those, and I'm not that unusual of a person. I can't imagine that this is going to happen, that our legislature up north is going to pass a bill that directly defies what is already in law against discriminating against me. I cannot be discriminated against. And our kids cannot be discriminated against based on their vaccine status. It's horrific to think about it. So thank you for hearing me. God bless you guys as you think about this tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Basoko. Good to see you. All right, our next public speaker is Jennifer Iscara. Welcome. Did I get it right?
Yes, you did.
Oh,
Thank
all
you. Not too many people do. Good evening, Superintendent Doc Irving, President Wyatt, Board and Cabinet. My name is Jennifer Sakara, and I am here on behalf of Acoma Unity Center. For those who don't know, we're located off of California Baseline next to Royal High School and Rio Vista Elementary. So I would like to thank Dr. Rogers, Superintendent Doc Irvin, and Dr. Escobar for attending our mural unveiling and garden tour this past Saturday. We are still in such awe and full of joy and gratitude for being able to share space with so many families, community members, and you all. So again, thank you. And so like Dr. Rodriguez has said earlier, when school campuses look nice or look good, so do scholars. And so since 2019, we at Acoma have been creating this beautification plan for the community center, especially on the west side of San Bernardino where there's so much blight. And so seeing that come to fruition and again, to be able to celebrate that with the scholars was absolutely beautiful. And we also want to share with you all that the beautification plans came directly out of the input of SBCUSD scholars. They wanted a real volleyball court. They wanted vibrant and bright murals painted on the wall in which they actually assisted our muralists. And they also wanted us to reactivate the Shirelles Community Garden. And so for those who was able to attend the tour, you would have seen that we've planted more than 30 vegetables. That includes snap peas, carrots, arugula, cabbage. So every Saturday, scholars and their families come join Acoma and tend to the garden, and they also get to enjoy the harvest, take some vegetables home, or just enjoy a salad in community. And so this project also stems from our partnership with Green Spaces for composting. So they facilitate weekly with our youth garden club, teaching them STEM concepts, learning socio-emotional learning support and project-based learning opportunities. And so we welcome you all to join us on Saturdays from 9:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. We're there every Saturday. So yeah, we invite you all to join us. And so you can see for yourself, the fruits of their labor. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty, Ms. Cunningham, I believe we probably have some online comments.
Yes, we do.
All righty, let's go ahead and start.
Okay, let's see. My first comment is from Melissa Bustamante. If you're available, please unmute.
Hello. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before the board again. I did email you guys earlier today, and I wanted to speak on a few different things. First and foremost, it really resonated with me when April was talking about, giving parents an opportunity to speak, because we've just listened to, all of these speeches and brainstorming on family engagement. And I watched as parent after parent after parent after parent dropped off because, they have children and they have responsibilities and they can't invest, 3 to 5 hours, to get the privilege to speak before you guys. And so it's discouraging because I think that the parents should get a voice in this district, especially in this season. And I also wanted to address, SB 871. I'm encouraged to hear so many speaking about it and concerned because it is concerning, and they are taking the rights of the parents away from parenting their own children. And there will be a flood of parents that refuse to submit. Studies have shown, especially recently, I sent you guys a few different articles, that there is a lot of question as far as the efficacy of the vaccines. In fact, it's going in the opposite direction now, and we're actually seeing that they are harmful, and that kids under 12 are 40% more likely, if they're vaccinated, to have COVID, over 500 side effects and different things happening. And it's horrific. For certain age groups, it's not even emergency use authorized yet. I mean, that should give you guys serious pause on following through. I don't care what the state says. And so we need a resolution. The masks, it is crazy that I can go to Disneyland with my kids. No one is masked. I can go virtually anywhere and not have to wear a mask. I refuse to wear a mask, but my children have to go to school. They are in the lowest risk age group. Less than 0.0005% of children have died of COVID. There is just no way to get around those numbers. They're not in danger, and we are forcing them to mask for no reason. It is a political pawn. It's not fair. It's not right. And as parents, we're sick of it. We should not have to wait until March 12th. We want to unmask our children now. We're done. And so we need a resolution on this. Adults, the state, the CDC, virtually everyone is coming to the realization of what so many have talked to you guys about many times over, which is that the efficacy of masks is just non-existent. You are getting particles. They don't work. They will not prevent against COVID, and we still make people wear them. We're just blindly submitting. And it's one thing for me to do that for myself, but it's another thing for me to continue to do it to my children. I have a child with a speech delay. Another woman had talked about, he's 5 years old as well. And yeah, he's definitely been impacted. He needs to see the way that words are formed, that language is formed. And so these choices, really impact our students in very negative ways. And I'm tired of it. My son needs to have his mask removed, and he needs to be able to grow and to learn. And so I'm really hoping that you guys will begin to rise up and no more excuses, and resolve to do what's right for the kids and for the parents. And the parents are asking you, we're here, we're showing up. And so I really urge you to move today. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Ms. Bustamante.
Okay, our next speaker is Veronica Says. If you're available, please unmute.
You to move. Hello?
Good evening.
Hi, good evening. I'm sorry. I was watching on YouTube and there's a bit of a delay.
All righty, welcome.
Hello. First of all, thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Veronica Size. I am a community member and had 3 children enrolled in the district until recently, where we pulled out and homeschooled due to all this COVID craziness. There's a few things that I wanted to talk about today, and first one being the masks. I agree. I don't understand why you guys haven't said anything with the surrounding districts, already sending out emails and letters letting everybody know that there will be mask choice. I think that should have been priority, since you guys claim to care about the children of this district. Also, I would like to speak about your so-called resolution for the COVID-19 vaccine. That was a pretty lame excuse of a resolution, if you ask me. There are several other districts that have said they will not implement regardless of what the state said, and that's what we parents are asking that you also change on your resolution. So I am here tonight to ask for you to please put this back on the agenda and make it right.
I don't know if you are aware, it seems like you may not be because of the resolution that you guys passed, or so-called resolution that you guys passed, but I don't think you guys are aware of the impact of how many children you guys are gonna lose in this district if you guys do not pass this resolution. You guys need to understand that parents, I know a lot of parents who, like myself, are willing to pull the kids out to homeschool, as I've done. I would love to put my kids back in, but I will not do so until you guys pass this resolution the way that it should be passed. I've also would like to remind you all that in not doing so, I mean, because it's not even emergency use, you are all in violation of 21 U.S. Code 360 BBB3, which means that full informed consent needs to be given for any type of emergency use medical product, which includes the masks and the testing. Therefore, you guys are breaking a law when you guys are sitting here testing all these students and teachers and so on and so forth. Other than that, I just want to thank you again for letting me speak, and to ask you again to please put the resolution back on so that you guys could appropriately make the proper changes to reflect that you guys will not implement a COVID-19 vaccine mandate regardless of what the state says. I will be following up with an email to each and every one of you guys with the other resolutions from other districts, surrounding districts that have done that same thing. So that way maybe you guys can find the courage that they did. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sires.
Our next speaker is Jessica Garcia. If you're available, please unmute.
Good evening, board members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
All right, good evening. Hopefully I won't take my whole 5 minutes, but I do want to recognize and commend Superintendent Irving for saying your piece, for standing up with excellence to express how you feel, because it's very important to be transparent. I feel that yourself and your staff did an excellent job with the presentation. I, as a parent of 2 students still in the district, am very excited to see what actually gets fleshed out. And I also want to recognize Ms. Ceballos for questioning and asking who are the parents that still remain and who are the key people in the community that still need to be recognized and contribute to this presentation. Because I, as a parent who has been who is actually a product of your district and who has children in the district, have never, up until Superintendent Irving came around, been engaged in the district, in conversation, and felt like it was going to get somewhere, like something positive was actually going to come out instead of the roundtable conversations. So often, board members, you ask for data, you support so many programs that have no clear results, all because, as was mentioned before, they're your peers. They're people that you know, that you want to align yourself with for whatever political or personal agendas that you have. So I ask that you, again, as I said before, take out your personal biases, take out your personal political agendas, and see the design and the strategic plan for what it is. A very well thought out strategic plan. And from my experience, you never build a strategic plan without a budget. Your strategic plan comes from a budget. So with all of the documents that you all receive day in and day out, month after month, every 2 weeks, pay attention to what you're reading, highlight, ask the questions, because it's 10 o'clock now. I'm exhausted, been up since 4 o'clock in the morning, waiting to say my piece to support Dr. Irvin and the staff for their well-developed strategic plan of implementing STEM into all of the schools. Because I will say, as a parent, I've tried multiple times to get my children into the lottery schools and into the magnet programs to give them the best opportunities possible, and have been denied all their school career, and they're in high school now. So as Mr. Bio said, she doesn't have time to wait. I definitely do not have time to wait. At least her son is in elementary or middle school. My children are in high school. My oldest has 3 more years to go, and there is no progress being made. With all of your questions, with all of the redundancy, just please, as I've asked before, active listening is key. Transparency is key. Doc Irving asked you, do you support him? And 3 of you still have not acknowledged with a clear yes or no. 1 acknowledged with it's a good plan, but always has an excuse. Leave the excuses at the door. Our children are the focus. You are to govern the person that you hired and trust that you hired him because he was capable. Allow him to show you that he is capable. He has expressed to you that he will actually be held accountable if it doesn't work, which is much more than I can say for many of you on that board. You often do not like to be held accountable. And when you are questioned, there is a very quick defensive response that you have that shows the community that there's much more to what is being said that you are trying to defend. And so I ask, please take into consideration the hard work that your expert professionals have put together, the time that they have taken, the 7 to 8 months that it has been put in, the conversations held with community leaders, with parents, with teachers, with the staff, as was asked, and give them the respect that they deserve and let this plan go through. You've already declined the offer to have a director of STEM, and that is a much needed position in order to make this program successful, especially to hold at all of your schools when you only have a few schools that have some kind of magnet programs that are available to very few. And lastly, I'd like to say, as far as the masks are concerned, I really don't care about the mask. My children are vaccinated. I believe in health and safety first. And when it comes to the testing, I can't say that I'm in line with the other parents because I get every bit of communication, whether it's on Parent Square, whether it's an email, whether it's a text message in the middle of the day, phone calls, robocalls, because my kids are in the school multiple times about every single action that the district is going to take. So the lack of information that people get is because it's what they want. People hear what they want to hear.
Time.
Just hear what you want to hear instead of looking for the big picture and looking at that vision and mission statement that was presented to you this evening. Thank you, and I hope you guys get out before 2 o'clock in the morning.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Okay, our next speaker is Valerie Leonardi. Please unmute.
Thank you for hearing me. I'm going to set my timer right here so I can see it. I'm going to read again the letter that my son, Anthony Leonardi, wrote here for the school. And I would like to remind the people that are listening that Anthony is a product of the San Bernardino City Unified School District, and that his work that he has done was done while he was at the National Institute of Health working for our government on a fellowship that our school district partially funded under their high school scholarship program that he was able to use for his future. To the Superintendent of the California Department of Education, my name is Anthony Leonardi, PhD, and I am a T-cell immunologist educated at Johns Hopkins 09-12 and did my PhD at the National Cancer Institute on T-cell function, dysfunction, and immunity. I am writing to guarantee further Omicron variant surge and spread in classrooms due to the extreme level of diversity and evolution Omicron has been undergoing. Omicron has already evolved into 3 quite distinct versions, BA1, BA2, and BA3, that are highly distinct from each other, meaning reinfection is facilitated. There are early reports of reinfections where a person caught Omicron and then caught another version of Omicron weeks later. In a recent massive study, 2/3 of infections by Omicron were reinfections in the recent wave. Also, Alzheimer's-like brain changes were seen in people after infection with SARS-CoV-2. In my opinion, kids who are infected will easily be reinfected by Omicron. Omicron's new version, BA2, is spreading most quickly among children in Denmark. Companies are racing to create new vaccines for Omicron. In my opinion, our old vaccines won't work as well and will be significantly reduced in efficacy. In my opinion, there is no way to guarantee safe classrooms, so I advise remote learning. In cases where this will not occur, there must be masking and air filtration with Corsi-Rosenthal boxes and ventilation, at least of MERV 13 standard. Teachers will need at least N95 or better, respirators, kids at least N95s as well. Since N95s will be difficult to source for children, at least surgical masks, but these do not fully protect. Cloth masks are not enough. We are facing a dual BA1, BA2 Omicron surge. It has not yet even been 2 years, and we have already seen a highly evolved variant emerge that very likely requires new vaccines. We need to think about our infrastructure and sustainability and how education is delivered. Catching SARS-CoV-2 every 1 to 2 years is not wise or just to expect of children. It is a virulent SARS virus, not a common cold, and has evolved to become more severe. And I would like to also read to you the hospitalization rates that are currently occurring here in our area. According to the New York Times hospital tracking report, at this time, at over 96% of COVID, their ICU availability is filled to 90, they have less than 90, I'm sorry. 96% people are in Riverside Medical Center with COVID. The ICU is filled 90% in Riverside University. Loma Linda Medical is 88%, Arrowhead Regional 88%, Redlands Community 85%. And then as it continues to go down this list, at this time, with no percentage giving in the children's hospitals that is ever reported for the children's hospitals, there are 21 children sitting in the children's ICU unit at this time fighting COVID-19. So I am urging that our district remain masks with children in order to protect them from contracting COVID as best as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leonardo.
Okay, our next speaker is Kimberly. Kimberly, if you're available, please unmute.
Good evening, everyone. I am Kimberly Hernandez, and I'm a youth organizer with the Inland Empire Immigrant Youth Collective. We have worked very closely with San Bernardino Valley College, San Bernardino High School, as well as San Andreas High School. And today, I just want to say thank you for making time for the community to speak on these important items. And I would like to focus on the agenda item 8.1, which will discuss a COVID-19 update. We at the IIYC want to know more about the current COVID-19 efforts or policy towards students. We have heard about a recent incident that occurred on February 2nd, 2022 at San Andreas High School, where a student was handcuffed and pepper sprayed by an SRO. The student had just sought out mental health resources that same week and had been in communication with a counselor. And that student had also recently dealt with COVID-19. We know that COVID-19 is a mental health crisis, so that's very important to keep in mind as well. These students have many stressors happening in their lives, especially during the pandemic, and there should be some sort of like de-escalation practice to ensure students are safe and not in situations where they are met with more stressors while they're in school. What I would like to ask today are, what are the current efforts to help students dealing with COVID-19? Are there any policies towards students that may have to take time off due to COVID-19, or who have recently dealt with COVID-19 and are still dealing with the mental health aspect of it all? Will there be additional training for SROs, especially mental health aid training? I know today it was mentioned that mental health is a priority and there's mental health resources that will be provided. Will this be an emphasis with the SROs as well, to ensure that these SROs are serving students and not just harming them? I know it was also mentioned that SROs will be more present at school campuses as well. So will they be trained with COVID-19 knowledge and how to handle these students that are dealing with a lot more stress, especially coming back to campus after being online all this time? Those are all my questions for today. And like I said, thank you so much for the time.
All righty. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
Our next speaker is Najera. If you're available, please unmute.
Yes, and just for corrections, it's Nahaira, but no worries on that. I know it's a hard name. But thank you again for making time. I am Nahaira Valdivino Soto. I'm with the Inland Empire Youth Collective. My comrade Kim also just touched on some items that I already had as concerns, so I won't go into that too much. But I really, personally, just sitting in this meeting, I do echo a lot of the concerns that were voiced by families and community members about, you know, the timeliness of like public comments, you know, because we do want youth as well as their parents and community members to really be engaged, right? Especially when we're discussing such big changes coming to the school systems, right? And I think one of those big things that really caught my eye when I was listening on this presentation is that you're emphasizing on mental health and well-being. And although I find that really great, I think my comrade Kim touched on it already, is that we're seeing that there is discussions on a salary increase for SROs who we know have caused harm and stress to students before, prior to even COVID, and even during COVID, right? You know, outside of, you know, the police officers outside their home as well, like when they were not in the schools, and then we're still, again, funding police officers to basically surveil them and police them in a space that's supposed to be safe and a space that's supposed to be for their nourishment and development as student leaders, right? As the leaders of the future, right? So that's why I'm bringing attention to the, I believe, if I'm looking at it, it's the public hearing 6.1. It's basically a tentative agreement between San Bernardino City Unified School District and San Bernardino School Police Officers Association for a wage, basically a salary increase. And again, if we're talking about, you know, putting the students' wellness and safety as a priority, I don't think for us as an organization and for the students that we've spoken to, we don't think that SROs are key to that. We think, if anything, there should be a discussion about even removing funds, right? Not to increase salaries. So that's one issue that I hope that is properly addressed, and that you can see that there is increasing opposition, at least from the students that we're talking about increasing SROs as well as funding. So again, if you're committed to the mental health and well-being of students, I would not put them in a position where they're stressed and feel like they're going to be harmed by an individual, because there's no real training or, you know, policy that is, you know, really followed by a lot of these SORs. As like my compañera Kimberly said, like in San Andres, a student shouldn't have been pepper sprayed, right? But that's sort of what we're seeing a lot is happening, right? And we're seeing a lot of students also feeling that they're being threatened with SROs if they're not complying to certain things, right? And again, that's all the added stress of coming back to school. So it's like there needs to be an intentional effort to either train these SROs or remove funding so that they get that, so that the community gets the message of like, hey, we're really ensuring that your students are safe in schools and not putting them in harm's way. So we are like opposition of this, of the hearing 6.1. And I hope that y'all really take the time to think this, to reflect, talk to students, right? Talk to their families and see if this is really what they want to be funded. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Najeda.
And our last public comment is from Regina. If you're available, please unmute.
Welcome, Ms. Regina.
Good evening. My name is Regina. I also work with the Inland Empire Immigrant Youth Collective, like my comrades Nahira and Kimberly that just spoke. I would like to echo the same sentiment as they did and as multiple people that gave public comment tonight did, as far as the timeliness and just the respect of people's time to give public comment. Many of us are, working folks and parents and have families and other things to attend to. So maybe in the future it would be in everyone's best interest if we respected the time of everyone who is here with us tonight. And so thank you for making time to hear public comment on agenda item 10.1 regarding the implementation of ethnic studies in SBCUSD schools. And so at the Inland Empire Immigrant Youth Collective, we do prioritize ethnic studies as an important part of POC communities' collective history, because we do believe that it is a right for students to learn their own histories. And as a primarily BIPOC youth-led organization, we recognize that to know history is to know yourself, and that the understanding of this unique history is critical to advancing an equitable learning environment for all youth and students. And so in the struggle to dismantle racism and white supremacy, ethnic studies is an important part of youth education, as it provides teachers and students with cultural competency skills to discuss issues such as race and discrimination with a sharpened analysis. And as someone who myself has a background in ethnic studies from university, I can tell you that ethnic studies shapes who people are today. And I believe that youth from a young age should have access to ethnic studies to have a better refined understanding of the world around them. And so this leads me to my question for tonight, which is that I have reviewed the agenda item 10.1 and the district's plans to implement ethnic studies into A through G requirements for high school youth to graduate, which was covered in tonight's presentation earlier tonight. And so I noticed that the implementation of ethnic studies courses as a high school graduation requirement won't go into effect until the 2024-2025 school year. And so my question is, why is this implementation being delayed when the legislation was signed into law last year in 2021? And why do students have to wait longer for these changes to go into effect? Is this due to a lack of research or a lack of, a district task force committee to take on this issue, since, as I've stated just now, that ethnic studies is a vital part of this curriculum that high school students should have access to. And so I hope you take this into consideration when, you're moving forward with implementing ethnic studies into these high school curriculums. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jim.
Dr. I was going to say Madam President. Mr. President,
Yes.
Dr. President, with regards to the clarification, we do have ethnic studies currently in our school district, and I think we have several schools that actually have it. So I just wanted to clarify with that piece.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. All right, we'll move on to 4.0 closed session. 4.1 closed session public comments. Do we have any public comments, Ms. Cunningham, regarding closed session?
I'm sorry, I was typing. No, there are no comments.
Alrighty, then 4.2, we'll adjourn to closed session.
agree with you.
All right, folks, we're returning from closed session. We'll get back in session here. We'll move on to 5.1, expulsion of students, positive youth development. Let me see if there's a read on this. Nope. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on a review of the panel's finding of facts and recommendations, and orders the expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Daddy Rogers. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Screen, gosh. All righty, we had 4 yeas, so that motion carries. We'll move on to 5.2, and I'm trying to move my screen to where I could see it. Sorry about that, folks. All right, 5.2, be it resolved, the Board of Education approves the following students will recommend for expulsion. But expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and or the availability of other means of corrections in compliance with the Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they were recommended for expulsion, expulsion is not granted.
So moved.
Yeah.
It's been moved by
Second, I'm sorry.
Moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Daddy Rogers. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. All right, motion carries, and I do apologize. We did not do 5.2 because I was trying to fix my screen and it didn't fit. So be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings and facts of positive youth development and orders the suspension or expulsion, of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code 48900.
So moved.
5.2. I know, it was actually,
You read the
I
wrong
read
part to the
5.3 even though
record.
we're on 5.2.
So I think we should just say that should be read into the record.
Yeah, we need to correct it on the record. My apologies.
Haven't we done yet? 5.3?
5.2. We did 5.3.
You want a motion on it?
I thought Dr. Rogers, you motioned.
I did.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Tillman. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, so on 5.4, there's no action?
No, because we're bringing it back.
Okay, very
Right,
good.
Marcus, we're bringing that back.
There is a readout for the May letter. For the reassignment.
Resign?
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
then
Yes.
that's what I was asking.
Oh, that's right. Even though
Correct.
we bring it back, you
All
still
right.
gotta read it out. Okay.
All right, 5.4, other closed section action. Be it resolved that the Board of Education has determined that the following certificate employee be given notice prior to March 15th, 2022, that he or she may be released from assignment as a vice principal at the end of the 2021-2022 school year and reassigned to an assignment consistent with his or her credential authorizations effective at the beginning of the 2022-2023 school year, and that the superintendent or his designee is hereby authorized to give written notice of this action pursuant to Education Code 44951.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Rogers. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 6.0, public hearings. I'll close the regular session, open public session.
Open public hearing.
Public hearing, excuse me. We have 6.1. Do I need to read out on that?
The board resolved.
We do have a public comment for that.
All righty, let's.
Okay, it's Ashley Bita-Sakala. If you are there, please unmute.
Good evening, President Wyatt.
Good evening.
Members of the board and cabinet. I'm Ashley Bita-Sakala, President of the San Bernardino Teachers Association, speaking to you tonight on behalf of our 3,000 members. On February 1st, the district and SBTA came to a tentative agreement on our reopener on wages. This TA was overwhelmingly ratified by our members last week and is before you tonight for approval. I urge you to vote to approve this agreement. Thank you again for your leadership, consideration, and time.
Thank you. All right, read out on 6.1. Be it resolved that the Board of Education adopts a memorandum of understanding between San Bernardino City Unified School District and San Bernardino Teachers Association, Article 11, Wages, approval of a 4.0 salary increase effective July 1, 2021, and a 3% off salary schedule on an annual base salary for fiscal year 21-22.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Flores. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. All right, motion carries. 6.2, public hearing for memorandum of understanding.
You gotta close the public.
Oh, I have to close each one?
Yeah.
No, there's all those.
You still gotta close.
Oh, really? Oh, all right, let me close 6.1. Open 6.2. All right. Public hearing for memorandum of understanding between San Bernardino City Unified School District and San Bernardino Teachers Association, COVID-19 leave extension.
We do have a public comment for that.
All righty.
Ashley, if you're still there, please unmute.
Good evening again,
Good evening.
President Wyatt, Superintendent Irvin, members of the board. The district and SBTA have been working over the past several weeks to come to agreement on an MOU that extends the COVID leave that was afforded to employees until it expired on September 30th, 2021. This MOU will allow our employees access to COVID leave in accordance to current legislation, which was just enacted by Governor Newsom about a week ago, as well as covering the period of time from October to December when the leave had expired. The MOU is before you for approval this evening. And I urge you again to approve this agreement so we have no disruption to our dedicated selfless members in the area where they really need to focus, which is educating our students. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All righty, we'll move on. Be it resolved, the Board of Education adopts a memorandum of understanding between San Bernardino City Unified School District and San Bernardino Teachers Association COVID-19 leave extension.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. All right, motion carries. We'll close 6.2. Open 6.3. Public hearing for the memorandum of understanding between San Bernardino City Unified School District and San Bernardino Teachers Association concerning reopening to in-person learning for the 2021-2022 school year. Are there any public comments?
Yes, we have one. Ashley, please unmute.
Good evening again, board.
Good evening.
We have come to agreement with the district to extend the MOU that you previously approved back in August. I know that was quite a while ago. That concerns the health and safety that is mitigation strategies and current reopening to in-person learning that is going on in our schools since then. This MOU has allowed us to continue to keep schools open for in-person instruction as we continue to navigate this pandemic. And it's before you this evening for your approval. Again, I urge your consideration and approval of this agreement so that we can continue with no disruption to our members. Thank you again for your consideration and time.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and move on. Be it resolved that the Board of Education adopts the Memorandum of Understanding between San Bernardino City Unified School District and San Bernardino Teachers Association concerning reopening to in-person learning for the 2021-2022 school year.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll close 6.3, open 6.4. Public hearing for Memorandum of Understanding between San Bernardino City Unified School District and California School Employee Association, Chapter number 183, 2021 through 2022, Article 6, Wages.
No comments.
There's no public comment. Be it resolved that the Board of Education adopts the Memorandum of Understanding between San Bernardino City Unified School District and California School Employee Association, and its San Bernardino Chapter number 183, 2021-2022. Article 6, Wages, approval of the 4.0 salary increase effective July 1, 2021, and a 3% off salary schedule on annual base salary for fiscal year 21-22.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. It was moved by Dr. Flores, second by Mr. Tillman. All right, motion carries. We'll close 6.4. Let's move on to 6.5. Hopefully I'm on there. All right. Public hearing for Memorandum of Understanding between San Bernardino City Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter number 183, regarding the negotiable impacts and effects of the realignment of custodial services to maintenance and operations and custodial clusters.
No comments.
There are no comments.
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Rogers and second by Mr. Tillman. Any discussion? No discussion. Let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion 6.5 carries. We'll close 6.5. Open 6.6. Public hearing for successor negotiations, tentative agreement between San Bernardino City Unified School District and San Bernardino School Police Officer Association, Article 6, Wages, Salary Increase.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion or any public comments?
No comments.
Oop. No public comments? All righty, now we can.
All righty.
Now we can motion, I think.
I moved and
Okay.
Danny and
On that one? Okay, Dr. Flores motion and Mr. Tillman seconded. No discussion, let's vote.
sorry.
No, thank you. Appreciate that. All All right, motion carries. Be it resolved that the Board of Education adopts a memorandum of understanding between the successor negotiations tentative agreement between San Marino City Unified School District and San Marino School Police Officer Association, Article 6, wages, salary increase, approval of a 4.0 salary increase effective July 1, 2021, and a 3% off salary schedule on annual base salary for fiscal year 21-22.
So moved.
We already voted on that, right?
Right.
Did I have to read it again? I didn't know if I read it the first time. I'm sorry. All right, well, let's close that one.
It's a little late, Dr. White.
I know, I'm trying to get us out of here before tomorrow.
I was going, didn't we just vote on that?
I thought we did. Oh, no, I must have read it already. 7.1, all right, San Marino, oh, wait, let me reopen the regular meeting. San Marino Teachers Association, any reports? Oh, all right, we have.
I think Ashley's still there.
7.1. She's gonna talk.
Yeah, she's still there? Oh, she logged off. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, she just logged off.
All righty, or if you're there, just let us know. All right, so maybe no report on 7.1, sounds like. 7.2, California School Employee Association. No report. 7.3, Communication Workers of America. No report. 7.4, San Marino School Police Officers Association. No report. All right, on to 8.1, COVID-19 update.
All right, thank you, board. There's a light. Are we okay to proceed? Okay, great, thank you. So, in light of the changes in CDPH and CDC guidance, we wanted to provide the board an update in regards to what is happening in COVID world. Next slide, please. In this presentation, we're going to give you a status update on the current conditions that we're dealing with COVID-19. We're going to give you the update with CDPH, and then we're also going to provide a recommendation. Next slide, please. So I want to remind the board, as we have been dealing with COVID for the last 2 years, these are the guiding principles that we have been using as we navigate through the challenges that COVID has brought to us. Ensuring health and physical safety for students and staff, adhering to federal, state, and county guidance, providing high-quality learning experiences, and providing a safe and accessible working environments. Next slide, please. So at this time, I'm going to pass it over to Eric so that he can review the current COVID-19 conditions.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Good evening, board. Next slide, please. So this graph shows the number of new daily COVID cases identified throughout the district from August through February 22nd. Through the winter surge, we were averaging 150 to 200 new COVID cases in our district a day. And at our peak on January 18th, 318 new cases in one day. Last week, we saw 5 new cases a day for a total of about 23 new cases over the course of the entire week. So you can see that everything is dropping as expected and as we're seeing across the nation. Next slide, please. This graph shows the number of COVID rapid tests performed each day throughout the district from August through early February. The orange line that you may or may not be able to see on there is the correlating number of new COVID cases. So you can see as cases went up, so did the testing that our community was asking us for. At our peak of testing, we performed just over 1,200 rapid tests in one day at our schools. Last week, we were down to an average of 226 rapid tests per day. As you've heard, the governor mentioned, we're entering the endemic phase of COVID. Robust testing must remain available for community case monitoring. As you know, during the surge, the public struggled to find test kits. We worked hard to meet that need, and during our winter break drive-through testing event, we completed a total of 2,300 tests at an average of 6 tests per minute for our staff and students. We've never run out of tests, and this speaks loudly to your leadership and our district's commitment to taking care of our community. Next slide, please. And David, would you click it one more time for me? Thank you, sir. Last Friday, the CDC announced new nationwide metrics for gauging community's risk in managing COVID. As you know, COVID had been a public health crisis, overwhelming the healthcare systems and causing a shutdown of our nation. These metrics look at the new COVID cases over a 7-day period, new COVID hospital admissions, and the percentage of occupied hospital beds. These metrics represent the potential strain a community healthcare system may see, which is why all these mitigation measures have been in place up to this point. You'll notice on this slide, so what I highlighted here was, as of today, here in San Bernardino County, we are in the low as far as the CDC's metrics. So we are under the 10% under in both of the columns on the right there, and under 200 new cases per 100,000. So we are in a good position as it relates to our COVID management within our county. Next slide, please. Here you'll see the CDC's quick chart based on the community metrics that I just showed you on how COVID should be managed. The CDC's recommendations for communities and schools include allowing the relaxing of mask wearing, so long as the communities were not in the high range. So should we take a trajectory turn and wind up going back in the high range, then the CDC would then recommend we reinstate many of our mitigation measures, including masking. Next slide, please. So the California Department of Public Health updated their guidance yesterday. Up to this point, the decision to wear face coverings in schools was not ours to make. It was mandated by the state to keep everyone safe. So as you can see, the rules that have changed, and I've bulleted 2 of them out here. So the general public, including meetings that we're having like this, it's not in a K through 12 school setting. In California, starting today, masks are no longer required for unvaccinated individuals, but strongly recommended. For schools, in effective Saturday, March 12th, so really for us, we'd be looking at an implementation of anything we did would be Monday, March 14th. Masks would not be required, but be strongly recommended. As always, the state has deferred to the locals, whether it be our public health department or you as a school board, to have additional requirements. So we have the local context, again, that you've always had to say in our community, we feel we do or do not need that. Next slide, please. So yesterday we received that information from the state at about 11. We decided, having the Superintendent's Parent Advisory Committee, knowing we had 72 members representing from each school, we decided to do a quick survey with them last night. So we asked the 72 participants, and I think there were actually 73, having been provided the local context that I just shared with the board, how would they prefer as a parent that SBC USD continue at this point? So we asked them do you want us to continue? David, can you go back for me real quick? Do you want us to continue requiring all staff, students, and visitors to wear face coverings while indoors for the duration of the school year? Or 2, do you want to allow personal choice, individual staff, students, or visitors the options, and we would continue providing them? We have plenty of face coverings, so we're not going to run out. We'll make sure that they're readily available for anyone who wants them at any given point. So, and David, go ahead and click it for me. So of the 73 responses that we took last night, 63% at that time weighed in that they wanted to continue wearing the face coverings at this time. 37% wanted the individual personal preference. So that was just a small survey that we did with the community members that we had from the parent advisory group last night. Next slide, please. So based on the information that we've received up to this point, we're recommending to the board to provide our community COVID risk levels, just same thing that you received right now, provide that to our community, and survey our stakeholders using the same questions that we just asked the groups last night, including our parents, do a survey for the parents, do a survey for our employee groups, and do a survey for our management team. Have those results separate so that you can see what each group chose, and then gather that input and work with the board to schedule a special board meeting on March 8th where we can share the data with you, and that would still allow us to take any action that needed to be taken, handle any messages that needed to be handled before students returned on Monday, March 14th. So we do have some time to, engage the community members, engage our staff members and our parents in the decision that's going to impact them. And that's all I have for you, Board.
All right, Mr. Vertier, thank you very much for
You're
that
welcome.
presentation and all the updates. We'll go ahead and start with board comments or questions. Mr. Tillman.
It's good. I didn't know we did a survey already on the 28th, and I know it wasn't a large survey, but it kind of gives you a gist of where it's going to go. I really think just from the information and the emails I'm getting tonight, there's no way that the board is going to be able to. I think the board is going to have to say what the guidance is, and that is that it's not required but strongly recommended. And I really think that because surrounding districts are already taking the action to do it, that we probably can't vote on tonight, but it's not a policy, so we can give direction. So I would hope that we have a consensus to give direction to send out to the parents in the community that we're going to go with not required but strongly recommended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Dr. Flores?
Did you say that again, Mr. Tillman? Not required, but strongly recommended?
Yes.
Is that what you said?
Not required, but strongly recommended. And to me, you have to do that for the parents who have been strongly against masks anyway. You have to give them an option to say they're not going to wear. They don't want their child to wear a mask. But I think that we have the other spectrum doesn't come down a lot, but you have a great deal of parents still concerned about their safety, and they would feel better about their child wearing a mask. And I'm sure it'll be the same thing with the staff. So this gives people the opportunity to make the choice. Thank you.
I have two clarifications. On the slide of the CDC community COVID levels, is that San Bernardino City? Is that our district? Or is that the county?
Dr. Flores, I think you're referring to slide 7 and slide 8. That is the county metrics.
That's the county?
Correct.
What's our city?
The way that our county has their dashboard doesn't correspond with this, the way that the CDC just redid the metrics. But we could
Because the county is very big, and I mean, it's spread out. I wonder what it is for our city.
Yeah, we did look at the numbers this evening. So the case rate within San Bernardino City Unified's boundaries was at 13.1. The 7-day average was at 13.1 per 100,000, and that's as of 7 days ago.
So it would be medium.
At that point, so the last data set that we had from the city
it would
was,
be medium, not
was a while
low.
ago.
Okay. I really appreciate your recommendation that we survey all our stakeholders. And I understand what you said, Mr. Tillman, but I would like to get feedback from all our families and our unions and our and management in terms of what they say regarding the wearing a mask. So
Thank you, Dr. Flores.
that's all my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Rosales Medina?
First of all, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vertier, for this information. And I do appreciate the graph, how it extends and it shows, it gives a lot more information. And so I do appreciate you sharing that. I believe 73 parents is not enough. And I get it, it's probably the short amount of time in order to get the surveys in. But I would like to also see not only parents, but teachers and staff and those that work within our school district to see what their viewpoint is at a bigger number. It should definitely be higher than in the hundreds. So hopefully we're able to do that. And I know that's going to be a big piece through the communications department. I'm hoping they're able to do that as well. My other thing is, let's just say that a person, we go through the recommendation of making it not required but strongly recommended, and someone does get tests positive or becomes positive in our school environment. Are we held liable?
you could always be held liable for something. I think, we've managed many, many COVID cases. I mean, you see the peak was 315 in a day. So we've had, and we have our COVID team still on the ground. They're not going away right now as we make this transition. So they're still going to handle positive cases as they have up to this point, regardless of the face covering or not. The reason the rules are changing is because we're learning more about COVID, and the state and the CDC are learning more about COVID and what can be relaxed, and providing us the metrics to say if we start to see where there's an uptick, then we can pull this back. If you find yourself back here, put the masks back on. We'll make it mandatory again. So the liability question, we could be liable for all sorts of things. But I think this is, due diligence is how we've been managing it well. The board gave us good direction and put good measures in place since the beginning of this and gave us the resources we needed to manage COVID for our community. Those aren't going away right now, so I think we're in a good place.
And then let's just say that if we do move forward with that, if the cases increase, let's just say that we're going to go ahead and do it by not required but strongly recommended, and we see an influx of positive cases. Is there a suggestion or even a recommendation that then we would have to look at extra measures, because now we're seeing a huge, and I think we're going to need a report well, you have been providing us a report every board meeting, but it could be something weekly being sent, just to make sure that we're keeping an eye on it if this does move to that direction. For me, I'm personally always concerned when, there's someone positive and in the same environment as you, and because of the how relaxed everything is, it's still a risk, and so that's always been my concern. Can you imagine if knowing the person that's positive is around, and someone tries to take off their mask to talk, then you become at risk to a certain extent. So I'm just a little concerned that we're going to get to a point where there's going to be an influx of cases because of that. And so I think if we are to, if it is to be passed, we just need to make sure that we're being extra vigilant to ensure that if the cases are increasing, that we look at other measures.
Yeah, absolutely. Our management of it isn't changing. So we're still managing the positive cases. We still are in contact. 3 times a week we meet with the County Department of Public Health on our cases alone, just sharing information, best practices stuff. So we have a daily pulse on what's going on, and really we see it in the community first. So we see the county starts to report an uptick, we'll see it in the schools. And so at that point it would be more than likely it would be the county telling us we're starting to have an uptick in the county. You guys are hitting medium, we're hitting high. Once we get into high, then they're going to say, okay, we need to get masks back on, everybody. So it's just a constant monitoring of the cases.
And the vaccination, ensuring, is there anything going to be changed with regards to, not vaccinations, testing within our school sites? Is there anything that you're looking at that we would need to be doing differently? Are we going to need to get more tests because we're having more people without masks? I don't know.
Yeah, so we don't. We have an ample supply of tests. We've had a robust testing system since day one. Many others around us, including our local counties, as everybody needed tests, everybody was running out. We never ran out. We have tens of thousands here in our system now. So running out of test kits or our ability to test, we were able to get through the surge, and it was busy. We're able to manage it now. I don't think we're going to see a surge like that again, hopefully, and we were able to manage through that. So I think we're in a good place to continue to providing that testing, which is going to show us really what's going on in our schools.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales-Medina. Dr. Daddy Rogers.
Thank you. Mr. Vatir, on the numbers that you give us of the cases, is that a combination of students, teachers, everyone in the district type?
Yeah, great question, Dr. Rogers. Sorry for not explaining. If we can go back to slide, go back a few slides for me, Dave, if you don't mind. Yeah, right there. So you'll see the darker orange are the student cases, and the lighter color is the staff cases.
Got it.
Based on, and this is just within our district, based on our testing, based on reports that are coming from families.
And so the darker orange, those were all, when it was in the high peak, those were students.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, interesting. So then my question, because I definitely know that we're leaning towards options, because we said that even in our attempt to do a resolution before. But I do think the surveys, I mean, seeing just that small sampling of 73 is enough to say everybody is not, all saying the same thing, right? And so that comes with that option that also says, because for me, I'll probably continue to wear my mask until I feel, I don't know, I don't know, but so, and I think it's very important that as we go down that road that we realize that we're still not glorifying one over the other, right? We want people to still be able to do what they're comfortable with doing, but also taking note in these surveys, we'll hear from teachers as well. Because they're going to be ultimately in the classroom with the students, right? And I would love to know, what other options, or what are we thinking, or rearranging classrooms. I know you guys have done a myriad of things, and I don't think everything should go out the door, immediately. So that would be concerning to me, as well as the date of March the 12th. Where are we today making a decision versus March the 12th? And are there any consequences in between?
So great question. So we know, from here in our community and frankly where I live, that, noon, there was a letter coming out from the district
Right.
saying it's going to be optional.
Right.
Bottom line is none of that goes into play until March 12th for any school district in the state of California. So they may have announced it, but they're still wearing masks until March 12th. And actually till March 14th, because
Right.
March 14th is a
When
Monday.
school-
So we have the gift of time to survey our community, to make the changes, to make an informed decision, to provide that back to the board, to make an informed decision, because there's really no urgency around making a decision tonight. Nothing's going to change until March 14th.
And
as
that
far
is
as us
very, very important to make clear, because I have seen that when it went out, all of us that are connected to anything educational was told of the marching order date. But I don't want to confuse the community in our efforts to hear them. And what we heard tonight is to say, just rip off masks tomorrow, and then we're faced with a whole nother dilemma. So it's very important for us to be clear on that, because it also kind of felt like we thought we can make a decision tonight about tomorrow versus March the 12th. So, all right, thank you
You're
for
welcome.
that.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers, and I see your light's off now, right?
Yes.
No, Dr.
sorry.
Dowdy Rogers, your light's off? I know, it didn't go off for some reason. I know Mr. Tillmans was doing that as well. All right, well, I'll go ahead and do my comments real quick. Thank you, Mr. Ratier, again for the information and fielding our questions, as always. I'm definitely in support of strongly recommended. I'm going to be consistent with what I've always said, and, we've gone with the recommendation of the state. We have continued to do that from CDPH as well as county, Department of Public Health, and the state has finally given us direction. Which obviously March 11th is the end, and it would start March 12th. And I say it should start March 12th because we often have activities with our students on the weekends as well. So I don't want to exclude that either. What I did notice though is general public admin buildings. Does that pertain to us in regards to March 1st, which is today? So would we not have to wear our masks in our admin buildings where students are not present?
Correct. So the K-12 guidance is specific to school buildings. Under the board's direction, as we've progressed through COVID, it's been easier for staff to manage with just saying our staff's going to wear masks. If you're on district property, if you're working, just keep your masks on, so that we don't have confusion about central office staff going to a school site, forgetting, I don't have to wear my mask there, but I'm here, I have to wear it, and the equity piece. And so we just said, as a district, it's easier for us to manage if we just say, keep your masks on. But you are correct, in the board meetings, in our administrative settings, the March 1st rule was the change date for that.
And thank you on that clarification, because I did notice some folks were not wearing their masks in the audience today, and Normally I would say something, but I knew that was the case on today as well, so I appreciate you confirming that. I will just stand behind my word and say that I believe that we should have the right to choose, and I will definitely support us in strongly recommending wearing masks, but we do need a choice, and that's where I stand. All right, Ms. Ceballos.
So, question about the isolation and quarantine. Nothing has changed with that, whether we keep masks or we don't?
No.
That's still the same?
Correct.
Okay. I think that I as well would like to, especially because we don't have, it's not like we can make a decision tomorrow. We do have, as you said, the gift of time. I think that it would be a good idea to just survey everyone, only because, again, even though that was a small sample, you know, it does somewhat represent our community, right? So I did hear earlier in public comments about other school districts. I don't know, I didn't hear in any of those comments talk about like our closest school districts. So like Rialto, Colton, Moreno Valley, and all the other districts that maybe are a little bit more similar to us in terms of demographics. I heard a lot of like Orange County, Etiwanda, Ontario, Montclair, which I believe the demographics are also a bit different. And so that also really speaks to our particular community's concern, especially the effect that COVID had on communities like ours.
Yes.
And so for those reasons, I would really like to just make sure that we get all of the information. And I think we wouldn't be delaying it. I think we would be still within the time frame. So, and then at that point, I think we could have a better picture. And personally, I would like to say, you know, let's follow state, you know, mandate if the state's recommending that we move forward in that direction. Like I said, that's what my ideal would be. But again, I wouldn't like to make that decision ignoring everybody else's input.
Right.
So.
Thank you, Ms. Wells. Dr. Flores?
Mr. Ratier, when will these surveys be done, and will the data be done for us to have the special board meeting on the 8th?
Yeah, preliminarily, and Ginger and I were talking about it today. Really, it's two easy questions to ask, so it's not a cumbersome survey. Ideally, we could start pushing it out to the respective groups tomorrow, let it run for a week, have results back next Wednesday. And then I think we were looking at maybe the 8th for a special board meeting where we could provide those results.
I think the 8th is next Tuesday.
So Tuesday.
The 8th is next Tuesday.
Okay. So at the board's will, whenever, you know.
Okay, all right.
So we could run it till the 7th. That way it would be ready
Run it
for
to the 7th and then have the data for us on the 8th. Okay.
It doesn't necessarily have to be on a Tuesday. For special board meetings, it can be Wednesday or so forth. Yeah.
Give you guys time.
Well,
A week is enough time. A week is enough time.
But we had the 72 results real time. So, I mean, it's really, I don't think we're going to have that much of a challenge running it for 5 days, 6 days.
And do you send it to everybody's email? Is that what you do? Is that how you do it?
I'm seeing a nod from Ginger, so yes.
So it goes to everybody's
I'll let her
emails?
speak for the communications piece.
So yes, we would definitely deploy through Parent Square where we can reach a large majority of our families. We would also put that out on our website to be able to give our families the opportunity to access it through a link that they might be able to get so that they could fill that out. I'm hearing from David, we also have the opportunity to do some text surveys. So we might do that through text messages which we know is something that works well for our families. We definitely want to use multiple means because we want to get as
Right.
many opportunities to give voices as possible.
Because what about the parents that don't use Parent Square? What about parents that don't have cell phones? You know, I mean, I think we have, like the parents recommended to us that we have multiple ways of surveying them. I think that would be really good.
We can certainly create a paper survey as well and get that out so the school sites have them to share for families who are not able to to participate the other way. It's more difficult to get the real-time results, however, because those have to be tabulated manually. So the electronic results are going to be much more timely for you for next week. So we'll certainly do our best.
Yeah, of course, we'll do it in the languages of the parents, right? Okay, the home languages. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms.
But we've-
Rosales-Medina.
So what we've done in the past is also Scantrons, so, which is actually a lot faster than tabulated with written paper. So if we do Scantrons, that would be better. As well for those parents that do not have means. But I also want to be cautious that we don't have duplicates that can inflate certain numbers. So I just want to make sure that, just consider that, maybe having, I wouldn't know, I know that it's been done in the past where we would have the student name on it, but I don't know if we're trying to have anonymous or so forth. That way, parents are not at risk. But I just want to make sure that we're kind of seeing if there's any inconsistencies with maybe text by the same number or multiple. I mean, just be mindful of that as well.
I would think that if we were to be able to rely on Parent Square, we'd be able to manage that. But using multiple means will probably limit our ability to eliminate duplicates. So that there's a trade-off for doing both of those. So, but we definitely will try to do our best to manage that and get you the most up-to-date and complete data possible.
Right, and then, of course, if it would be great if we only relied on Parent Square, but the problem is, and then we're kind of forgetting about those parents that may be socioeconomic, and then we're not really getting the real picture. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales-Medina. Mr. Tillman.
You know, I just hope that the board understands that there's a lot of anxiety out there amongst parents who have a concern that we may make a decision to say you're going to continue wearing, everyone's going to be mandatory to continue wearing masks even after the 11th. And I don't see the board doing that. And I think you're going to continue to create a lot of anxiety by not making a statement that more than likely the board is going to go with not required but strongly recommended. I don't know what would have to come back in the results of the survey that would prompt you to say that we're going to force everyone to continue to wear masks after the 11th. I don't see that happening. And you have people listening, and they're going to be asking the question tomorrow, did the board give direction? I mean, even if you say it's very likely we're going to move towards not required but strongly recommended, unless, I don't know, one of you guys have to voice to me what you would see in a survey that would tell you you're not going to take that direction. Because I like to be understanding of all groups. And the groups that are most concerned right now are the ones who have been concerned and feel like they've been suffering and their children have been suffering by having to wear the mask. And those people do have a whole lot of pent-up anxiety. And it's going to get worse if they think that we in any way are thinking about not proceeding with not required but strongly recommended. And so you're going to actually create a week long of people being highly upset because I've read the news stories, I've gotten the text, I've gotten the email, I've gotten this stuff from CSBA, and they said the 3 states have agreed to relax the masking requirements. So I don't know how, as a district, we want to move in that direction. I think you never want to lose sight of the fact that we've been very successful because we work closely with all our partners, but we've also taken the advice early on from the experts. And if you're going to do it when you're being restrictive, then when you have the chance to be less restrictive, I think the sooner you send the message, the better. And I will say this, I was leaning towards waiting for the survey, but after seeing so much information out there already saying that everyone's moving towards the not required and strongly recommended, I think this board will make a huge mistake in waiting until the 8th, because there's nothing you're going to see in the survey results that are going to make you say, oh, we saw these results and we got 80% of the people still want to wear a mask. You're not going to say because of that you're going to still say you have to mandatorily everyone wear a mask after the 11th. You're not going to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. I believe it's Dr. Dowdy Rogers and then Ms. Ceballos.
Yeah, I just wanted to add again, because I think at the beginning of my comment, I said that obviously it looks like we're leaning towards the option, right? Or that is, we already had said that prior in our resolution. But I don't, after seeing a survey that already tells me also that people have some reservations, I think it's important to pause and be clear on other things that we may put in place versus someone thinking, just take it off, and be a part of, and if you're not feeling comfortable, like I said, and I'll say it again, I'll probably wear my mask. We have 1 million of them anyway, but I probably will continue, right? But I don't also want people to feel that they have to do what another person that wants to do to take the mask off. We need to be clear on that as well, just as much as the people that are coming and what the laws are saying, and we've always done that. We make the adjustments to what is conducive to what our body of community is saying. And so I don't know, I haven't heard from the teacher's perspective, and maybe sitting in the classroom, they have some other options or some things that we can put in place along with the strongly recommended and those that come into the classroom, just as we did before. There is no map, there is no guidelines on how to implement this thing that doesn't seem to fit us. We're trying to fit in this shell of life that we've never experienced before. So what may come out of it is some other options, but in no way am I or want to confuse those that are watching. I think what was most important, it sounded like we were going to take the mask off tomorrow. And we need, because according to what we heard, other people are doing things, but I think you, Mr. Vatira, said they're sending out and reminding people also that this date is coming. And that is when you will strongly, have those opportunities to remove. But I don't think we're going to put up anything that says you can't wear a mask.
And I think that's a good point. I think one of the phrases that we'll need to use as we move down this road is personal choice. And the board's been strong about saying that as we moved, when we were having the vaccine questions and comments about the choice. People have a choice. And I think that's the important phrase we need to use. The government's going to recommend that they strongly recommend we keep masks on. How do we do that? Well, people have a choice. And I think that's the important piece, is that our community doesn't feel that because we're doing one thing or another that they lose their right to wear a mask or not wear a mask.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Ms. Ceballos has said no, so Dr. Flores.
What I read was that it's strongly recommended to wear a mask. And so I just want to decide on the side of caution. And our teachers and our classified employees are around the kids all day. And the kids also are around each other in really close quarters. And so I just want to get their take on it, and also their parents. I'm not there all day long in close quarters. And so I'm just going to decide on the side of caution. And it may be, Mr. Tillman, that we decide, that it's optional. And if that's, where we go, then, people that are concerned about their safety, like Dr. Dowdy Rogers said, she'll wear her mask. I'll wear my mask too. And so I know a lot of friends and family that have gotten both boosters and, gotten both vaccinations and the booster, and they got COVID. And some of it was pretty bad. So I just, we're in a pandemic still, even though it's low cases. And like you said, this was the county data that you gave us, not the city data. And what Ms. Medina said, what if it goes up? What are we going to do? And God forbid that we have any deaths, among our children. So as a mother and grandmother, I just want to decide on the side of caution. Thank you.
All righty, Mr. Batir, but I do believe we need to give direction to the district for a special board meeting. Is that what we're saying on March 8th?
It looks like March 8th is the date that we're looking at, unless I hear anything differently.
All right, sounds like we have board consensus for March 8th. Mr. Batir, thank you to you and your team. All right, let's move on. 9.1, reports and comments. Let me see where we're at on that. Board members. And I don't have an order on here, so no, it's gonna, she's telling me to go up, and I went up and I don't see anything. Well, usually I have the order here on where we were at.
And I totally forgot. I gotta get used to that. Okay, you're gonna start with, no, we started with.
Mr. Biles? All right, Mr. Biles, we'll start with you and then move around back over to Dr. Daddy Rogers.
I don't have any comments. I think I've said enough for tonight.
All right, Mr. Biles, nice comments. Thank you very much, Dr. Daddy Rogers.
So you're rolling it around.
Oh, no,
You want to come this way, or
around.
are you going this way?
Yep.
Okay, all right, great.
Dr. Rogers, we'll be ready for you.
No, I just want to comment on a couple of things. You know, we haven't been able to do much community things here and there, and it's been because of COVID. But, you know, there were a number of things, and I know, Dr. White, you may mention we were over at the Honors Orchestra, and, you know, again, I know our comments are late, but they can go back and review again. We're just proud of our students and the wonderful things that they're doing, and some of you all joined us over there, so that was great. It was mentioned tonight about the event at Acoma with the mural, and you know, those individuals from Valerie Pope Ludland to Francis Grice to Bobby Vega, those individuals and Vivian Nash, they also recognize these individuals and John Griffin that were pillars in the community. And, you know, I'm really excited and was happy to see what they were doing and those that joined over there. And then some of us also, the week prior, we've had a board meeting every week. I don't think we mentioned this, but was really excited about, I think they said it was about 1,600 plus scholars for the Black, 1,700, okay, 1,700 for the Black Student Honor Roll, and that also included perfect attendance, and that was another reason why I made mention about that earlier. I mean, if they're coming to school, we definitely want to be able to, you know, help and do everything that we can as they're trying to adjust to this environment. And then we also, Dr. White and I were following each other around via Zoom too, with the Black History Bee as well. And so that was great. And students are still trying to thrive and do the things that they need to do. And I do want to honor that. And then I had an opportunity to go to my alumni, and you all know if I can get to go to San Bernardino High School, I will find a way. And our girls, the JV girls, definitely was giving it their all, and they made it to CIFs. And what did they end up placing, Dr. Rodriguez?
They were second place in the state, but they went to the Southern California Division. So that's the game they played tonight.
We know how they did?
Do we have it yet on?
Yeah, we do have the score, and Cardinals prevailed, so they'll be going to the next round.
So they're moving on, huh? They're
the
still
girls'
alive,
basketball team under the direction of Jeremiah Tardy.
Oh, Mr. Tardy, really?
Definitely was a good game, and definitely with some
Probation
old school people there. So shout out to Cardinal City for a great job. I also wanted to quickly say, I know I mentioned again, and Ginger, you probably captured it, but I do want ASL embedded in there, at least that we brought it up. And that is when I talk about biliteracy, I remember when I was down to my last year in college, and I was like, okay, I've done Spanish, and I wanted to do ASL. And it is a rewarding language to also have. And then I also want to make mention, I know they were talking about mental health, and I know a couple of years ago, there was a legislation that came out for mental health first aid to take, you know, for educators and throughout, and I don't know where we are with that, but it would be helpful, you know, throughout the district if individuals can take that mental health first aid. It's just the second tier of regular first aid. I mean, you're really learning some tools that will help you be able to understand what's happening with our students. And then lastly, mentioning just again, and I think probably a broken record on these, but I know we're doing something around facilities. I had talked about agendizing the facilities, and then again, we were going to get an update on the contracts. And then I would like to know where we're going with the bond special meeting that we had, what we'll be doing with that. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Daddy Rogers.
And happy Women's Month, okay? We rule this. We rule this entire month.
I just want to know, is there a men's month?
No.
Oh, it's the rest of the year is men's year then. Is that what it is? Just kidding, Dr. Daddy Rogers. All right, Ms. Rosales Medina.
No, there's no comments on that. I was just going to say that, men has had it when it comes to all the language, even when you look at the Constitution. So no, I think we deserve a month. We definitely deserve it. Actually, we deserve more than a month, but the whole year we do. We do. We need more women in leadership roles. We need. I'm actually really proud of the fact that we have a lot of women, strong women of color that are part of our cabinet as well. So, really excited. And that's it.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Dr. Flores.
I ditto Dr. Dowdy Rogers and Ms. Medina. It is women that rule. We do. We run the show at our homes. In my family was an extended family, and it was the grandmothers, the great aunts, and the women that ran, and the men went to work, and they would hand over the money to them, and they're the ones that took care of everything, and they worked collaboratively, so it wasn't just but they did make the decisions, so that's how I was raised, but I'm also collaborative, so, and I have to just give this book a shout out again. It's so inspiring, Freedom's Daughters. And I wasn't aware of all the unsung heroines of the civil rights movement from 1830 to 1970. And it's a tribute to the women that we don't know about. And I'm glad that Lynn Olson wrote that book. And I also wanted to commend Dr. Greer and his staff for a great event on the Black Honor Roll. It was inspiring to see 1,700 kids. There were we were out in the sun for 5 hours, so that was a lot. And our cabinet came as well. And it was just glorious because it's been long. This board has always wanted to support our African American kids, and we saw that, I think, on that Saturday, and it was just amazing. The kids were happy, the parents were happy, and I think we need to do more of that, and also for our other groups, our other, different groups. I don't think we can do, it's a lot, but we need to do it for even the syllabi literacy kids, the gay kids, our special needs kids. We have to, our Latino kids, our different decathlon kids, our IB kids, our International Baccalaureate. We should do it for lots of other groups as well. But it is a nice tribute. On Friday, Mr. Tillman and I went to hunt, and it was great. We did a Black History walk at Hunt, and the kids, there was a couple of kids at each door that they picked different historical figures, and they gave a nice narrative of who they studied and so forth. It was really great, and I loved it. I loved being with the kids and so forth. And then I want to give a shout out to to Royal Valley High School and San Andreas High School. The CTE staff presented at the Career Education Conference in Sacramento. And Superintendent Thurman gave us a shout out, San Bernardino, and they invited him to come and tour our CTE programs. And he said yes, so that's great. Fourthly, I hope that many of our teachers and administrators and parents get to go to CABE this year. It's virtual, and I would encourage them, hopefully, that they can go. It's a great program and supportive, and I hope that we are sending a lot of our parents and teachers. It's going to be after school. It's going to start at 3:30 and go to 7. And it'll be from March 30th through April the 2nd. And board members, you all are invited to participate on Friday for free, if you would like. And if you want to participate even more, I can give you a link. Just let me know if you would like to participate more. And fifthly, talking about music, I haven't asked this in a long time, but I'd like to know the status of our mariachi group that we said we were going to support. It's really, music really is really important, and so I'd like to know where the status is of that. And that's it. And I'd like to thank our cabinet for your presentation today as well.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, but I think we asked for an update on the mariachi not too long ago, right? And we did get some numbers on that. Okay, we'll get that back in the Friday update. No, I think I asked it like 2 board meetings ago, but we'll send it out again. But I agree, Dr. Flores, thank you for double checking on that, because I want to see it going as well, back up and running. My comments will be pretty redundant to pretty much everything that my colleagues have said, because fortunately, a lot of us are at a lot of events together, which is very nice when we're out there. I think it was yesterday, or I call it the SPAC now, our Superintendent Parent Advisory Committee. We had a really good turnout, in person and online, so that's kind of nice when you see a hybrid type meeting. So thank you to our parents and staff for making that happen. And we heard already about our Black Honor Roll celebration, which was a lot of fun. We had 2 sessions. I really liked the student performances that we had. We had some, I don't know what you call it, but we had some hip hop, we had some recital. What else did we have there, Dr. Raj? You looking at me?
The pace setters.
We had the pace setters, and then my favorite, which I really liked, we had a 4-person drum line, and I think that's one thing that really got me excited, because I didn't know a drum line could be only 4 people, but it was, and they brought it. So a lot of talent that we showed out there as well, just to celebrate at that really special day. And then let me see, my notes just disappeared. Also, the Black History Bee, I actually attended all 3 different sessions, and lo and behold, I know we had to watch videos, and I had to watch over 50 videos of student performances. But let me tell you what, there were some absolutely amazing student performances, and it was funny when one of them came on the screen, it kind of aged a lot of us, because some of our students reenacted Run DMC, and they did a really cool rap. They even had the cool outfits on, and that was just a kicker. Really, really great performances. So great job to all the kids that participated. As Dr. Dowdy Rogers said, I was very fortunate to go to both Honor Orchestra and Honor Band. Both nights rocked the house, and I know she joined me, and Dr. Esquivel and Dr. Funches did as well. I believe that was Honor Orchestra night, which was a blast. And great thing is a lot of our kids from both of those Honor Band and Orchestra are also going to the county Honor Band and Orchestra performances as well. So congratulations to all those that were selected, as well as our staff, who did an amazing job conducting those performances, as well as teaching our students. I know Dr. Flores and I had an opportunity to meet with ICUC in Blue as well, and I think Dr. Esquivel was there, and there was a whole bunch of people there from the district, so thank you if I missed you. I know, Dr. Esquivel, you and your team were there. I think Ginger Ontiveros was there as well. But just a really, really healthy discourse and discussion on CTE pathways and the concerns from our youth in our area, how they can benefit from that, and then also the recommendations that they gave us. So always always appreciate those collaborations we have with our community organizations. We already heard about our Lady Cardinals, great job. And yes, ladies, happy Women's Month. One thing I learned a long time ago, and I try to apply it every day, is happy wife makes happy life. So you are right. The women are the bosses of the household. We might not admit that every day, but a smart man knows that. And then, as Dr. Flores said, again, thank you to our staff and Dr. Urban and our team for that outstanding presentation today. I know we could be tough as a board on you, but the reason why it's tough is we want that plan to work, and we want, consensus, and we want as much stakeholder input as we can get, because the more folks that we have that support that plan and contribute to that plan, the more that we have in buy-in. So thank you again for a great job there. Mr. Tillman.
Happy Women's Month to all the women. I want to thank a woman, Dr. Flores, because she encouraged me to go to the Hunt Black History Walk of Fame, and it was really amazing. The presentations that the teachers work with their students and instructional aides and other classified staff were involved was really amazing. To see the kids present verbally is always great, but also to see the Amazon room. They have an Amazon room there where Amazon continually gives them clothing and shoes. I saw Uggs and Nikes and food, and they keep it stored all the time. It's an amazing sight to see. And the stories on the doors that the students told. And, I really think most of the time we don't give ourselves enough credit as a district. When you go to a site and you see third graders with a clarinet in their hand, and you talk about our orchestra, that's what feeds into it. And it's at all our sites we have music, which is really amazing. And to see the kids light up when you ask them what instrument they play. And I hope that we're making sure that we're spending the money to make sure that we have new instruments where needed, because it's just a great program. So it was just exciting to visit there and see the students. I left there and went and visited Savant Prep also, and got to see those students. But the students throughout our district are doing amazing things. And I think as a board, I don't know about Dr. Rogers, but I think everyone else has had COVID, right?
Yeah, I have not.
Right. Right. So, but that is indicative of why it's turned into an endemic rather than a pandemic, because a lot of us are vaccinated and had it, and thank God we're the lucky ones that survived it, because a lot of people did not survive it. And then I just want to hope that we keep the people in Ukraine in our prayers. As a world, you think that those type of things are behind us. And, when I watch The Last Kingdom and the Vikings on TV, you just think that's something that's in the past that was barbaric and would never happen again. But to see those type of atrocities happening right now is truly sad and concerning, and I hope we keep all those folks in our prayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman, and sounds like you're a Netflix fan and watch the same shows I do. So, folks, I just wanted to add to that, Mr. Tillman, thank you for bringing that up. And I know, Doc, you often say about the highest level of excellence. And Thursday night, I didn't mention, but our honor choir will be performing this Thursday night right behind us at Sturgis Theater at 7 o'clock. So if any of you are available, it'd be great to see you there, supporting our students and our staff and our families, because I guarantee you, as we've already seen many, many times and time again, you will be very impressed. So let's move on to 9.2, superintendent and staff.
Okay. Some of the statements already been made, so I won't restate those. But on terms of the VAPA performance in the honor choir, that's on Thursday, and I'll be over there because I'm sure my daughter's over there, part of that. There'll be. I just want to make sure the board knows there'll be a virtual recruitment fair for certificated staff members on March 17th. And so we're looking forward to that. Also, schools to watch Thursday this week. 2 of our middle schools will be recognized in Monterey for their redesignation as California schools to watch. I think we put some information a while back in the Friday update, but that'll be Martin Luther King Middle School and Serrano Middle School. And there are 5 schools countywide that were selected for this honor. Also today, Erin Moran, who's a teacher here within the district, she was actually invited. She's a teacher at Cajon High School. She was invited by Pete Aguilar to be part of his hometown hero virtual guest during President Biden's State of the Union address today to Congress. So she was his guest, and so he wanted to continue to recognize and honor working families. And that's my report this evening.
Thank you, Superintendent. Wow, congratulations, Ms. Moran. That's quite an accomplishment. So, well done. All righty, folks, let's keep this show on the road. It's 10.0 Board Policy Bylaws, 10.1 Revision to BP 6146.1 High School Graduation Requirements. We've had quite a discussion on this, but I imagine we're going to have a little bit more. This is an important one. Do we have any discussion on? Boy, I just already went to my screen change. 6146.1, Dr. Flores, and then Mr. Tillman, right? Is that how it went? So Dr. Flores, then Mr. Tillman. All right. Turn on your light again today. Dr. Flores.
Yes, I have like 3 questions. The first, comment to Mr. Tillman's concern. That was one of the concerns that we voiced in our policy committee with Ms. Medina and our subcommittee and Ms. Ceballos and myself. I mean, is it going to negatively impact our kids graduating? And I mean, it's still a concern for me. And you even raised it even stronger. So I was thinking maybe we should include an opt-out policy, include that as an opt-out. And I just wanted to ask Dr. Esquivel, if you ran an analysis report on the effects of changing the graduation policy. And I think that would be really important, because what would the effect of this policy have been 2 years ago? It would have negatively impacted our graduation rate, I think. And so Mr. Tillman's question, raised, I mean, I had it in the back of my mind. We all did, by the way. But it seemed okay to have that foreign language requirement and so forth. But you brought up a scenario that probably are, by many of our kids, that, they know they don't want to go to college. And so having A through G requirement should be optional, I think, for them, just in terms of listening. But did you run an analysis on the impact of the policy?
Thank you, Dr. Flores. And if I may, just to frame the conversation that has been extended, I first want to just appreciate the cross-division work that has taken place to get us to this point, the cross-departmental collaboration that has taken place to get us to this point, and of course the subcommittee for the work around this recommendation. This is truly an equity issue. There are half of the largest districts in the state that serve majority Black and Brown students have resorted to ensure that there is a default A through G graduation requirement for their students. Districts including LAUSD, Oakland, Stockton, Carlsbad, San Diego, San Francisco, and Santa Ana, and all between the years of 2010 through 2020. In terms of the scenarios, these are real scenarios that we played with, and we have been very thoughtful working across our schools with principals, starting the conversations in November. We have developed a cadre that is comprised of teachers, counselors, really to be able to provide us real-time information to this. So with this one scenario specifically, for students who would transfer in, let's say at an 11th and 12th grade, who may or may not have the default credits based on their previous high school, we recommend including waiver or exclusionary language so that it doesn't inadvertently affect students who just did not have the access beginning in 9th grade with our schools. I will also add that there has been a lot of efforts to really think about what the overall impact, and Dr. Flores, you raised this question as well during the subcommittee, what would the cost out be? We've worked with all of our principals, and we have very early preliminary numbers to say that we would need up to 13 foreign language teachers, but I will say that that is very preliminary. And the reason I say that is because still what needs to happen as we move forward is take a very clear look at our master's schedules, where we do expect that that number will come down. We have, for example, opportunities to bring that number down to, for example, take advantage of dual enrollment. I've heard the feedback regarding American Sign Language. Our college partners offer this as a foreign language, and students could meet the requirement with a semester instead of a year. This would ultimately create access and not allow us to, again, offset some of the FTEs. Under the leadership of Ms. Applegate, our multilingual department has extended foreign language into our middle schools. So we could absolutely look to ensure that our 8th graders are taking foreign language, which they would already come in with a year under their belt, which will help with our gate and acceleration efforts around our kids.
So that would mean that we would have to add more foreign language teachers besides the high school.
All of our middle school teachers have foreign language with the exception of 2. Which include Richardson and Rodriguez.
That would entail. And then I really like what Dr. Dowdy Rogers said about ASL, because that is so important for us to recognize this. One of my colleagues in San Diego State University, you'd be surprised, they were ignored. The ASL community was ignored. And once they put in the credential, they had 1,000, I repeat, 1,000 students apply. 1,000, that's how great the need was to be credentialed in ASL. That's amazing. That's 2 years ago. You still haven't answered my question. I think you need to do an analysis of the effects if we would have implemented foreign language requirement, how would that have impacted our graduation rate?
I'm happy to follow up on that specific question. I will say that what remains unchanged with this recommendation is the number of total credits. So 220 has been the requirement, and that will not change. So there will not have been an impact given that. I will also say that the analysis that we have done is where the drop-offs have created problems for kids, not only from the A through G perspective, but also for graduation. Kids that are being counseled and coached, it's the math and the ELA, and it's 9th and 10th grade, not foreign language. The current graduation requirement is over 90% there. The only update and change that this update will be that second year foreign language, which we have, again, through analysis, have seen very little impact.
I feel uncomfortable as we're talking because we don't know the exact number of foreign language teachers. And given the fact that we are short-staffed to begin with, I don't know if we're going to be able to find 13. Is that how many you said we need?
Preliminarily, 13 is
13.
what we have.
And so how can we require this if we don't know if we have that many, or you don't even know if that's how many you need because you said preliminary. So that makes me uncomfortable because we need to know exactly how many we need and at what schools and so forth. And so, and then also Mr. Tillman, we talked about, you know, in the past, if the kids didn't get a B in A through G, was it a B or a C?
B.
A B.
A C.
A C. They would be dropped. And so that's concerning as well in terms of what we do. And I think that we need to put a waiver or an opt-out clause in there for our kids. So that's what I recommend.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. We will definitely proceed with waiver language for students in extenuating circumstances and to be inclusive of students who transfer in. I will also share that this updated recommendation will take effect for the incoming 9th grade class of 2026. This will allow us to have a ramp up to ensure that we're continuing to work with our principals to identify the needed resources. The 13 is really what we consider the high end of the need. We believe through creative and continued work on the master scheduling, again, taking advantage of the 8th grade access point, dual enrollment, which there's a lot of work to be done there, that we can actually bring the number down. But we definitely wanted to give a high end and then think about the ramp up with multiple years to get to full scale 9th through 12th grade.
So let me ask Mr. Tillman something. Did you understand that he said that we would start with the 9th graders? If we pass the policy?
Yeah, I'm up to speak next.
You're up?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So do you have any other?
I'm up.
He's next on
Oh,
comment.
he's next on the list. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there's
Okay.
still 4 people waiting.
All right, okay, sorry.
All righty, thank you, Dr. Escobar, for answering that. Mr. Tillman?
Yeah, and I know that 10 units is how many classes?
And is a full year of one class.
And so this is 20 credits, so you're talking about 2 years worth
2 years or 4 semesters.
And right now, what is the requirement?
1 year.
Okay. So, and I know people are going to accept me, but I just have to be frank. I don't know why in this environment we would, and it's fine to say this is what you hope to do, right? But why wouldn't you build a capacity first and say, okay, we have the teachers in place, we found them, we hired them, they're working, and now we want to do this policy because we know we can accommodate them, versus doing the policy, and then you have to run this hard race to find the people, and if you don't find them, then everybody's in this frantic mode because you created this policy. I don't understand why you create the policy before you're sure that you can get the people on board, change your schedules. When you start registering the students, see how it goes. Because I know for a fact we've had other cases where we make requirements of students and we don't have the capacity. So if they fail a class one time or something bad happens, then there's no way to do the makeup. I don't know why it can't be a positive incentive versus a negative incentive. This to me is a negative incentive. To me, if you're going to do want more A through G, I don't know why you have to change the policy. Just put the kids in the class and have them take those classes and get A through G. But for as far as I'm concerned, and I just have a bad feeling about changing the requirement for all high school students. Instead of having to take 1 year of foreign language, they have to take 2. Because the reality is this, even in our current times, in order to qualify for honors or IB and that type of thing, you needed 2 years of foreign language. And that was something that led students to not choose that route because it created that sense of anxiety. They have to take that Spanish 2 or whatever else, other language it is. And I really don't think we're looking at it in the right way. And I really know for a fact that I don't know what the new teachers, the cadre of new teachers' attitude is going to be, but when you went to Spanish 2 and Spanish 3, those teachers had a higher expectation and were more challenging for our students. And I'm all for that for the students who know they want to go on to a four-year school. But to have a lot of students who are struggling just to maintain what we have right now, I think it's going to be a burden. You know, one thing I remember me and Mr. Irvin did the graduation for a continuation school, and Mr. Irvin, he had just got here, and he's asking kids, "What you going to do next?" And the kids, I don't know. But I mentored continuation students for years. Their attitude is, I want to graduate. And that's a huge accomplishment for them. And they're not thinking past that because a lot of them are barely making it to graduation. And and graduation is important because it opens up a whole world of opportunities to students. That student has a diploma versus the one that doesn't. The only fear I have is, and I mean, to me, it's tragic if I have a kid who doesn't graduate because we did this thinking it was going to be better for that student. If it's just one student, it's one too many because a diploma is too important. And I got to believe there's a better way of doing it other than making it punitive. And you guys are making it punitive by making this demand of more units. You can easily give people the opportunity to get the A through G without hurting the kids who aren't going to be doing A through G. A through G is for one reason. For students who are going to go on to Cal State San Bernardino and a UC system. As much as we want all the kids to do that, they're not. So why would I put that burden on a kid that doesn't, literally saying you're not going to graduate now because you didn't have 2 years worth of a foreign language? I just don't get it.
Mr. Tillman, I want to say I hear you, and but we can't. We got to raise the bar. We have to raise the bar, Mr. Tillman, and that's why in most high-performing districts, in most districts across California, they have A through G requirements. I mean, very rarely does a district not have A through G requirements for students.
We had when we had a requirement. I think a district was either at 240 units or 230 units at some point because we went up.
You heard 220 right now, but I think
we were up to 230 or 240 at some point, and it was the same thing because we wanted the higher bar. And the African American graduation rate at the time was 68%. But no one wanted to lower the thing. And here's the problem I have with it. I had neighboring districts that were requiring 210, 220 units. So I had kids graduating in neighboring districts with taking fewer units because I'm saying that I'm holding myself to a higher standard, but I'm hurting my students because they can't graduate with those same amount of units. And if you haven't lived the experience, it's sad to see a student that doesn't graduate because they're 10 units short, and Dr. White, you've seen it. And when they don't graduate, they don't come back. That's the end of the road. There's nothing good about that for those students. And I'm saying to you guys, there's a way to do this without making it punitive. You can say what you want to say about the higher expectations, setting the bar high. I'm telling you, you're going to hurt people in the end. There's a way to do this without making a requirement. It's going to hurt the people who are not going to go on to a Cal State, San Bernardino, or UC system. And that's what you guys are doing when you do this. And you can do it if you want to. I won't support it because 4 years from now, 5 years from now, when I'm sitting there and getting a call about the student who can't graduate because they didn't take the extra foreign language, and then we find out, well, it was this hard time getting teachers on and they couldn't retake the class. That's the reality that happens. And the bad thing about it is it happens in this kind of environment where it's benign and we think it's no big deal, but when it gets to the real nuts and bolts of it actually being put into place, that's where the tragedy happens. And no one's ever going to hear this discussion about the higher standard like that's something magic. It doesn't magic about a higher standard. That's just some students who are going to finish the 2 years worth of foreign language. And in our district only, they're not going to graduate because of it. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Mr., if I may respond. So, and thank you for your comments. We are very mindful of the supports that are necessary. High expectations have to be met with high support, especially for students who typically may not have had access to the supports. We currently are, again, not proposing or recommending to change the required credits. We're also reducing the number of elective credits that have been currently in place from 60 to 40. The additional 20, that reduction allows us to consolidate for a foreign language offering and ensuring that there is access to a visual or performing arts. When there is consolidation and alignment across schools, then we can double down on the supports. I will also share that we currently have a third of our kids who are heading off to four-year schools, a third. And it's not necessarily because the other 2/3 are not capable. It's just that they're not having the classes offered to them because there isn't the expectation, the requirement for this to be, again, provided as an access point, a default access point. And that is inadvertently dropping off kids. If we had over 50% of our students at an outcome that is four-year college bound, then I would say that we think of alternative measures, but we're not there yet. And I do believe that this is an opportunity for us to send a very clear message about what kids in this district are capable of achieving. I will also say that we're not proposing to change the letter grade expectancy. There are multiple systems, charter, district, large, small, that have changed their expectation to a C grade. Oakland is a perfect example where we saw inadvertently A through G rates rise, graduation rates fall. And the reason is because ultimately the supports may have not necessarily been coupled. Here, we're not proposing to change the letter grade. Students who pass a C will be four-year eligible, but again, the graduation requirement will, again, stay at a D.
Thank you, Dr. Escobar. Ms. Rosales Medina?
I just wanted to ask a few questions. So as you look at the policy draft, and it says in the second paragraph under, or the second grouping with under course requirements on page 1, it says beginning with, and of course the cross-out year is 2012-13, and it's added now to the 2022-23 freshman class, and all succeeding classes students must complete 220 credits for graduation. The crossed out, the sentence that I'm going to read is crossed out. The graduating classes of 2013, 2014, and 2015 must complete 230 credits for graduation. The reason why I'm stating this, and I'm going to ask a question, is that we're actually decreasing 10 credits from when this policy was created, because we're crossing out complete 230 credits for graduation. And then we have, I'm sorry? Those are prior changes, that's what I'm saying. Oh, those are prior changes in the past.
Correct. These are prior changes, so we were cleaning up the language because we're pulling up the same policy.
Okay, so then that's what I'm kind of confused then. Shouldn't have it been cleaned up if it was already updated then? So anyways, that's fine. Which I guess the point is that in previous times, I guess I was trying to refer to, is that we've actually decreased from 230 now to 220, which has continued in the sense that we're not increasing the requirements for students to graduate with a certain amount of credits, right? Just wanted to clarify that. Okay. And then you're saying that, and just to clarify again, that the only areas, and I wish we would have had the graph and the PowerPoint presentation because it shows a comparison. And I think when you see it in written form, it doesn't really describe when you see it comparison from one slide to from one area to another. I think that would have helped a lot, not just for us board members, but those that are viewing to kind of understand what does it really look like. But since we don't have that, I just want to again paint a picture. So the areas that we're increasing is in the language by 10 credits. And then, am I?
Correct.
And then the area that we're decreasing, can you explain that again?
In the area of electives.
And where is that within? Because I'm trying to look for it within the
Under additional requirements. college and
additional
career
requirement.
developmental courses.
Catching it. Oh, that's two. Okay, so then can you explain that? So additional credits, it says it's crossed out 20, but then again, is that previous? Because that then now it has 40. So it shows more of an increase. That's why I'm kind of confused.
Yes, no, you're right. And we've been referring to the grid. So we pulled up the previous policy, but the grid, the previous graduation requirement 60, we've dropped it to 40, which is noted here. And the balance, the 20, is what's heading over to the foreign language.
So then what's not noted here is that it was at 60.
Correct.
And then, so that's where it's kind of confusing, especially for those that, if they see it at home, it doesn't make any sense. So then previously it was 20, then it was increased to 40, to 60. Now it's decreased down to 40, which kind of covers those 20 credits. So in essential, we're not really doing anything major that's going to cause an issue. It's just transferring certain classes to now another type of class. This wouldn't necessarily start until next year for freshman year.
Freshman only.
And when it comes to, freshman only. And when it comes to language with, like just say Spanish or we do have the language here, American Sign Language, any other language, it can be Latin and Greek. Having that dual enrollment is going to be crucial as well. And another area that we can definitely reach out to is Cal State San Bernardino. Are there students currently about to finish that have been studying foreign languages? Can we recruit them to start working in our school district if this is approved?
Great opportunity for recruitment side. Thank you.
And the thing is that when you look at special circumstances, and I remember back, even before becoming a school board member, this was always something I've always wanted to pass, an A through G requirement with aligning with the high school graduation, because at the end of the day, students should decide for themselves versus the district deciding for them. But we do understand there's special circumstances, and it could range by those that just, they cannot, not unfortunately, they just have different needs, and so we have to meet those as well by providing an opt-out and then looking at those special circumstances as well. So that way we can really address those issues where students are not able to take those classes and we're still providing that. It's not within the language, but I would like to see it within the language. Another aspect is I was one of those students that, I remember being in 11th grade, receiving a form of what the requirements were. I'm thinking, I'm going to go to college. My school district is providing avenues of support for me to go to college. And my parents even said, you're going to go to college. But when I started seeing the requirements, I was way off. And so I think, and I'm not doing it for myself, but I think there's many students that, yes, we're going to have counselors, but I think we should just have it as like a mainstream way for students not to have to worry about if they're kind of on track or not within the classroom, within the requirements. So I do support it. I think we need it. And I believe that there's ways to accommodate students who we can opt out.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales-Medina. Ms. Ceballos?
Thank you. So just some points, and I'm sorry, it's late, right? And this is a very important discussion, and I think that our brains are telling us it's late. But let me see if I can, help bring some clarity to my understanding of the subcommittee policy that we attended. And also my perspective on it. So I'm going to start off with giving a flip side example, which kind of goes with Ms. Medina's example. It's a flip example from Mr. Tillman's example about a student that maybe wouldn't have been able to graduate had he been required to take a additional language year class. In my example, I have a student who was below grade level in high school, right? So we know that that's being carried through elementary, middle school, up to high school, right? That student, and this is recently, that student was failing a core science class that was an A through G class. The option that she was given by her counselor was, don't worry about it. You could drop it. Take this other health class. You'll still be able to graduate and you'll be fine. So the student, as students usually are, teenagers, and they usually want what's easiest for them. If we don't place expectations, even for our own children, then they'll do whatever is easiest for them, right? That's where that high expectations come into play. We do need to set high standards and high expectations for them to achieve. Otherwise, they won't if we leave it up to them. There's few that do have the self-determination, but the great majority, that's just human nature. So, long story short, this student, early grade 9th, 10th, she drops the class. I told the student, do you understand what that means? Yeah, but my counselor's telling me that I could always go to a community college. That's right, you could, but you're not gonna be able to go to a UC or a CSU. Do you know what that means? A lot of our students are first generation students. They really don't understand what that means fully, right? It's our job to be able to communicate that to them. She's like, well, I don't want to do it. I said, that's fine. You're taking that choice upon yourself. 11th grade came, 12th grade came, her peers were beginning to apply for FAFSA. They were beginning to apply for universities, and she wanted to partake. Well, guess what? She couldn't. And she came back very sad. And I said, I told you. Moral of the story, she didn't comprehend at that point for all of the different reasons. Because our community, given the fact that we're, a lot of us are, living in low socioeconomic status, a lot of us are first generation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that addresses that. I think the second part to that, the important part and the important piece that we brought up to the subcommittee policy is that we need to really take a look into the lower grades. We really need to take a look into kinder first, second, and third, which is where the learning to read and learning, your basic math happens. Because if we fortify this, students, by the time that they get to high school and middle school, won't need to have these options because they'll be prepared, right, to take these higher, most rigorous classes. Now, I understand Mr. Tillman's concerns. I had those concerns in the subcommittee policy. I said, I don't want us to provide unintended consequences to students, right? I don't want us to, punish some students. So we really do need to find a balance for both. Moving in the direction of holding high expectations, but at the same time, keeping in mind that that's not where we're currently at as a district, as we saw our NWEA scores, right? We're not there yet. So it is my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that we did leave leeway in terms of, at least for now, in terms of students who and I can't remember off the top of my head, but there was some leeway for students. I think it was the incoming 9th grade students only that this would apply to. And that way we would be able to catch them as they went from year to year to year, right? So another thing that I would like to point out as well is, Mr. Tillman had mentioned, why are we putting this into policy now? We should develop the framework and the structures and, all these, hire the teachers. that's a little contradictory. We just went through a whole presentation of how we want to provide those services, but we're on a halt. You know, we're on a place where we can't even implement that because we are having the discussions that we're having. And so it's like, which one should come first? So I'm kind of like, you know, and you probably can hear in my voice the frustration. In short, I think that this is a good policy. I think that we should really look into doing something like this. I know that we also brought up ASL at the subcommittee. We talked about potentially even creating a pathway for translation or interpretation of ASL because it pays really well. And especially if students are, you know, speaking Spanish, they're, you know, automatically going to be trilingual. That's something that we also discussed. And so I really think that it's not far-fetched. I think that we do need to keep in mind, though, that we do need to provide a lot of supports. But I think that that's the conversations that we need to be having in terms of how do we fortify the actual framework of our district? How do we, create those systems of support earlier on so that we can expect our students to all be A through G and make those choices for themselves upon graduation, whether they want to go to a UC or they don't, but they have the option. We as a district provide them the opportunity from pre-K all the way till they graduate and leave us. And so that's just, high expectations. Absolutely. If I didn't give my teenage boy expectations, I don't know where he'd be.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos, and I will say that concludes our first read of 10.1. First read. And we will continue with our first read of 10.2, which is revisions to board bylaw 9323, meeting conduct. And we will start with Ms. Rosales Medina.
I know we moved really quickly on that one, and I get it because it's already late, 1 a.m. But I want to know what were the next steps. I know we're going to read it, but are you going to bring back language that will be updated language? I'm just curious, because then if we're going to do the second reading, it's going to be the same language, then what's the point?
Thank you for your feedback. So we will be coming back with the grid just to provide clarity as a summary of what we're proposing. So that visual will be helpful. Secondly, we will go ahead and bring back the policy correcting the numbers that were slightly off, but also including language making and calling out the waiver and how it would support students in extenuating circumstances. So those are the next steps. And just to recap, again, this would be only for the rising incoming 9th grade class. It only affects the addition of foreign language. When it comes to A through G access, truly the heavier work that we're really tackling is math. Math district-wide, math in 9th grade, not foreign language.
All righty.
I do have comments then with regards to 10.2.
Okay, 10.2, and it looks like there's only one area that was amended in the BP, which is under President, CF 9121 President. And I think we all, if we're on that particular BP, we could see the amendment in red. Proposed amendment, let me say that.
Now, I'm okay. The thing is that I'm somewhat, and it's not good, I'm used to this before, because before I was president, our meetings would run late as well. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing, but I remember being in the board as a newbie, and it'd be like 1 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock. And so I just maybe accustomed myself that that's how it is being a board member. I think when we have items on the agenda, I wouldn't want to, and I guess that would be my concern, is having to stop and then not continuing. And I know this kind of leaves it to the president if they decide to extend the meeting or not. but we need to finish whatever items that we have on the agenda. So I wouldn't be, and I would like to hear from other board members, but I'm not sure if I would support where we end up meeting early to try to to try to make it easier for us, but then we have extra items that will be at the next board meeting. And right now, we're having board meetings every Tuesday. Does that mean that's going to be extended then too? And it's a lot more work. So I would like to hear from other board members.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Mr. Tillman?
This board has made the conscious decision, whether you realize it or not, to extend our meetings because we value public comment, for instance. Most districts don't have 5 minutes for public comment. And when we have items, we have questions. I don't like being here till 1 o'clock in the morning, but even after tonight, I can't think of an area that I would cut out other than some of the board members talking twice in one round. I think we should make a rule for that.
More than 5 minutes as well.
Yeah, so I think we should set a timer for 5 minutes when we do comment, and you can't do it more than one time in a round. That would shorten the minutes. But the whole thing about 10:30, I don't think it works for us. You know, when we had the previous superintendent, he wanted us to have 1 hour meetings, and some of you guys went to Long Beach with them. I didn't go because I know I don't want an hour meeting. That means the board just rubber stamps everything and don't ask any questions and don't have any input from the public. At some point, we have the outstanding students. When we have outstanding students start doing it again, that prolongs your meeting by a couple, 1 or 2 hours. But I think it's good for the students, the community, and the teachers, classified staff, and certificated staff. It's a good thing. So I don't like being here late, but in the end, I think it was good that we heard from all 25 people that spoke tonight. We had a robust conversation about the superintendent's proposed framework for excellence, and it was an honest and open discussion, and that benefits the district. So I don't know what cutting it off at 10:30, how that would benefit us. I think we're better off taking care of business, and I can't believe the president is bringing this to me because I know a couple of meetings ago, about 11 o'clock, I said, man, this is a lot. And he said, I'm just getting started. So I don't know why he acting like he worried about 10:30. I just don't see where 10:30 works for us.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. It's a frame of mind, sir. It's a frame of mind. You know, keep yourself going. And I do apologize. I don't know if it was Dr. Forrest or Dr. Daddy Rogers that was next because Mr. Tillman wasn't paying attention. So
I was.
Let's see if he was.
It was Dr. Daddy Rogers because she gave me the evil eye.
It did not. So
I think it's just her eye barely open at this point.
And
Yeah.
this
It
is the
looks evil,
reason
but
why
it's
we're
tired,
talking
yeah.
about this. This
It's
is the whole
tired.
reason. And so, yes, you know, we're right. We have done this in and out of time. But over time, and the reason why I brought it up, because I did see it at one of our trainings, and it just makes sense. Like, we are, like, right now, like, not there, you know, like it was said before. But I think, Abigail, you had mentioned that it's the board president, because I think we are supposed to be agreeing on the time together. It's not just the board. Yeah, the board president is not going to say it's 10:30.
Read what it says there.
Yeah, and so, and I've seen them extend it when they needed to, but coming back to what the public has really been saying, this is a disservice to the public more than anything. They're like, we're tired. I mean, we probably all have gotten a text, or maybe I get more, but they go to bed. They want to see, they want to participate, and we have done that. I don't see in here where I thought I heard that our comments are actually only supposed to be 3 minutes, and we are unique in doing the 5 minutes, and I think that speaks volumes to the community to say we do want to hear you. But we're hearing it more and more and at every meeting, and it also is reminding us we need to shore up the time for closed session. And I think we were doing these things, we had a time frame, but it's us. If we choose to continue to talk, then we are saying to the public, not really today. So all we have to do is just stop. At 7 o'clock, come back out and do what needs to be done, and just be mindful of how many comments that we are making. Because then the flip side of it is we went to special meetings where we didn't used to do, and I think we've met every Tuesday over a month now to try to do this. And maybe that presentation would have been a better special presentation. But we have to conduct ourselves in a manner where we really have to shore up our comments. Sometimes we repeat the same thing over that the other person said, and it's good stuff. But if we agree, just let's vote and say, we agree when the vote comes up, rather than prolong it with more and more stuff. And my big thing, sure, I've said it before, I'm always here for the long haul, and we'll be up tomorrow doing what I need to do. But the public is just worn out, and they're constantly letting us know. We say the same things over and over again. We talk longer. We're clarifying things that's confusing them. So, it's up to us to do better, and I'm in agreement with the 10:30 to at least set us some time frame to say, it's getting close there. Do I really need to continue to say more and more and more? But it is the board making that decision. And then when I've seen them do it, they'll say, okay, we're going to extend for 1 more hour. And then that's the last extension. And after that, we table. But, there have been times we've had some pretty good streamlined agendas, and then there's other times we want more stuff on there, and just keep in mind, however much stuff we put on there, it creates more time. But I'm in support of it.
Thank you, Dr. Dowdy Rogers. Dr. Flores?
When we decided to give the public 5 minutes, that's something that was really important, because it's an open forum, and it's called local democracy. And it's exercising our democratic ways. And so I think that setting a time of 10:30, I don't agree. If we see that we're going over and we haven't, we can streamline the agenda, then we would take a consensus and do it. But to put it stopping at 10:30 is arbitrary. And, today we had important matters to discuss. And it was the first time that we saw it, the presentation. And we had, we're the board. We had to give input. And so that's why it took long. And then, because of what happened yesterday from the governor, that brought out more people. So, there's just a lot of things, that we can't control. And, we have, action items still. We have consent items. I hope we fly through them right away. And, but I think that I'm going to stop there and just say, it's arbitrary, and we have the power to, do consensus. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Ms. Ceballos.
So just a couple points that I want to make on this particular policy. So a couple of things that I've heard is, this meeting has been important. Public comments are 5 minutes. All of those are really good and valid points. My concern for this, and the reason why I supported, this is not to punish the public in any way. It's really to hold us as a board accountable for making sure that we are not wasting time. Because let's be honest, there's many times that we do waste a lot of time, because we go one round and we go a second round, and sometimes, and please forgive my crude honesty, sometimes it's a little bit of nonsensical, sometimes self-gloating, sometimes it's redundant questions, right? Redundant information. And so I think that this is more for us to discipline us than something negative that we're doing to the community. on the opposite hand, I think that, as it's been mentioned, the community has come out. Just today, we had a person, let us know, hey, public comment didn't happen till this time. A lot of people dropped off the meeting that were in virtually. They started to drop off because people had to go to bed and so forth. Also, it really does not help our staff, right? They're they're here to do a job. And if we're holding them up here, every other board meeting or every board meeting till, midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, how can we expect them to perform at their best, the next day and so forth? And if you know anything about sleep, it's not one day. It carries over multiple days, and it ruins basically your whole week, and it throws you all out of whack and out of balance. And so there's a lot of other things. This meeting was important, but all meetings are important. And we need to make sure that we're streamlining our information, that we're being effective, we're going to the point, and we're going through them. Oftentimes, even if we have a long board meeting like we have tonight, what are we doing? We're reading through each item super quickly because we want to hurry up and get out of here, right? We want to honor and realistically speaking, how much are we present at midnight, 1:20, in the AM? I can stay here all night. It's not about that. It's about how alert we actually are to, you're right, to look at this information and be able to absorb it and be able to have good conversations around them. I don't think that I can be as effective at 1 a.m, as at 8 p.m. And so there's several points I think that we do need to come and make it, put a time on it. Maybe it's not 10:30, maybe it's 11. But I think that this is more for our sake of being disciplined and ensuring that we are doing what we're supposed to be doing when we do come here. And if we need to extend it, that's always a possibility. We don't always have the same number of people coming out and making public comments. So if on one occasion we have a big group of people making public comments, maybe that's a night that we do extend it, and we agree to do so. So I would like for us to really take all of these points into consideration when, deciding this as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. My turn. All right. Well, I'll say this much, a couple things about this evening. I did have concerns about where our presentation was in regards to our agenda. I brought that up earlier prior to the meeting because I knew it would probably be a long one and it would delay our public comments. And then we also had the opportunity to begin. I know it was brought up, do we want to change the order of the agenda? And we didn't make a decision on that, so we stayed with the agenda. So we got to own those kind of decisions, number one. Let me just say that. Two, I was asked, let's stop the presentation right in the middle so we can do public comments. We made a decision to move with that presentation first, so that's what I felt we needed to do. We probably need to, I won't say probably, we need to make public comments a priority, and they need to be first before presentations because we know how long they could go. I'll also say this, we are the largest school district in our county. That means we have a lot of business. I watch a lot of board meetings. I won't say I watch them lengthy or in detail, but we have a lot more business than most school districts. So unfortunately for us, that means a lot more work, a lot more items to review. That's just the reality of our district. We're the largest district. I will say this, I am in absolute agreement with one question or comment per round, and I believe we should reduce our comments to 3 minutes. We belabor our comments up here sometimes, quite often. It's not really to the point of a question or clarification or a point of order. We're telling our story, or we want to give an example, or we want to give direction to the employees, our staff. That's not our job. Our job is to give Doc direction, Mr. Urban direction, but not the rest of our team. So I think it's part of us also understanding our role as a board member. I think a lot of us want to give our professional opinion on what we should be doing. That's not our job. It really isn't. Our job is to govern and to make sure we're seeing policies being implemented and drive the district's goals and strategic plan, but it's not our job to tell folks what to do. The only person that we have one employee, and that's the superintendent. So a lot of it's on us. I'm just going to say that right now. A lot of it is on us. Most of the time, you know, when I was not the board president, I didn't make a lot of comments. I really didn't. I tried to be very short and deliberate in my comments and succinct. Obviously, as board president, you talk a lot more and you go last often, which gives you the opportunity to say a lot of comments. But if we really want to reduce the time of our meetings, and I don't think we could get them done by 10:30 in my opinion. We got the last one, I think, around 9:30, 9:45. That was great. And I'll be honest, I was hoping we could get done a little bit earlier today. I was absolutely wrong, unfortunately, because it's going to be 1:30, probably close to 2 o'clock by the time we get out of here. But the only way we could reduce the meetings is, one, by controlling the agenda, which, again, we have a lot to do, but we need to reduce our comments down to one time, and I would say 3 minutes or less. You know, we've heard other districts do public comments 3 minutes or less. I know we value the public comments. I think they are very important because we need to hear what our public has to say, whether it's something we agree with or not. Their opinion and their comments is extremely important. But if we want to reduce this meeting time down, then we need to own that as a board. I'm just going to start with us. Okay, that's the bottom line. You could disagree with me with that, but I see it time and time and time again, sitting up here when I was board member, when I was board VP, and now as a president. It's because of our comments that we make that go way over, and I think we should have no less than 5 minutes on everything we talk about per person, because we just go over.
Your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Tillman. My time's up. But I'm using your time now. So, but no, because I'm being real. If we're serious about this, then we need to be deliberate and intentional about what we do. Okay, and I'll leave it at that. Now, I know Ms. Tillman was asking me, oh, well, do we have direction on this to end at 10:30? You know, I'll look around again for consensus, like we did on the last one on direction. I'm going to say this: I don't see us getting done all the time at 10:30. I know we'll try, but again, there's a lot to do. So that's my opinion on that. Dr. Daddy Rogers?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, because I know we talked about this before and maybe other board members remember, we did used to have the timeline. And there sometimes we did go over, but there was a timeline. Now, board docs, I think, Karen, you might not be able to do it, but it used to have timelines. So do you remember that? Where you had an idea how long, and it used to tell us exactly the time that our meeting would end. We had a better idea. So I don't know if that's something that could be looked at again. And then lastly, Dr. White, I want to find out, is this the time where we're going to talk about extending public, or not the public comments, but extending if a board member is not here, you know, that virtual, we had an option to extend the virtual option if someone was sick. And couldn't attend the meeting or whatever, whether it was COVID or whatever. We never did that. We just stopped. I know other districts did.
I don't know if that's part of this.
I know there was
Doc's shaking his head no.
I think we should end all virtual stuff.
Yeah, and this is my
Virtual
second
public
question.
comments, too.
So this is my second question. And I hear him saying that because a lot of districts have,
to.
and if we're moving towards, you know, the face masks and
Exactly.
I'm sorry, that goes along with it. So we had that option, you know, we did talk about that because if a board member is out because of COVID, you know, and especially with us being reduced, so it could affect. But again, the other thing is many other districts are, you know, adjusting.
And Dr. Daddy Rogers, a couple valid points there. I believe, and I'll need to be corrected if I'm wrong, that we're still, if we vote on it, we could still do virtual if people needed it. But I think we ended that because I know I was denied an opportunity once myself. And somebody else brought that up to me. But I know for myself, I was denied an opportunity to participate because I had COVID. And I still wanted to participate virtually, but I was told no, so I didn't.
I think the new guidance said it all ends on March 31st.
March 31st? All right, we'll need to get a check on that. The other piece that I heard come up right now is virtual public comments. You know, this is my opinion only. It's going to be based off what you started, Dr. Daddy Rogers, is that I feel folks should have to come in person and make a comment in person. It's public comment. You know, we're moving towards getting back to a sense of normalcy. So how do we define normalcy, right? Are we going to have hybrid or blended? I mean, I know we've evolved into this new era, but we need to make some sound decisions on this. And again, those are just where I stand. Ms. Rosales Medina, I think you're next.
I honestly believe that we've evolved and no longer, and that goes back to even the education portion. I mean, this is an opportunity for us to do things differently and improve. But I wouldn't cut public comments virtually. And that's probably another further discussion later on. I'm not sure if that's part of this one. But I do want to mention that when I was president, we did have the times. And I remember Dr. Rogers and I, when I was president, she was like, yeah, we're close to time. We're trying to meet the time. And it's also the transition between items that you have to be quick and read fast and go from one. It was almost like a mission to make sure that we were out on time. And typically we were out on time, which was great. But I think that will help us kind of look, if we do have the times within the agenda. I would like to suggest, though, that we do set more of a standard on board members, myself too. Sometimes I'll talk and I'll ask questions. So I do agree that if we kind of set more of a limit during the presentations, and that's fine. Now I just have to make sure that I write all of my questions down, and then just making sure that when you're doing like the timer or where we're noting how long we're taking, that when we ask a question, that's one thing. Then we have to wait. You have to stop the timer and then ask for the other person that's responding. So that way it doesn't take away from our time too at the same time. So anyway, so those are just some of the ideas that I do have.
Point of order, can we see if we have consensus?
Sure. Consensus would be that we move forward with the 10:30 end time, and then consensus would
have 4 people
we
that
have to
say
have
they
4 people
want
to say that. So
they
we'll
want
go.
it.
I'll look around. Start over to left. It is a first read, but I don't even know if we need to
You
move
don't.
forward
You
with
wouldn't
this.
bring it back though.
No.
If we don't have 4 people that want to do 10:30, it dies. You don't need a second read.
So I don't know how that works. Maybe you correct me, but because this is like a board read, I'm not entirely sure. I would recommend, and I don't even think it would be a motion, or maybe it'd be a motion. I don't know. You tell me. If it's not 10:30, maybe 12. But I would like to have an established limit where we say, okay, past this time, we are not willing to go. And maybe it is midnight, so be it. But I would like to have a established time.
Okay, Mr. Tillman?
We need to start with what's agendized, and it's 10:30. Do you have consensus to move this? How many board members want to move forward with having a 10:30 time?
Can I make a motion, or that doesn't
No,
apply
there's
here?
no. This is not an action item. This is discussion.
I'm looking for consensus. Just put your hand up.
Right
and
now,
just
I'm gonna say I'm a no.
I'm a no.
The way it's written, I'm a no.
You're a no?
I'm a no.
I'm a no.
I'm a no.
All right, so we don't have consensus. If we're gonna
And I just wanted to say with that, we do know that we had extension opportunities. That makes it 11:30. For the most part of others that have done it, they extend it for an hour when I've seen it done. So, you're still at 11:30, but, I just don't know what's going to remind us, we still have to build something in to say, because if we leave it as it is, this is tough every time.
I agree with you, Dr. Daddy Rogers, but I made some recommendations. And my recommendations, I'm saying to the board policy subcommittee, I made a recommendation of 3 minutes. I made a recommendation of 1 comment around. We made a recommendation of times next to the agenda to keep us on track. I do that in my own meetings, just so you know.
Those being captured, is that for
I don't know.
the second?
I
That's
captured
what
them all
want.
up here, but
Yeah, because I want to know.
somebody's captured them.
Let's
already.
agenda that for another meeting
Yeah.
when it's
So
earlier.
you could bring
I
back
think we
all of
should-
those
we
other
should get out of
things,
this right now.
'cause,
That part's dead.
Yeah.
We got enough information
Yeah.
today. Let us bring it back because it's still a first read. So
Yeah, I agree.
let us bring it back based on the information we got today.
But thank you, board, because, it is an important BP, and I think we really need to fine tune that. Thank you for your input. 11.0, action items. 11.1, approves of personnel report dated March 1st, 2022, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
As presented.
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Ford, second by Mr. Tillman. Any discussion? Let's vote. right, motion carries. We'll move on to 11.2, public disclosure of proposed SBTA bargaining agreement.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Let's vote. Motion carries. 11.3, public disclosure of proposed CSCA bargaining agreement.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's vote. All right, motion carries. 11.4, public disclosure of proposed POA bargaining agreement.
So moved.
It's been moved.
Second.
Properly second. Any discussion? Let's vote. Okay, motion carries. 11.5, approval of proposed increase in salary, all management personnel certificated and classified.
So moved.
It's been moved and properly second by Ms. Rosales Medina. Any discussion? Let's vote. All right, motion carries. 11.6, this one's a little bit different. Amendment to the appointment of board members of the Facilities Subcommittee. At the December 14, 2021 board meeting, the board approved the following board members' appointments to serve on the Facilities Subcommittee: Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers, Dr. Scott White, Dr. Margaret Hill, and Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina as an alternate for the ensuing 2022 year. With the passing of Dr. Hill, President White must appoint another board member. Ms. Rosales Medina, you were the alternate. Would you like to move into the permanent
Yes.
spot?
Yes.
All righty, so we'll do that. And then is anybody volunteering to be the alternate, which would be Dr. Flores, Ms. Ceballos, or Mr. Tillman?
I'll volunteer for alternate.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. So Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina will go into the regular spot, and then Dr. Flores will go into the alternate spot.
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by
Second.
Ms. Rosales Medina and seconded by Dr. Flores. Any discussion? All right, let me read it out and then we'll vote. Oh, well, we're going to vote anyway. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approves the appointment of Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina and Dr. Barbara Flores as alternate for the 2022 school year. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 11.7. 11.7, California School Boards Association Delegate Assembly Election. The official ballot for the election of representatives to CSBA's Delegate Assembly has been received and must be returned on or before March 15, 2021. Because of our large student enrollment, San Diego City Unified School Board appoints 2 representatives. In addition to these 2 appointments, there are 6 vacancies in San Diego County Subregion 16B. The board as a whole may vote for no more than 6 representatives. The following individuals are candidates for these vacancies. Asterisk denotes incumbent. I think we normally just have a discussion about this. Dr. Flores?
Yeah, the asterisks are incumbents, right?
I believe so, yes.
So I would recommend that we do that, 2, 4, 5, and then 1 more, right?
So the 5 incumbents plus one more is a recommendation from Dr. Flores. Any?
Do we benefit Dr. White if we just vote for him?
I don't know. I'm new to this.
It may. Yeah, I think so.
We should just vote for him.
No, we have to vote for 6.
You don't have to.
I believe we have to.
You could vote for no more than 6. I don't
Oh,
think
so
you
then
have
let's just vote for the incumbents then. The asterisks.
discussion.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
okay.
I'm just, I mean, we've never done that before.
I think we've
and
selected them, right?
We selected the
And I
people.
think we've all kind of gone
and
around.
we all kind of chime in because
Gave
we do
input,
know
right?
them. I mean, there's individuals that we're just not guessing. You know, Christina, Barbara Dew, Cindy Gardner,
Know them.
James O'Neill, Scott White. I think we know him. And
Go with Barbara Dew.
yeah,
Scott
Barbara
White.
Dew
Barbara,
and
yeah,
Cindy.
Barbara's good.
Barbara, Scott, Cindy.
You know Cindy and James and Clayton Moore in passing.
I mean, Ms. Ceballos hasn't said anything, so I'm going to look over to her.
Meetings, yeah.
Ms. Ceballos, you've been very quiet.
Scott Wyatt.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. I appreciate that. I will vouch for the 5 incumbents. I'll say this, I've been to every meeting so far. I believe Dr. Daddy Rogers has been at every meeting as well. And the folks that have asterisks next to them, the incumbents,
I would recommend Clayton Moore as the 6th person
As a
from
6th
Victor.
Don't move. That's 6 people. Let's do that.
Second.
All right, we have a selection of 6 folks. There's been a motion, a second. Any discussion? Any additional discussion, I should say.
Abigail does.
So just to make sure, who are we selecting again?
The 5 incumbents plus Clayton Moore.
Okay, I would suggest not. Mr. O'Neill's the one that came to the board, didn't he?
He has come to the board.
Okay, yeah, so no. So
We do have a motion.
Okay, so
and
I
a
just
second.
vote no then? Okay.
Yeah, you can vote no, but that's good for discussion, though.
You can make an amendment to my motion. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, I would like to make amendment to the motion of not including James O'Neill.
So moved.
Second.
Vote now?
Oh, no, actually, we would have discussion again. After a first and a second, we have discussion. I'm gonna have to be honest and open my opinion. I'm in favor of James O'Neill, so.
I am too.
I
I mean,
I-
he's
I am
very
too.
active.
I am too.
He's extreme.
When it comes
May
to
not
the-
always agree with him, but he is
Right.
very active.
And you know, serving with him as a colleague at California School Board Association.
Yep.
He's been, you know, if there's any other concerns, but as far as his work there and being consistent and, you know, just being a part of the voice in San Bernardino County, he's been, you know, helpful. on board.
I support him too. I think he's
I'd like to
very,
amend the motion then.
Right.
That's what we'd have to do at this point.
Pardon me?
We'd have to amend the motion because Ms. Rosales Medina amended the original motion. So if we're going to say that, we'd have to amend the motion again. So somebody needs to amend the motion.
I would like to include him back into
Actually,
the motion.
Ms. Ceballos had a point of order. Ms. Ceballos,
Oh, sorry.
you have to speak up, please.
I think we vote on the second motion, and if it doesn't pass, we go back to the first motion on the floor. Isn't it how it works?
I don't know. We just had a handout on this. That's why I brought it that one day because I think we could go back and
Because she went
forth
to
on this.
amend it versus,
Remember we talked about this
right.
before?
She did an amendment versus a,
What was the
I
other
can't even
term?
think what it's called.
Wasting a lot of time.
Substitute
Yeah,
motion.
substitute motion. It wasn't a
Substitute motion.
substitute. It was an amendment.
So vote on it. We can just vote on it.
Which one are we voting on? I need
Her
clarification.
amendment. Then we'll-
First one.
If it fails, you make a new one.
All right, so the amendment as presented that we will vote upon would be,
Christina, Barbara,
Cindy,
Cindy,
and-
Clayton, and Scott.
okay, so let's go ahead and vote on that.
Yes.
Christina, Barbara, Cindy, Clayton, Scott, correct?
Yes.
All right. So we'll go ahead and vote. Trying to read it from here. 1, 2, 3. Looks like 4 nays, 2 yays. Is that correct? All right, motion does not carry. Do we have a new motion?
I move that we vote on Christina Cameron Otera, Barbara Dew, Cindy Gardner, Clayton Moore, James O'Neill, and Scott Wyatt.
Second.
There's been motion and properly second. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries 5-1. We'll move on to 12.0 consent items.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second.
I'd like to pull one, or do we have to vote on it first?
No, we have to, we pull it first.
Pull now. Pull now.
Yeah.
We have discussion, right? So discussion.
Pull on 1218, please,
12.18.
because I'm on the CABA board.
Very good. And I think 12.6 was pulled as well earlier.
Okay,
which
so
we
I
already
was
did.
going to clarify with that. Okay, so that was pulled. I would like to pull 12.7.
12.7. Any others to be pulled? All right, so for the record, we previously pulled 12.6. We're also pulling 12.7 and 12.18, 12.18. So we'll go ahead and vote.
So
Made the motion, I believe.
I second it.
Motion by Mr. Tillman, second by Ms. Ceballos. And we pulled 12.6, 12.7, 12.18, and we are now at a vote. All right, motion carries. As we were informed, 12.6 by Mr. Solon, that staff will come back with more information at a later time. I don't think we have to vote on that, do we? Because we already voted on the agenda at the beginning. So 12.7, award of bid number 2108, infrastructure, equipment, and services. Is that you, Ms. Rosas Medina?
Yes, that was me. And the thing is that I've seen other issues with other items that have had certain violations at different capacities. So for me personally, this is a large amount of money. This is $19 million. So honestly, when just reviewing a few things that are within the violations, I would like a second look before we bring it back, only because, like I mentioned, I've seen this before in another one. How they were violating certain practices in hiring. So this would be something that I would like the district to look at. So for me, I would motion to, what is it, to pull? To pull.
A second.
Been motion properly second. Discussion? Mr. Tillman?
On these items, you always have someone come down with a concern because they didn't get the bid. If the staff says they've done their due diligence and they feel comfortable with the direction, I think we should go with the direction. The key to me is securing the E-rate funding and moving forward as fast as we can with implementing this networking stuff. You're talking about waiting and using time. And I know with all this equipment now, it's hard to get the equipment. The sooner you get in the pipeline to get it, the better off you're going to be. That's just my perspective.
Mr. Tillman, I would agree with that. I think that if it's not this company and the next company who didn't get it is going to come, we're going to be going back and forth. So this is a low bid. we did our due diligence. The district has done a great job over the years with the E-rate, so I don't see any neat reason to pull it and not to vote on it today, and I'll let Mr. Sullins go.
So just to provide the board some context, this is an E-rate funded project. There is an E-rate funding window, and that is going to be March 22nd. So we would have to have board approval prior to that. As it relates to the actual evaluation of the E-rate, we actually work with an E-rate consultant who is works side by side to make sure that all rules related to E-rate funding in terms of the procurement process are followed. The vendor that came forward this evening, I'll backtrack. We actually had a vendor reach out last week, which was the second lowest bidder, who indicated that they were dissatisfied with the award. They actually withdrew that objection once they reviewed that information. This is a new vendor. This is actually the manufacturer of the equipment. This is not an actual bidder. When we look at the bid evaluation, the vendors who bid with this equipment, they were actually $3 to $10 million higher than the two lowest responsive bids from which we made this award. So that's just a little bit of context for the board.
So therefore, it's as submitted, and we would like the board to vote on it.
I already made the motion, so the thing is that, oh, I'm sorry.
Ceballos had your light on.
I think she turned it on 2 seconds before me.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure, that, and I know this is like the second round, only because I need to make sure I piggyback. So like I mentioned earlier, there was another contract that I know that the district does due diligence, but unfortunately, things haven't been when it comes to certain contracts. So I do want to make sure, and like I said, this is 19 million, regardless, like you mentioned, we may just come back. I just want to make sure, I want to do a double check. It could be at the next school board meeting. Is there any hindrance for it to be added into the next board meeting? Is there a timeline that we have to meet?
So if we took it to the next board meeting on March 15th, we would have to get the documents signed into our E-rate consultant by the following day to submit it within the timeline for the E-rate filing.
Okay. And, at the end of the day, I think it's depending on the vote, but I know I do have that motion on.
And we're okay with the motion on the floor, but we would ask the board to approve it because there's no reason to wait, because all we're doing is waiting for the next vendor to come and say, I didn't like the bid. The next one, I don't like the bid, and we'll be there all day.
It has nothing to do with that, though, because like I mentioned, I've been able to find one where there was some issues of violations with hiring practices. So I'm just asking.
Right, but this is not an issue with hiring practices.
No.
We went through the process of the due diligence, so
But
there's no issue with the hiring practices.
But there is a list of violations. There's a whole list of violations. I just wanted to make sure. That's all it is.
When you say list of violations, what violations?
And I would just say they
That-
indicated them as violations. They are differences in specifications. They are not
Correct.
necessarily
Not
violations.
Right, those are not violations.
So I just wanted to make a very quick, clarifying point. When you say, Ms. Medina, hiring practices violations, are you referring to previous contractors that have violated?
Yeah,
hiring
previous
practices?
contractors, not this one specifically, but like I mentioned, when someone comes and brings this, for me personally, then I just personally have to make sure that we are just doing a second look. And yeah, it could be someone that's a competitor. But the thing is that there was a previous case where there was also someone that brought an issue to my attention, and it was said that, yeah, they did have these violations and so forth. So I just wanted to make sure that we just had a second look at it and then have a presentation. But I do have the motion. I just, if it doesn't go through, that's fine. But I wouldn't support moving this forward.
All righty, Dr. Flores?
I'd like to ask Mr. Sullins, this Juniper contractor, did they put in a bid?
No, this is actually the equipment manufacturer. This was not an actual bidder.
The equipment manufacturer of
network equipment.
Of the network
Correct.
equipment.
This was not a bidder.
This was not a bidder?
Bidders
Okay.
would submit bids with this vendor's products, but they are not actual bidder to the district.
Well, I would support Ms. Medina because there's 15 violations. And I don't know if they're credible or not, but I mean, just to do due diligence, are they valid? I mean, why would he come down to raise issues if he wasn't even a bidder?
He stands to make millions of dollars.
Yeah, and that's the indication. This is a high stakes bid, and so there is an incentive for vendors to come out to speak.
Oh.
Just employee to get additional dollars for them for his pocket.
It doesn't mean that they're gonna get it, we just asking.
Right, but we've already done our due diligence.
Yeah. I agree. All right, and I think we've had comments, so I want to make sure when we vote, the motion on the floor by Ms. Rosales Medina and seconded by Dr. Flores is for what, Ms. Rosales Medina? So I know which one I'm voting.
It is just to do a due diligence of review this, so I'm putting this on, what was it?
Get a motion to pull it.
To pull it, so that way it can come.
Good.
So a yea vote is to pull it, a nay vote is to move forward? All right, so let's go ahead and vote.
So the motion is to pull it.
The motion is to pull it. Yea is to pull it, nay is to leave it now. Then you have to motion.
I make a motion to approve.
I
All right, so
second it.
there's a motion to approve by Mr. Tillman, second by Dr. Rogers. Any discussion? Let's go ahead and vote. Board 2 to approve. All right, motion carries. Let's move on to 12.18, which was pulled by Dr. Flores, and she is, I think, removed herself from the room. It's been moved by Dr. Flores.
Second.
Dr. Dowdy Rogers, excuse me. Second by Mr. Tillman. Beat it just by a hair there, Mrs. Osmondea. All right, discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Yes, ma'am. On that one, Dr. Flores should be a abstain, or because she's not here. I'm looking up there and I see.
I don't think that's it. Is that it?
Yeah.
We didn't get the. Yeah, we didn't.
How'd that happen?
No, let's go back and we'll revote. We have a motion and a second, no discussion, but we need to vote. 'Cause I know she didn't vote, so. There's a motion by Dr. Rogers, second by Mr. Tillman. No discussion and then vote. vote. I was looking at the screen, so up there. No, we have, no, that was pulled already. We already discussed it.
The reviews.
All righty, motion carries 5-0. We can invite Dr. Flores back in. We are now at 13.0, 13.1. Staff will review items, updates, and requests. Almost there, folks. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, this list is kind of long tonight, so please bear with me. Hopefully, I can get through this pretty quickly for you. So first request I had from Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina, Ms. Ceballos, Dr. Flores, asked that we would review prior data about the progress we were making before the pandemic, specifically in the CASP scores back to the date that we started using the CASP through 18-19 and then adding this year. Ms. Ceballos asked to also see the NWEA fall and spring data this year and then going forward. Ms. Ceballos said she wants to see goals for the growth that we would hope, or the targeted growth we would hope to see in the KPIs. Dr. Scott Wyatt asked that we would review data from comparable districts. Dr. Barbara Flores wanted to add the word teaching to our inclusivity value. She also asked that we would change the word continuous improvement to something more positive and inspiring. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina said that she appreciated the plan and encouraged us to take it back to get input from additional stakeholders. That's going to be echoed again later. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina said that she wants teachers to be sure that teachers are driving the curriculum review. She also asked that we would consider starting a gifted and talented parent group. And I know that there was some conversation about other groups as well. Dr. Barbara Flores asked that for information about how we would engage with the PTA or the PTO at different school sites. And how the parent advisory would advisory council would interface with these organizations. Dr. Barbara Flores and Ms. Myra Ceballos asked that we would bring more information about the role of the parent advocates. And there was conversation about the whether that would be any cause for envy that some of them were paid as employees to do that work. Dr. Barbara Flores asked for the cost of establishing the STEAM signature programs at each school and the cost of sustaining it going forward. Dr. Barbara Flores asked how we were involving the custodians in drafting the Custodial Handbook. I lost my train. There we go. Dr. Gwen Dowdy-Rogers asked how we would be educating parents about the 4-year plans and improving awareness about dual enrollment. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked how we are supporting parents who are not tech savvy in accessing those 4-year plans. Dr. Scott Wyatt asked how the plan, how the entire plan was going to support and include special education students. In the conversation about the new graduation requirements, Dr. Gwen Dowdy-Rogers asked that we would consider ASL as a foreign language option. Dr. Barbara Flores wanted to engage all stakeholders in providing feedback to, and this goes back to the Framework for Excellence plan, making sure that there were parents, staff, and students. Dr. Barbara Flores and Myra Ceballos asked that we would explain the details about funding for the positions included and then how we would sustain them going forward. Okay, Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked which positions were existing vacancies and which ones were new. Mr. Danny Tillman asked that we would get additional information and bring it back to reflect any changes from the community. That goes back to that additional input. Mr. Danny Tillman then asked, or echoed that further, same sentiment. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina asked about how the letter was written in reference to the public comment. The next one was Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina, Dr. Barbara Flores, Dr. Gwen Dowdy-Rogers, and Ms. Myra Ceballos wanted us to conduct a survey to determine how our stakeholders feel about lifting the mask mandate. Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina wanted to make sure we were going to continue monitoring the COVID case counts to determine if mandates would be needed again. Ms. Myra Ceballos asked to make sure we knew what other districts were doing around us regarding the mask mandate. Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers asked or encouraged us to make sure that our educators were taking advantage of the mental health first aid training that was available, that still is available through the Making Hope Happen Foundation, free to the district. Dr. Gwen Dowdy Rogers wanted to provide an update on plans to evaluate the bond measure. Dr. Barbara Flores asked if we could do more recognition events like the Black Honor Roll, but for other groups like the IB or the Seal of Bioliteracy. Dr. Barbara Flores wants to see a large group of parents attend the CABE conference virtually, as well as other leaders in the district, and also she invited board members. Dr. Barbara Flores would also like an update on the status of our district mariachi group. Mr. Danny Tillman and Dr. Barbara Flores wanted to know about how the graduation policy change would impact graduation. Would it make it harder? Did we run an analysis on the impact of the policy, and have we considered adding an opt-out to that? And finally, Dr. Scott Wyatt asked that we would check on the rules for virtual meetings and public comments, indicating that we should go back to normal, whatever that is. So there you go.
And Ginger, I think along with the bond, it was like bond facilities and the contracts. And I know you've captured that before, but all of those were together for potential agenda items.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All righty, everyone have a good morning and a great day. Thank you, Ms. Ontiveros, for that review. Drive safely. I know some of you are pretty tired, so please be careful.